Testing 1, 2, 3. Oh God. One sec. Testing 1, 2, 3. Nope. Audio input. How do I make it appear? God. 1 second. Okay, testing 1, 2, 3. Is that any better? Wait, so let me know if you can hear me. Yeah? You hear me? Okay, cool.
Deafened right now. I could be doing that if it was just turned on, but
Yeah.
I gotta wait.
How
Tom,
about now?
I feel
How
like there's a
about now?
delay on your camera.
There we go. There we go.
There you go.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, one
There we
second.
go. Perfect.
Almost ready to go. Sorry, folks. This is my fault.
Pisco, is this a tactic that you're trying
This
right
is
now?
a
I'm just
tactic.
curious.
Yes, this is very much a tactic.
It's like I'm just gonna show up to litigation really late,
Yeah,
so that way I can just throw them off a little bit. Is this what you do? Like this is what we're doing?
I was on Live and Learn, and this is my fault. Sorry, guys. One sec.
So it is a tactic.
It
so
is.
you do admit that this is a tactic. You pre-planned this pre-invasion.
Yeah,
Okay.
I do admit it. I do admit it.
You hear that, Jake? We got one concession before the debate started.
Right off the bat. I think we're winning now.
Already.
Almost ready to go. Just need one quick more second.
Pisco, you look like an Iranian Super Mario right now.
I am an Iranian. Never understood.
Your headphones should have been red, bro.
Tom's eating pizza, so it's all perfect. So we all got this ready, man. We're all ready to go.
There are a bunch of people who believe that the pizza debate tactic is a very real thing. So
I know you guys are working in tandem. I can see that already. Nice.
Okay. All right, this is gonna have to do. It's gonna be black.
He's still trying to make things dark and romantic here, bro. We're
my bad. My bad.
Bro, we're not doing it.
I have to. This is all I can do right now. But how are you guys doing? Sorry, I'm so late. That's my apologies. My bad. How you folks doing? Sorry about that.
Yeah, we're good, man.
Irrelevant. Doing well. Yo, what's up? How are them TikTok debates, bro?
Just as brutal as you would imagine, homie. They're awful.
I can imagine quite a bit, bro. I can imagine. But I'm ready to go whenever you are. Sorry, the black thing's gonna stay. Lights stay off.
Is that a racial thing?
Yes.
You're doing it? I was playing.
I literally, the jokes make themselves, bro.
Remember, this is white crime that we're talking about, not black crime. So let's moving forward.
Some Latino shooter. So my tribe.
Oh, you're Latino. Awesome, bro.
Yeah.
Look at
Let's
this. Right here. Me too.
Oh,
Good.
Me as
Taco
well.
on taco crime about to happen.
Taco.
That
We're
would
gonna,
good.
get, we're gonna get some tacos after this, man.
hell
Let's do
yeah.
it.
We don't Peruvians more like lomo saltado and alfa and
irrelevant. Are you a fried chicken connoisseur like myself or no?
a fried cooking
Not really.
connoisseur.
No. No.
Oh, yeah, I'm just being accurate here because I do love fried chicken. My melanin calls me to eat watermelon and fried chicken. I just love it. It's fucking delicious. Just being
And
honest.
purple
with you.
Kool-Aid,
Yes, sir.
right?
Wait, are you black or
No,
Dominican?
great drink. Get it right.
Grape.
Great drink.
Yeah, great.
Actually accurate here. Great drink.
There you go.
I don't. The only thing I like is grape drink. That's the only thing that I like that fits the stereotype. I don't like fried chicken very much. I don't like watermelon. I don't like any of that. Nah.
So you're a
Cornbread.
chicken cost denier. Okay, I see where you're going with that. That's fine. We can work with that, I guess.
I think cornbread's pretty good.
All these
It is
J
what-
chickens got put into ovens and you don't enjoy them. That's fine. That's fine. It's okay.
Christ.
Yeah, bro. I love chicken. Anyways,
Pisco,
I'm ready
make a
whenever
noise.
you guys are.
It's hard to see. Oh fuck.
That better?
Okay, there you go. That I was about to say, when you don't have a background, it's hard for
My
me
bad,
to
my
tell
bad.
where the edges of your video.
No,
are.
Pisco's just trying to get street cred. I see what he's trying to do right now with the city behind him. The city does not have your back in this debate, Spigo. I'm just gonna let you know right now.
Streets
you
are
might
on my
be
side.
Gotham's finest, but not tonight, bro.
I'm ready to go,
Give me
Tom.
just a
Sorry
second,
about that.
almost.
Yeah, say sorry one more time, Pisco. Give me one more concession. I love it, bro. Let's go. Fucking get these concessions piled up.
Sorry that I was late. I'm sorry that there. I'm sorry. Is there a delay, by the way? Are you guys, or is it just me?
Nah, you're fine on my end.
No.
You're fine on my end.
Yeah.
Nah,
Not
you're
for us.
fine on my end.
No.
Okay.
You're fine on my end.
Got an echo.
Wait, hold on. We just heard an echo. Yeah, I heard it too.
Yeah, it's Marte again.
All right, let me
Mark-
delete my
oh.
stream real quick. Hold on. There you go. I just deleted my stream. I'm not mirroring anything because they couldn't even hear anything. And even when I did do audio, it was like an echo. So, yeah, nobody's watching my debate. So I'm going to have to record this somehow or copy Tom's stream. So
Yes.
we'll get it either
Oh,
way.
You sound so much better now that you deleted that stream. I think so. Can you talk real quick? Talk while I interrupt you?
You mean talk fast? Or you want me to talk slow? 'Cause I can talk quick.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, I think the lowering of the mic chilled out, right, Tom?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it did. I think I fixed
because
it.
At least if I can talk fast, I can combat Pisco's litigator voice right now. So we're even right now. Okay, let's begin. Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay. All right. We're good to go. All right. Appreciate everybody joining us for a new series of panels that we're doing this year. We do a couple panels every year until I get tired of streamers bullshit with them not showing up on time or showing up on time and still taking forever to set up or stuff like that. Eventually I get sick of it and just stop doing them. But we are doing a bunch of panels right now, a couple a week we're going to get into. These are supposed to be a bit more of like Piers Morgan style panels. So eventually we'll have a bit more production going on at the same time where we'll be able to show news clips while we're introducing topics. It is a bit more heavily moderated. I didn't mean to go over this before we started, but yes, we are. It is what more active moderation. So I will be asking a lot of questions. You guys are still free to engage with one another. But when I do jump in, allow me to jump in and moderate the show. Also, I had this problem last week. So apparently when I'm asking a lot of questions, these aren't necessarily my positions. The implications shouldn't be there. I am moderating. I am asking questions. I'm not really debating. So if I do ask a question, I am obviously very liberal, very standard Democrat. That's where my biases are, but I do try to moderate fairly. And so if I ask questions that are from another person's perspective, I do try to steel man it and try to give it the best perspective so the person can answer it as best as possible. So this doesn't necessarily imply any sort of positions from me.
Mhm.
But with that said, last, I think it was 2 weeks ago now, we had another shooting. I think this one was it wasn't from an ICE officer, it was from a DHS officer of Alex Preddy, where the gun seems to be removed from him before he was shot. And then we also had a bunch more reasons given from the government afterwards that didn't seem to align with what it was that everybody else saw. So I do want to start with Marte, because you said that you used to be an ICE officer. Is that correct?
HSI,
HSI, what is that?
same shit.
It's
Same
Borderline
thing.
same shit. So I mean, so you're talking like 10 plus years in law enforcement, different agencies and stuff like that. I got some well-rounded knowledge when it comes to use of force, the force continuum. I'm pretty sure Pisco, I did review your debate when it came to counterpoints. That was the most, to be honest, no offense, it was the most boring shit I've seen in my life. But we're going to dig into the crates, as it were, when it comes to law, statutes, things like this. But I don't want to get bogged down into your litigation. Let's kind of stick to YouTube, stick to the facts. And all I want to do is talk about prudence and justifiable cause and articulating why we think this probably could have happened. If we can keep it simple, I'd love that. That'd be great.
What does HSI stand for?
I think
Homeland Security Investigations.
Homeland Security Investigations. Okay, and so that based on if that's what you were doing, did you make arrests of people who were immigrants as well?
Yeah, ICE. Yeah. So
Okay.
if you think about this,
Did you think that this was justified? How did you feel about the situation with Alex Preddy?
I think it was a justified shoot, although I think that I will give Pisco in the guy with the scrunchy face right now, kind of an olive branch right now. Here's the thing, though, I'll say. I think that it was a good shoot, but I do think that the communication was bad. They used bad tactical communication when they did take the gun away. Instead of saying shoot, 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 they could have uttered something like, hey, I've got the gun. The verbiage could have been differently. They could have articulated the fact that they've disarmed the guy, but that wasn't worded, right? This is to your point. So this is me being really benevolent and giving you an olive branch. I think that if the verbiage was different, this would have played out differently. The reason why I think that this was also justified shoot was because they were impeding a federal investigation. Now, that's not grounds for just shooting somebody in the back. I will say this. But here's the thing, though. Leading up to this is the entailment leading up to this, is I think that this all could have been prevented by not these people you're going to call protesters. These people are obstructionists. That's what they are. There's no ifs, ands, abouts. I'm not going to dance around this up. They're purely there to obstruct because of the signal apps and everything else. They were there to impede investigations. They were following ICE agents around, doing all this. And I think that when they did come up and they put a body between, Preddy put his body between himself and the woman's person. We don't know if an arrest was going to happen, but he did try to disperse and create space. Now, when that happened, the chances of casualties going up, if you bring if you're carrying a weapon, loaded weapon to I would say an active scene, whether it's a crime scene or investigation, the chances of casualties do go up. So I know I'm kind of gish galloping a little bit, but when he did push the woman, that was to create some distance. We do need a reactionary gap. And unless we create that reactionary gap, it might have not been the best thing that you wanted to see optics wise. But I do think that there was nothing wrong with this whole thing in totality, except for the communication. That's it.
Do you want us to jump in there,
Irrelevant.
Tom, or you're driving the conversation, right, Tom?
I want to hear Relevant real
Okay.
quick. Relevant, do you disagree? Was there obstruction in this scenario?
No, I don't believe there's really obstruction. I would need to hear it articulated what specifically he was obstructing. It seems like what he was doing was trying to defend people who were getting pushed. That's not obstructing justice. They push, if ICE agents push somebody, trying to help them is not, get up and stuff like that is not obstructing. No, I would love to hear the arguments for obstructing. The argument that, well, the communication was bad about pulling the weapon off of, that's a very, very big deal. And I think alone doesn't justify the shoot, because it should be standard that if you are going to disarm somebody, you tell the immediate people that you have disarmed them, especially when you hear like shot or calls that a gun is present. You should tell people that you disarm them. And also it just doesn't make sense. He's like, there's like 7 dudes piled on top of him. No.
Yeah, we need extra resources in order to create a more safer environment. I think additional resources is good. So when you make a thing like there was an unnecessary number of
Has the debate begun? Has the debate begun, or are we going to like get
Well, let him
intros in?
respond real quick. Irrelevant. So,
Good.
I thought this was intros, but okay.
Yeah, no, sorry, we don't have intros. Like I said, we're just as
Oh,
yeah,
okay,
yeah.
all right.
Still shooting.
we're
That's
able
that's
to
cool.
kind of engage with one another.
You don't
but-
just need more research, you need more
Can I say-
training. I mean, these CBP officers aren't trained for this kind of crowd control stuff. That's not just me saying it. I mean, these individuals clearly don't know the first thing about de-escalation in these kinds of environments. And I understand that you don't want to get into the legal nitty gritty because it shatters your case. The whole question of justification is a legal, it's a legal question. As you're saying, I don't want to get stuck in the minutiae. As you're saying, well, I don't want to get into whether it's justified. If you're talking about some other version of justification, I'm like, justified with respect to what? If we're not talking about the law, what kind of justification are we talking about?
So if we're talking about justification, if you're talking about this push, now I have to counter two of you at the same time. So right now, irrelevant, when you talk about this to create justification for the shoot, I think that there's rapid fire that happens in panicking situations. The reason why we need crowd control, the reason why we need bystanders away from the scene, away from an active investigation, is to prevent casualties and innocent bystanders from being heard. Now, here's the thing though, when they did remove a firearm, yes, I did already concede the fact that communication could have been better in him saying that, hey, I've got the gun. The verbiage could have been different on that. But here's the problem, though. He did reach for his holster. You could say, well, hold on. He already took the weapon. There are people that carry secondary firearms, right?
They do, yes.
Sure.
Right. So here's the thing, though. Is it reasonable and prudent to understand that it could have been a knife as well, too?
Could have been. The question is, do
You literally
by
just
could
said-
you mean it's
you just
possible?
said-
No, hold on. If he's reaching into his pocket, no matter what.
No evidence of reaching in.
Gary,
No
no,
evidence
you-
of reaching.
No. Just to be clear, you just said he was reaching for his holster. Was he reaching for the secret knife pocket in his holster?
Well,
If he's
the thing-
reaching for a holster, it could
He
have
wasn't
been a
reaching.
reaction
Wait, no,
and-
he wasn't reaching. He wasn't reaching. Where's the reaching?
Well, there's an actual still frame of him reaching into the holster area.
When?
Now, again,
When?
Martell's Martell's point.
You're talking about when he was-
still frame. Hold on, there was a still frame of him reaching is after
Yes.
he was shot. He was already shot before.
No,
that
he
happened.
wasn't after shot. No, he wasn't.
No,
He wasn't
it's
actually
what-
after shot. There was the
it
first
was-
fire that happened. Now,
Yes, the
ahead,
first
Tom.
fire is the officer. The first fire is the officer. You can see that if from a separate angle that he has already pulled out his weapon, and when as soon as the pop happens, you can see the arm with the weapon jerk back. So where people are speculating that it was possibly the SIG, it couldn't have been the SIG. The SIG couldn't.
Can you guys
have
hear me right
really
now?
gone
Testing,
off
testing,
in
1, 2,
that
3,
way.
you can hear
So,
me?
when he
Hello, hello,
reaches,
hello?
it is after the first shot had already gone off.
go ahead.
So I'll say this. Is it possible that after somebody shoots, they can have a reaction of reaching for a gun that isn't there also?
You're saying, can they have the reaction, or is it
What-
reasonably likely?
Is it possible that people have reactions after being maimed or injured?
It's possible. Yeah,
Sure,
it's
but
possible.
whether or not
Yeah.
it's justified.
That's not, the
It-
question
the-
isn't whether
the
something is
shoot-
possible. It's possible he has a fucking grenade.
No,
It's
I don't,
possible.
I don't care. Can you just answer the question?
Yes, it's possible.
Yeah, it's also possible
it's
he had an
as a sword.
RPG, yes.
It's possible as an RPG. It's
Yeah.
possible that he's actually has a suicide vest. We can talk about possibility all you want.
Let's
That's not
let's
the
be
inquiry.
reasonable here.
Yes,
Maybe
that's
he reached
exactly
back.
right. Let's
He
be
reached back, right?
let's be reasonable. The question is a legal question, and that's why you guys are desperate to try to say, well, what could have been the case? What could have been the case? The question
He
is from
reached back.
an objectively reasonable officer's perspective. What would they think is reasonably necessary in light of whatever threat that they're perceiving? And it is obvious. In this case, it is not even a close call that a reasonable officer in his position would not feel the need to shoot in that context. And even if it were the
is
case,
Hold on.
He did reach back.
Hold on. Let me get in here really quickly.
Oh, go ahead.
Really quick. If you look at the footage full on, slow motion, by the way, you could see that when the first shot was fired, Alex Purdy is actually still getting up. From when the first shot is fired, all of the ICE officers are going out and they're all leaving the situation here. Purdy is looked up as he's getting on the next knee to get up. It's not until the second fire is when he goes down, which I would presume that's when he got hit on the second fire. So when you look at the situation before, when he was reaching out to the gun or reaching out to his holster, I believe that happened before the first shot was fired, bro. So that's the case
No,
there.
they
is when he was
dispersed.
reaching
They
up there.
dispersed.
So
Well, no. Why? Let me ask you a question. Why did the cops disperse off of him if not for the first
because
fire?
of the first fire. Because of the first
Okay,
fire.
so
So
and when he
that's the
reached,
thing.
wait. And when he reached, were the cops on him or were they off of him?
They were on him.
They were on him.
Yes.
That is your claim. No, this
They
is
were-
this is literally
they-
false. You can watch the video.
Well,
This
let
is
me
false.
ask you
When he does this, there is
he
no
reached-
cops on him.
No, there wasn't, bro. No, when the first
You're not true.
when he-
This is not true.
yes, you can actually shoot it down frame by frame, and I have the frame
Yes,
for
I
you
did.
where he's reaching. The officers are still on him. Okay, when he does that, he already took out the firearm. The shot goes off when he was reaching in, and then he's getting up, and then the second shot shows him going down, frame by frame. That's what happened.
Yeah, I mean,
irrelevant.
we can
So-
bring up the video. You guys are just confabulating, but let's just like break down what
Well,
we want to do.
I-
Do we actually want to run the legal analysis of justification? Because it seemed to be the case that like before Marte, the HSI guy, you seem to be like, well, we shouldn't run the reasonability legal
Are you
test.
going to use hindsight, or are you going to actually use what we have in the tape and actually have with prudence
I don't use-
what we actually objectively saw?
Well, it depends what you mean by hindsight. If by hindsight you mean analyze the thing that happened, then we're going to analyze the thing that happened. If by hindsight you mean
No,
applying some
let
insane
me
standard,
clear this
obviously
up,
I'm not going
Pisco.
to. I'm obviously I'm not in favor of applying some kind of like hindsight 2020, like just down to the picosecond. He could have made that different
No,
decision. That's not what we're talking about.
That's not what I'm talking about. Let me clear this up. So I know that we have hindsight, but in the moment, if we look at this from the officer's perspective, now granted, we don't have the findings that have come out from this as far as like the public square, as far as some court outside of law enforcement, but investigations do happen as soon as this happens. I've been on so many use of force hearings and so many use of force boards that when I do see this, all you have to do is articulate why you had to do what you did. Now, if the officer had somebody interfering with the investigation, they had a body in front of the person that they had to arrest, is that impeding an arrest? If he was going to arrest
Not
a woman,
necessarily.
do you think
Not
Purdy would
necessarily. No,
impede the way
I
of
don't
this
grant.
law?
I don't grant that he committed obstruction as the law defines it. At least the one that Homeland
So
Security is
putting
trying to
my-
that
hold on
Homeland
real quick.
Security
Let's address
Homeland Security is trying to claim. I also don't think it's particularly relevant to the use of force here. We can analyze it if you want, but can we
you're
agree?
using
Can we agree on the following?
reliable
I'll go
words.
down the obstruction route if you want. It's a red herring. I can explain why it's a red herring, but can we agree that this
Not
is
a red
can
herring.
I will go down that. I'm happy to walk that down with you on the obstruction thing. I completely demolished Connor on it. I'll completely demolish you on it. But the first thing we have to acknowledge,
sure,
the
bro.
first thing we have to acknowledge is this is first and
Connor's a whole
foremost,
different
this
person.
is a legal question, isn't it? We are trying to resolve a legal question. Is that what we're trying to resolve?
Okay.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Let's do that then.
All right. So you
So when
said
it comes to obstruction,
Mhm.
if you put a body in the way of, like, if there's a physical body in between me and the person I'm trying to arrest, is there an obstruction between
not
me and the
nec-
person I'm trying to
not
arrest?
the answer is not necessarily.
So you wouldn't say that's
Not
obstructing.
necessarily.
The answer
Okay, so you're using
the answer is
ambiguous
the answer
language
is not necessarily. What is obstruction? What do you feel
now.
obstruction
Ambiguous
is?
language.
What do you
not
mean?
Well, it's
necessarily-
No, that's the
Wait, I'm
correct.
sorry.
That's
Are
the
you
correct answer.
saying
What
if
do you
an
define as
officer? I'm sorry.
obstruction?
Are you
What
trying
do you
to say
define as obstruction of justice
Bushes?
here?
Wait,
Pisco?
Are you trying to say
Let me dumb
Okay,
this
hold
down.
on.
What's your definition of that? If
Hold
we
on,
saw the
wait.
woman,
18 USC section
Wait.
111A sub
Let's
1.
slow down for a second. What's slow down? So what is the claim that you guys
So the
are
question was
asking for?
asked. It's a total red herring, but the question was asked: How is putting your
I'm
body?
asking-
How is
I'm
putting your
asking, what
body
is
in
the-
front of an
what is the-
officer?
Hold on, wait, Pisco, hold on. What is the law that you're citing right now?
You're asking me what the law is. The law is 18 USC section 111 A. I think it's A sub 1.
1-1, yeah.
Okay,
And
that's
what is that? What is the actual
obstruction.
law?
that law.
Yeah.
That law has specific elements that aren't met merely by standing in front of an officer. And there,
No.
it is the
Well,
case.
don't you say that
so
that law
they,
still
they
has
got hang on,
interference?
excuse me. So
Hold on, hold
they
on,
soyed
hold
they
on.
soyed
I wanna
out
hear Pisco's answer.
they soyed out when I'm like, not necessarily standing in front of someone who's assuming they're trying to effectuate an arrest is constitutive of obstruction. That answer is true, and they soyed out when I said it's not necessarily the case. I can explain why, but it is the fact.
do you believe the woman was impeding on that?
The woman was impeding on
Do you
what?
believe I'm sorry. Alex Purdy was
Purdy
impeding on the arrest of the woman at the time.
No, I
Purdy
don't.
was, yeah.
No, I don't.
Yes.
No.
No, you don't think
No,
that?
I don't think
Okay,
that.
so
I can explain
Okay,
why.
she
I can
was
explain.
interfering?
I can explain
Sorry,
why.
Alex was interfering.
I can explain why I don't think that
Okay.
he was committing obstruction. Do you want me to do that? Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
So obstruction presupposes
I was kicking license plates and spitting on cops. Like
that
this
was a
is
different.
crazy.
That,
Go
that
ahead,
was
though.
that was a different incident from a different week. Agreed. So it's not relevant
Oh,
here.
you mean it's the people that haven't familiarized themselves with the person that was so allegedly peaceful, this obstructionist?
These are our
These are
DHS
the-
officers.
hold on, I wanna-
These are our
Hold on, wait,
DHS
wait,
officers.
Hold on. Before we go to a different scenario,
Yeah.
I do want to Pisco. What is
Yeah.
the reasoning for why this is not obstruction?
The reason why I don't have a basis to believe that it's obstruction are twofold. The first is there isn't a reasonable basis to believe that Peretti had obstructive intent, which is required. It's not enough if you like accidentally stand in the way of an officer who is trying to do an arrest. That's not obstruction. You guys,
He literally got in the way of it.
You guys,
He literally got in the way of it.
you guys are so
He
you
accidentally-
guys are
Okay,
you guys are so low IQ.
You
guys are so low
Oh, that's what it
IQ.
is. That must be it.
So
That must be it.
The point of the example,
He's so low
yes.
IQ and
The
gets in
point
the
of
way
the
of it.
example, the point of the example of the accident, the point of the example of the accident is not for you guys to so I'd be, oh my god, accident. It's to make the point that intent is a necessary element of obstruction. If you do not intend to obstruct a lawful process by an officer, you're not committing obstruction by definition. It's an intent requirement there, and that's presumed of all criminal laws. That's number one.
On that what you just gave us does not describe anything about intent.
Yeah.
You're actually adding in words to the legislation that you just fucking sent.
So you're not a
There's no words of intent, bro.
So just so you're aware, crime.
I'm going by the law here, by 111. There's no words of intent at all. You're just adding in words.
So crimes, unless specified otherwise, are not considered strict liability. Strict liability. Okay. Do you know what strict liability is?
Do you have any proof
The
that
law-
do you
the
have
law
any proof
presumes-
that
yes, case-
Purdy
case-
was not intending to obstruct it?
I will get that.
You need to
guys-
prove intent. You need to
He's-
prove his
he's
intent.
really-
He doesn't need to prove
So-
lack of
So the
intent.
first, first
This
the question.
guy was intending
You're
to
claiming he had the intent. You need to prove he had the intent.
Oh, stop! Everybody, stop. Okay, Jake. Just a second ago, you guys seem to.
Okay, all right.
Intent is actually part of the law. Do we all agree that like intent is part?
Yeah,
of
if the
this
first,
before
just to be
we
clear,
move?
what Tom is saying. On the one hand, you're like, I don't read
Sure,
it.
it takes
Oh
court
my
to
God.
actually get down to the intent.
Incorrect.
Hold on, Jake. Hold on, Jake and Marte. Do we agree that intent is part of this? Yes.
Sure, and we discovered that through the courts of
I
laws.
agree.
Yeah.
You have to, which is one of the toughest things
Yeah.
to prove it.
We can't do that because
when
there's
you
no court case.
so when you just
we
soy
haven't gone
out
through the trial to
so
actually
when
do
you
that,
just
but-
so when you just soy out, it's not in the law, bro. It's not in the law, bro. When you did that,
Not
you
the
just
legislation that
felt
you
it
fucking
yourself,
provided,
right?
Bro. Code 111 intent is not worded in there.
But you just
That's what I'm
wait,
saying.
you just granted that you need to prove intent.
Bro, it's not. No, I'm saying under the court when you have your court date in order to see the intent of each person, that's when you ask questions.
so-
we don't actually have that
Wait,
right
wait,
now.
so is
Pisco.
it your
But I'm saying
position?
what
Yes, is it your
code
position?
the code that you described, code 111, does not actually have intent in that.
Pisco,
There's
let me ask
that
you a
was not
question.
doesn't exist in there.
Was Alex Pretty there to assist law enforcement?
I have no idea.
Okay, so we don't know, right? You're at the behest of the same questions you're asking us. So here's the thing, though. We know for a fact he wasn't there to assist law enforcement. You know that
So?
for a fact.
So?
There's no way that a guy
So?
that
Wait,
no, that's not true.
So what?
is not there to assist
So?
law enforcement.
So what if
Right.
he's so
Here's
so
the
you
thing.
so you've made
Hold on.
out
I'll
intent
let
if
you
you don't have the
finish.
intent to
Hold on.
help police officers?
Pisco, I let you finish. Let me finish. So hold on. The guy that was kicking out rear bumpers and spitting on officers and doing all this with the lights in the back, that's the guy that's not helping law enforcement. We've shown this. There's a clear motive to not assist law enforcement.
That's not obstructive
so if he's in
intent.
the way of effecting an arrest, how is this not helping to assist?
How do you know the woman was under arrest?
Yeah, exactly.
She just got pushed. How do you know she was under arrest?
Because she was in the middle of the war.
If he's
She
in
got
the
pushed.
way-
How do you know she was under arrest? It's a very basic question.
Yeah, I can answer it
No,
really quick.
that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is if she's in
How
the
do you
way-
know she was under
Do you think
arrest?
that would have? Hold on, let me finish this. If she was in the way, do you think that would have impeded or delayed an arrest? If Alex Purdy's in the
That's
way,
not the question. Would it have? The
No,
question is,
if she
would
was
a reasonable
under arrest,
person
then
think that she was
yes.
under arrest?
Was she under arrest?
Hold on.
no. Do you? That's not my. You're miss. This is going over your fucking head. If he's in the way, would that delay an arrest if that was going to happen?
Delaying an arrest is not enough for obstruction.
obstruction,
You need
correct.
to be
They're different.
like,
No,
yeah.
that's
So
on the
like,
end.
Hold on, wait, hold on.
Yes, it is.
Wait,
hold on.
wait, Tom, you gotta reel this in. I answered
Hold
his
on,
question.
Mark, wait,
I answered
let him
his
answer
question.
the
You did.
Doesn't
Well,
answer
answer
your
your
question.
question.
You answer my question.
Marte, hold on, Marte, hold on. Are you asking a hypothetical or are you asking about the specific scenario right now?
No, I'm asking a hypothetical.
Okay.
If I have a person between me and another person, would that normally delay an arrest?
It's harder, yes.
Or
So?
that provide a
It's
hardship?
harder. It's harder.
It would delay
It's harder.
it, but it would not be
The obstructive
obstruction.
intent,
You need
yes.
more information
No,
to prove
hold on.
obstruction.
That's not
Dude,
what I'm
it's
talking
literally in the
about.
legislation.
Tom, I answer the question.
That's
Tom,
an answer. That's an
I
answer.
answer
Okay,
that question.
okay, hold on.
Literally,
wait.
he just doesn't like the answer.
Hold on, wait.
That's not it at all, bro.
Not because I don't like the answer. I need an answer.
We answered it.
I
yes,
did.
and it makes it more
literally
difficult.
said, yes,
that doesn't
it
mean
would
obstructive
delay it.
intent.
However, it would
Hold
not
on.
be obstruction.
Okay,
You need
hold
more
on,
information.
Hold on.
Irrelevant.
Hold on.
I said it
Irrelevant.
4 times.
Tom needs to talk. Tom needs to talk.
Stop. So when we're talking about like earlier, when you guys seem to agree that intent would have to be part of this, Marte, if you're just saying that somebody just slowing down their ability to arrest somebody, you seem to already agree earlier that you would have to have an aspect of intent in there as well. So just the process of slowing it down.
Okay.
You seem
Now-
to already agree that wouldn't be
But Tom,
obstruction.
well, I've already ascertained, and actually, Pisco actually agreed with me. Well, actually, he didn't. He should agree with me that Alex Purdy was not there to assist law enforcement.
Oh my God.
So we can then infer that he was a
No,
walking
you can't.
obstruction in
No,
himself,
you
even
can't.
if
Stop.
not-
Wait, I'm sorry.
That's
If
not
you're
true.
not there to assist law enforcement.
You're there to
you're
obstruct?
Bro,
Is this America?
okay.
Or is
What the
this
fuck are you
China?
talking about?
I want to
In
I want to
active
I want to
investigation,
answer.
anybody in
This is
America can
China,
just walk
okay?
through
Can you give me some
crime
time to talk really quick? Just
Yeah,
really
go
quick,
ahead.
really quick. I actually wanted to answer Irrelevant's question earlier. He's like, how do you know that the woman was being arrested? We have several footages from multiple angles that these women were disturbing or obstructing traffic. That's what they were doing. The ICE officer was telling them to go to the sidewalk. They were refusing. They were blowing whistles. They were right in their faces. The officer was pushing them over there, delaying or taking them out from the road. They were going over there. They were still refusing. They were still combative. That's when the officer was going to arrest them.
No,
That's
but no.
when the
That's
conflict
irrelevant.
happened.
Irrelevant isn't saying did they do some other actions for which they would be liable. Let me finish my fucking thought. Irrelevant.
what I'm saying,
Irrelevant
in the
is
middle,
not.
they were
Irrelevant is
shifting
not. Irrelevant did not say, "Oh, these people weren't doing something that would make them liable for arrest here
He
or
asked
there."
the question,
Let
what are
me
you talking
finish.
about,
Jake,
Pisco?
Jake,
His
chill.
question was-
Let him finish. Let him finish.
Jake,
Talking.
chill,
Finish
chill
talking.
out.
Because you
Chill
don't answer the
out.
fucking question.
Jake,
You wanted him to answer it. I'm answering it for you, bro.
What our relevant
All
is
right, go
getting
ahead,
at,
Pisco.
what our relevant is getting at
Okay,
are,
what's he getting at? Go ahead, talk for him.
because obstructive intent is relevant to the determination of whether they're in fact obstructed, you would have to presuppose that it was reasonable for someone to think that an arrest was actually being effectuated. Not whether or not someone had the legal authority to arrest, but whether or not a reasonable person looking at what's going on would think, hey, there's an arrest right now that I'm obstructing. And so obviously a relevance question isn't getting at the actions of the women on the street vis-a-vis, qua those actions. His question is getting at what are the indicia that an arrest actually was occurring? Because just because you're dispersing someone doesn't mean you're arresting them. That's what a relevance question is about.
Yes.
Yeah, but again, I'm basing it off of what was the totality of the situation. Again, they were obstructing traffic. We saw that. We saw the officer already pushing them away to get away from the sideline. Then you saw that that the officer was attempting an arrest or some type of conflict there. Purdy got in the way of that. This is where
He pushed her. How is that attempting an arrest?
That's not attempting an arrest. Did they say, hey, you're under arrest? Hey, you're under arrest.
No. Don't bail him out. Answer the question. Don't answer the question.
Hold on.
He pushed her to the ground. How is that attempting an arrest?
He created crowd control and dispersed the crowd.
That's not arrest. That's not arrest.
That's not an arrest.
That's not an arrest.
She was
Stop
breaking
bailing him
the
out. How do you pushing the down? Where's the arrest? Where's the arrest?
What I'm saying, follow with me. I know you're pretty low IQ up there, but here's the thing though. He wanted to disperse the crowd.
Really, I'm waiting for you to make an intelligent statement.
When he pushed the person, it's the same equivalent as using pepper spray. We're creating distance and a reactionary gap to create safety. Now, we wouldn't have known if he was going to probably effectuate.
And neither would Putty. And neither would Putty. And neither would Putty. Wait. You just said it. You just said it. And neither would Putty. We wouldn't know if he was effectuating an arrest. And neither would Putty. And neither would Putty. And neither would Putty.
That's not what I'm saying.
Owned.
Okay, hold on.
I can't finish my words. I don't interrupt you.
Finish
You
your
talk,
statement,
right?
and then we're gonna go back to irrelevant. Go ahead, Marte. Finish your statement.
So here's the thing, though. We do know for a fact that Alex Purdy was not there to assist law enforcement. That's something that you actually have to agree with, Pisco.
Okay, I agree with that. I agree with that. He wasn't there to help the law enforcement.
Great.
I agree.
So
Wait,
real
Marte,
quick.
the reason that this is getting stuck up is because you keep creating a dichotomy where people either are only there to assist law enforcement or they're there to obstruct, and it's only one of the two. And that's where they're getting like caught up, is that they feel like there's a lot of in between where they could be protesting, they could be standardized, they could be
No,
like
you can't.
looky
So here's
loo.
the problem, though, is that when you're saying you're just protesting and then you're kicking out rear license plates and all this other
Sure,
stuff,
sure.
you're an
I
obstructionist.
don't want to talk. I don't want to talk about
That's
the
not
acid and
happening.
stuff like that.
That
If you
was
want to talk, if you want to talk, if you
Those
want to
are
talk
different
about, if you want to
scenarios,
talk about his character, we can have a separate conversation about that. I want to bring
No,
something up
this
because you,
leads
no,
up to
you
his
said something
intention.
specific. Tom, you gotta get it. You gotta let me in here.
We're talking
Okay,
about
so
intent,
listen, I
Mike.
love you, Tom. You gotta let me in here.
Okay.
Okay, so the
Okay,
problem
we
is,
do
the
have-
problem
we-
is, he
do
brought
have-
up, he brought up
No.
He brought up pepper spraying people. So I want a simple response to this question. If I helped somebody who was pepper sprayed by a law enforcement officer, am I obstructing an arrest?
Yeah, that's happened plenty of times.
Oh my
I've seen
God!
people
No,
spray-
that's crazy.
This is crazy. This is,
No,
if you
you
help
can
your
say
fellow
that.
man
Hold on,
getting
hold on, hold
after
on.
they got pepper
You
sprayed by a
de-escalate
cop,
situation.
you're
Let me
obstructing.
hold on.
That's
The
insane.
reason why-
What are you talking about, bro?
So many people. Hold on. And I'm going to talk about
This
this
guy's
from my
fucking-
experience. When you pepper spray somebody, they can still use lethal force against you. They can reach in their pocket and grab a knife, even if they're pepper sprayed. There's so many people.
Yes,
who
they can have a nuke. They can have a
reactions.
pocket
Can
nuke.
you do that? Wait, answer this question. Can anybody
hold
do
on.
that at any time? Yes or no?
Anytime,
Unless
all the
they're
time.
unconscious.
Yeah,
Yes
they
or
can,
no?
they can always do it.
All the time.
If you're
Yes or no?
pepper sprayed-
Shit.
if you're
Answer.
pepper sprayed,
Wait,
we
I don't want to.
know
I don't want
what
to.
you're
Yes or
going
no?
to
Is
do.
that true?
All we're doing
Is that
is
true?
creating distance and space for reactionary gap. That doesn't mean that the person's
Okay,
going to be
that's
less
not an
lethal.
arrest. You just
That's not an
described
arrest.
crowd control. That's not an arrest. That's crowd
That's
control.
not what I'm talking about. You're talking
You said he was
past me.
obstructing an
That's
arrest.
what we're talking
You
about.
said he was obstructing an
A
arrest.
cop-
I'm leading up to
DHS agent created space, and
That's
then
not
Alex
my-
Preddy wanted to make sure that that woman was okay.
Okay,
He
we're
wasn't
talking past
effectuating
each
an
other.
arrest.
Putting his hands on an
Like,
officer.
bro, you're trolling me.
hands
Why
on
are you
an
trolling me?
officer.
You're griefing my lobby, bro.
Understanding what I'm talking
Okay,
about.
You're
all right, hold on.
griefing
We're
my
gonna we
lobbies.
need to slow down for a minute. We got to slow down for a minute. Okay, so let me irrelevant. Right now we're disagreeing on whether or not there is an arrest, right, and whether or not the woman
Yes.
that he first engages with, whether or not he is arresting her. Correct? That is
Yep.
your
Whether or
contention.
not a reasonable person would interpret that an arrest is happening
Because
and
that's
that
their point,
assisting
by the
her
way.
would
Tom,
result in
Tom,
obstruction.
and just to be clear about this,
Hold
Tom,
on.
this is
Okay, hold on,
where
wait,
they want to go.
Hold on. We're trying to slow down. We're trying to slow down. So Marte, if his question is whether or not there is an arrest, and you seem to say earlier that there was an arrest, are you saying that right now at the point where there is,
I didn't say that.
are you saying? Oh, okay, so I'm asking, at the point where there is obstruction, are you saying that there is an arrest taking place in that moment, or are you saying this is just an official duty from an officer in that moment? Which one of those two are you?
So this is the reason why I forgot his name, but he's talking past me right now. So the reason why Relevant, I see his name now. The reason why Relevant's talking past me is because I'm talking about the lead up to this. He wants to just jump to the arrest, and we can get to that, but we need to talk about the lead
Sure,
up.
hold on. I'm asking you a question. Are you saying in the moment where he is approaching the woman and he shoves the woman, are you saying that this action is him arresting this woman, or are you saying this is just an official action?
Let me provide some context, though. I have to provide a little bit of context to what I'm talking about.
Well, can you answer the question first before you give me the context?
But this question requires context. I can't just say yes or no.
It does. No,
You can say yes,
I'm
then
allowing
explain.
you the context.
If
I want you
he's
to.
in the
I'm asking you
way-
to give an answer first.
Okay. So what I'm going to say is we don't know.
So neither does Preddy.
We don't know.
So neither does Preddy.
neither
Which
does
means that
Freddie.
we don't
So,
have the
hold
answers
on,
well
so-
too, but
hold
that's why I have to provide the context.
Okay, so go ahead and give the context, but I've got another question for you right after. So go ahead.
If we don't know, how does Preddy
give your
know?
context.
If we don't know, how does Preddy know?
So we know that
Because he
he
was
wasn't there to aid in law enforcement, and we do know that when he did step up to law enforcement, he didn't go there to assist or make things easier for this investigation to happen. We do know that. Even Pisco agrees with that. So if he was there, he was in the way. He was obstruction. He was an obstructionist the whole time. The reason why was because he slowed down and hampered investigations. Prior to that, we've seen a behavior from this guy. So you think that the day of, you think there would be a change of behavior and he would just stop doing
Okay,
this?
so when
That
you
would
bring
be
up the,
ridiculous and
when you
preposterous.
bring up
Please,
the
please.
hold on,
Before this
hold
incident
on,
happened,
hold
bro.
on, hold on. because this is where we're getting caught up. There's two things here. One, when you bring up like the behavior from the past, I have no reason to believe that the officers who were there in the moment had any knowledge of him kicking a car or anything like that in the past. So I don't know that we would include that in the analysis of what the officers thought.
No, but they don't know. They don't know the other end.
Is it fair? Hold on.
No. I agree, but that's what we're talking about right now. When we're doing the legal analysis, hold on, because this is why this is where we're getting caught up.
They don't need to though, Tom, and I can make an argument on this. The officers don't need to know specifically it was that individual that 11 days ago he kicked out a fucking taillight. What they do know is that individuals that are over there interfering in disorder and law, them doing their jobs, is something that they've seen time and time again. So not only that, we saw Purdy interfering in this confrontation that they were having with the woman. Okay, so they know these individuals that get involved.
Now it's a confrontation,
not an arrest. Not an arrest anymore, right?
Not an arrest.
But it would be a potential arrest because
a
we didn't
potential
know
arrest or an arrest.
Okay.
So we don't know. So Freddie doesn't know. So Freddie doesn't know.
I was asking your question. Why I was saying that this could have been arrest. More than likely is because they were already obstructing the traffic.
Okay. Can you answer a simple question for me? If you do not even
they were already breaking the law already, right?
No, stop pivoting. We're not going to pivot. We're not pivoting off of this. We're not pivoting off of this.
Can you just answer me this? If they were
no, because
this is your point. This is your point. This entire thing is your point. This entire thing was your point. Your whole point was the obstruction.
Yes, exactly correct. This is your point. This is not our point, and I'm holding you to it. If you guys both admit you do not know whether or not an arrest was happening, how do you know he was obstructing an arrest?
You don't know.
So if
that's logic. That's logic.
Is interfering with an active investigation and police are walking.
Answer the question. The question was The question was put for you.
Your body in between somebody else who's approaching.
No, but you just said so irrelevant. I heard what he said. He asked what other. No. I just don't know. I heard you. I heard you. I heard you. You said what other possible reason would he have for standing in front of them? Now I will answer. We will answer that question.
You see how he just mischaracterized what I said? I didn't say that at all.
Okay, what did you say?
I never said what possible reason. Do you need me to reframe this so you can still man it?
I'm sorry.
You know what? I want to hear you repeat the question I just asked you because you didn't answer. So I want to hear you repeat the question I just asked.
I'll deal with Pisco, then I can deal with you.
Okay.
So
he's not even.
Okay. What I'm saying is he showed up. He wasn't there to assist law enforcement. I know we're running in circles here, but because he wasn't there to help law enforcement at all, he was in the way. All he's going to do is slow down an investigation and impede in all these procedures that were going to happen that day. I don't think he was there to help. What reason or purpose was he there? If he's going to protest, he can yell from the sidewalk and do all this shit.
Okay, so
when you walk up with a firearm, I think the chances of
so you didn't answer our relevant question.
Increase substantially.
Yeah, you didn't answer my question.
So you didn't answer the question.
Not be correct.
You didn't answer my question.
The general purpose for why he's there. So the general purpose why he's there, we can talk about that. I don't think it's relevant at all, especially considering the fact that I don't think it's relevant at all. But let's just talk about what Irrelevant asked. Irrelevant asked. It's almost like a logical entailment. He basically asked because your point was he was obstructing some action, and what action? The arrest. And he asked you, well, is it the case that we would be able to establish an arrest happened in that moment?
A potential arrest, yes.
No. An arrest, whether an arrest was occurring. That he was obstructing.
Not
the question.
You're backtracking.
Not backtracking. I was asking your question of like how I would perceive that as an individual. It looks like an arrest, okay? If he's impeding on that, then yes, they have the right to fucking go after him.
Jake did say a potential arrest, and he was saying that the fact that he's engaging with somebody on the sidewalk, that the fact that it could be. Hold on, this is what Jake was saying, that the fact that it could be an arrest is saying that like if you step in between, you could know that you are possibly impeding an arrest.
It goes the more unsure, and you guys expressed uncertainty. So you guys expressed uncertainty. The more unsure it is that an arrest was happening, that's why you're having to say things like potential arrest because you know it's ridiculous because Irrelevant already cooked you on the pepper spray point. You already took. Let me.
You did answer. Please answer my answer. Instead of just losing your shit and soying out, answer my question. No, because you guys have not answered my question. Tom, they have not answered the question I asked like 10 minutes ago. Okay, please.
It is.
No.
Can I just?
Neither one of them answered my question. Just to be clear,
and this is your point. This is
your point. Asked the question like 3 times now.
Okay, I'm gonna ask it again. If you do not know whether or not there was an arrest, how do you know he obstructed arrest?
So again, I'll re-explain
this shit. and he puts a body in between the other person, do you think that would slow down or hamper anything
That's
that was
not an
going
answer.
to
That's a
happen?
question.
Answer the question.
That's not an answer. That's a question. We can answer
That's
that.
not an
And
answer.
by the way,
Do you think-
we've already
okay,
answered
do you
that
think when
question.
somebody
But
detains
answer his
somebody-
question.
Hold on. Do you think that when somebody detains somebody and you're looking from the outside in, that person's going to be arrested?
No. The question isn't the question.
Answer my question.
No.
Hold on. If you see somebody
You're assuming the
detained-
thing. You're assuming it. You're saying
It's not
if-
assuming
no.
the
You're
thing.
no.
I'm saying
Let me
looking from the
respond.
inside in,
Jake,
you
hey,
can't
chill.
assume that they're
Hold on,
You're
hold on,
happening.
hold on, wait. Pisco,
What are you talking about, Pisco?
He's not assuming.
He's assuming a detention. He's assuming a detention.
I'm answering this question. He wants an absolute answer. I'm saying from the perspective of the cop and
Hold on.
perspective of
Jake,
Purdy.
hold on. Jake, hold on. Okay, so he's not assuming that there's an arrest. He is saying that there is a potential there. You're always trying to read
that's
context.
no.
clues.
You're
He is
wrong,
saying
Tom.
there's an arrest.
Tom, you're
Hold on,
wrong.
hold on,
Tom, you're
Pisco,
wrong.
Hold on. Shut up. Pisco, it doesn't matter if it's wrong. You're not engaging with that.
I
So he's
am
saying that
engaging
there
with
is a
him,
possibility
Tom.
that there is an
Tom,
arrest.
let me explain. You guys don't let
Hold
me
on,
say
hold on.
5 words.
Pisco, let the man talk.
Pisco.
Wait, can I get one of them to answer my question before they ask another question?
Let the mod
Hold
talk,
on,
bro.
Can we
Respectful to
actually
the
do that?
panel. Respect the panel, please, bro.
This is his answer. Jake is saying that. I understand Marte saying something different, but Jake is saying that there's always context clues as to whether or not an arrest is happening, and that there's always a potential. You don't know whether or not an arrest is happening, and so you have to read the context clues to try to come to the best assumption. In this case, there's some clues that make it look like there could possibly be a potential arrest coming, or a detainment, or something like that, or any sort of official duty from this officer. And so, because there is a potential of that, him getting in the way whatsoever means that he knows there is a potential that he is stopping an arrest from happening. He's not making the claim that there was an arrest happening or there is a detainment happening, but that there is a potential of that when Preddy interferes. So Pisco.
So Tom wasn't listening. So Tom wasn't listening. Jake said in his question to me, "You don't think?" So Tom wasn't listening.
Just keep strawmanning. It's exactly.
Can I explain why Tom wasn't listening and why you're a dipshit? I can't even.
Let him respond.
I know that you've been trying different weasel tactics, including making it more equivocal by saying things like potential arrest. It was potentially obstruction, or Marte saying wouldn't it factually be the case that you don't think that if a body's in front of you, it's harder to arrest? Like, those are not questions that are relevant to what we're talking about. But the reason why Tom wasn't listening,
they are
in the iteration of the question, that Jake asked, you don't think that if you're detaining someone, that if you try to put your body in between, you're obstructing an arrest? That's begging the question, because a detention. What's another
begging the question? It's a simple question. Do you believe that you could be interrupting a potential arrest or not?
So a detention.
Just answer the question, bro.
A detention.
Answer the question. If you see somebody,
hold on.
Let him finish his statement. Let him finish his statement.
Hold on.
He's in the middle.
Interrupting a potential arrest.
Jake, hold on. Let you finish the answer. Seriously, we got to slow down. Like, the interruptions are getting way too much. I'm literally just gonna have to start muting people and talking to one person at a time if this continues. It's getting way too ridiculous.
Of course,
please answer
a relevance question was tailored to detainments and questioned whether it was reasonable for Preddy, not just in the context of constitutional arrest. We're using arrest as a label to refer to detentions, including Terry stops and any kind of seizure by the police. And so when you assume in your question or in your statement that a detention in fact occurred, obviously you're begging the question in that you are assuming the very thing that's in question, which is whether or not a reasonable person from Preddy's position would think a detention was actually occurring. And the answer is, of course not. Of course not. Did he say, stop right there, don't move, you're under arrest, we're detaining you? You don't hear shit about that. All you see is a push.
You don't have to. You don't have to hear
so there's no basis.
Your buddy admitted it was crowd control. Crowd control isn't arrest. He's literally pushing her away.
When we lead up to an arrest, we have to literally look at the details.
Push people to the ground? You have to just push people to the ground?
No court is going to look at
somebody to the ground.
A reasonable individual looking at that situation. Okay, then if that's the case, then why didn't, if that's what you're saying, why didn't he arrest her after pushing her the first time?
So Alex Preddy kind of got in the way, right? Proves the obstruction.
No, he didn't. And not after the first time. 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 No, you're making that shit up. She got pushed in the middle of the street.
Hold on. Keep that thought right there, because if you say, why didn't he arrest her? Well, guess what happened? Shots rang out because Alex Petty kind of got in the way, didn't he?
You just jumped like 30 seconds between the first push and then the shots getting rung out. The first push happened, and then he moved on to the other chick and pushed the other chick. There was no arrest. There was no arrest.
The answer's in the situation. How come no arrest happened?
Why didn't he arrest the woman he pushed? If your argument is
Alex Purdy got in the way and fucking interfered in the arrest.
Okay, hold on,
Maybe,
hold on,
maybe,
hold on.
maybe.
Stop,
He
stop,
literally
stop,
did
stop,
not.
stop. Hold on, wait. Hold on, Marte.
Oh my God,
Marte,
this guy's a
the
retard.
question is, okay, after everything happened, why didn't they go and arrest her? If she engaged in some sort of arrestable action where she ought to have been arrested, even after what happened with Preddy, she was still there. She didn't flee the scene. She didn't run away. She was still there.
Well, do you
Why didn't
understand-
they arrest her? At,
Hold on,
hold on,
Martel.
Or
hold on, wait,
during.
hold on,
Let him
wait,
finish, let him
no, hold
finish.
on. I'm asking Marte, and I want like a simplistic answer to this, please. Why didn't they actually arrest her after this?
Well, because if you think about this can be an optics nightmare, especially for any agency. So we're going to tackle the biggest thing, and we can let people go, right? This happens all the time. If we say, you know what, we were originally going to do this, but right now we have an optics nightmare that we have to kind of untangle right now because the media, we talk about headline nightmares. Like this is something that they have to de-escalate.
Okay.
We have debriefing
All right.
that happens
So-
after this. And I think that this
Okay.
is one of those cases where we
All
have
right,
bigger fish to fry. We can let her
okay.
go.
Can I answer the question
Okay,
really
so-
quick?
so-
Obviously,
hold
there's
on, wait,
escalation
well,
that
no,
happened
hold
right
on,
after that
wait.
we had to deal with.
Well, hold on. So irrelevant. Do you think it needs to be an arrest in order for this to be considered obstruction?
Of an arrest? Yes, that is how
Well,
material
an arrest.
matter
Like
works
a
in the
fucking-
universe.
hold on,
Literally.
hold on,
No,
hold on,
that's
hold on.
false. You
Jake,
don't need
Marte,
an
hold on.
arrest to have
Stop, hold on.
obstruction.
Jake, Marte, stop talking. Holy shit. This
Go
is
ahead.
fucking insane. This is getting absolutely fucking ridiculous. Holy shit. Okay. So not obstruction of an arrest, but just like obstruction of like an officer acting in some sort of official.
Yeah, but you have to
duty.
say
So,
what
like,
it
even
is.
if he was
You have to
trying-
say what you have to say what it is.
even
Say
hold
what
on, hold on,
Guys, can you
hold
let
on,
Tom
hold on.
finish?
Hold on.
Let Tom finish.
Even if they're trying to just clear people off of the street, let's say it's not obstruction of an arrest, and he is,
But he wasn't obstructing
like
that.
getting in the way of them trying to. That's
Yeah, you can't
but
prove
that's
that.
not
Okay,
the
so
question.
just-
That was that. Hold on,
Guys,
stop. That
let
was
Tom
not the
finish,
fucking.
Yes, you
guys.
can. Yes, you
I
can,
was
but he
just
wasn't
gonna
doing
ask
that.
a
Yes, you
clarifying
can.
question.
Yes, you can, but he
Irrelevant.
can't.
Shut the fuck up. Pisco, shut the fuck
I was
up.
trying to ask a clarifying question about what
Fuck
you're
up, dude.
asking
You're still
me.
fucking talking. Shut the fuck up and let
Hey,
Tom
guess
finish.
what? Hey, shut your
Jeez.
mouth. I'm
You
trying to
see what
ask
I
a
mean?
clarifying question because I forgot what
Who
he
gives a
said at the
shit? Let
beginning of
Tom
the
finish, and
question.
then you can ask your clarifying question. Shut
I'm
the fuck
trying
up.
to
Let Tom
ask.
finish. Oh my
Okay,
God.
I'm trying
Yes.
to stop. Okay, stop
Irrelevant.
chimping out,
Let
dude.
Tom
Hey,
finish.
look,
Shut the
bro.
fuck up and let Tom
Hey, bro.
finish, bro. Respect the
I'm sorry,
platform,
Tom,
bro.
stop.
Oh my God.
Tom, I forgot what you said at the beginning. I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question that you were
'cause he's
asking me at the
retarded,
beginning
Tom.
of it?
He's
don't need
retarded.
to
Tom.
help
No, it's because you keep mouthing off and losing your mind. Quit soying
You
out.
keep interrupting Tom. Let him finish, bro.
No, I'm not. You are. Leo, please repeat.
So
This guy's retarded.
I'm asking, even if he is just trying to, let's say, escort the woman off of the road or get her out of the road in some way, she's
Yeah.
she's in the way of traffic, and he's just trying to remove her from the road, and Alex Preddy inserts himself between her and the cop, or the cop and her. Would this still be obstruction in this case?
No, if anything, that'd be aiding law enforcement because you're aiding them out of the obstruction that they're arguing. That is literally, as you described, you said that if Alex Preddy was assisting the woman out of the roadway, which the officer is claiming is the obstruction, then he'd be assisting the situation to be able
How
to.
they got in
Hold
on,
Alex
wait.
face.
Hold on.
I
wait,
mean,
Marte, hold on.
materially.
Jake,
That's
You
so
mean
stupid.
It was aiding law enforcement?
Hold on.
You mean he was aiding
Marte,
a woman, not
hold
law
on.
enforcement?
I answer the question. I answer the question, and that's the truth of the question. If you want
No,
to
that's
soy
not
out about that,
true.
you can soy out about that.
No,
Yeah,
hold
that
on.
is true with what he said. That's
Tom has
literally
something
true
to
with what
say.
he said.
Hold on.
Tom
Hold
has
on,
something to
hold
say.
on,
Tom has something to say.
Jake, why do you disagree with that?
What specifically?
What
So you weren't
just
even
said.
listening to the thing that you just soyed out and
Specifically,
disagreed with? Wait,
Oh my
I want
God,
it
bro.
noted. This guy chipped out and he lost his fucking mind, and he
You
doesn't
guys
even
were
remember
talking
when he's
to each
losing his
other.
mind
You guys
over.
were talking to each
There's no
other.
way. There's no
You guys are literally over talking each other. You literally couldn't hear either of y'all.
You just
Specifically.
fucking plugged into your mic. You don't even remember
You
what
just
you're
did a fucking
fucking
bro.
protesting. That's
You
crazy.
literally
Sorry,
spurting
go ahead,
out.
Tom. Go
You
ahead,
have
Tom.
Martel
Go ahead,
talking
Tom.
over you. I can't hear what you guys are saying. This is why I said let
I
Tom
didn't talk
speak.
over anybody.
Shut the fuck up,
You
bro.
guys talked over me
Oh
in my
my God.
response.
Hold on. Okay, so Jake, the question was if he's just trying to get her out of the road and Preddy gets in the way, is this still obstruction? He said in this case, he would actually be assisting the officer because he would be helping her out of the road. So he would be assisting the officer get her out of the road after she's laying on her butt in the middle of the road because he shoved her.
Okay, so the argument is after he shoved her and then he gets in the way of the ICE agent,
He starts helping
he
her
would
out.
be assisting the ICE agent by getting her out of the road. Is that your argument?
Assuming he's dispersing her. Assuming he's dispersing her.
Yes, assuming he is. He is
Assuming
dispersing her from the principal place that the officer was shoving her as a result of obstructing. Yes.
I would say this. If everybody communicated saying, officer, I'm going to be helping you get her out of the road, and I saw everything right there, and he said that, he made it clear, then I would agree with you, Relevant. But that wasn't the case at all, bro. So again, going back to my point is that when you see conflict there and an agent is in conflict with another individual and you get in the way of that, that's obstructing whatever the agency, whether it's a potential arrest or
not if he's not trying to obstruct,
payment, etc.
Was he walking towards the lady after he pushed her, or walking
this
away?
would be
what do you
Which
mean?
time? Which one?
Which one?
He pushed two women, to be clear. He
Oh, why
pushed two
couldn't he
women,
get
to be clear.
Which one? Behind the woman.
After he dispersed and pushed her away, or was he walking away?
Who?
Which one? Which one of the women?
Was he any one of the women? Was he walking towards their direction after he pushed them?
It's the one that we were talking about. We were talking about the one that
The CBP
The shoving
agent?
one.
Okay, so to be clear, he shoved two women. So the first woman that he shoved, he walked towards them and caught them, and the second woman that he shoved, he got in between them and then tried to help her up.
No, that doesn't answer my question. Can you answer the question? After the officer pushed the woman, did he continue to
That not answer your question. You just
Marte,
want to
that was
argue. There's literally that answers your question.
Can you answer the question
Hold on,
instead of evading the question?
Marte, he just gave you two examples. He's asking which one you're talking about. The second
Either one.
shove.
I want either one. Was he walking towards either one of the women's directions after he pushed
He might have
her?
been, but that's consistent with both.
Yeah.
But that's consistent.
no,
But that's
just
consistent.
answer
Wait,
the
wait, no.
question.
I just answered. Yes, but that's consistent with the dispersal purpose. Yes, but that's consistent with the dispersal purpose.
Part of the question. No, wait, hold on. There's a second part of the question. There's a reason why I asked this. So if he's walking towards the woman, what reason would Alex Purdy help out with the officer if there's already capable, healthy,
To help her
two-arm,
up.
two-leg woman
To help
walking
her
already
up.
to the woman's direction to already help and
To-
assist?
to help her
woman who
up.
just fell on the ground up.
So
Are you guys not supposed to be conservatives who like care about like women? Are you guys gonna say, whatever, bro? Who cares? She slipped on the ice, somebody hit her head. Who cares?
Hold on, Marte.
Why would Alex Purdy assist the officer?
Hold on, Marte.
He was helping her up.
He literally was.
She was objectively helping her up. That's material in the video. You can see her
literally
helping,
put him
helping her up.
and pushed him. He shoved the ICE officer.
That's a
when
lie.
was
He didn't shove. What are you talking about?
He
Where
didn't
is
shove
that?
him.
No, he touched him. He didn't shove.
You guys
Where's
are
the
just
shove?
lying.
Hold on.
You're just making stuff up. I hope everybody, everybody's watching the video. They just know you're lying.
I got Jake. I unmute Jake. Okay, so Marte, when they're saying that they're saying that the officer is engaged in some sort of lawful duty, right? They're trying to make arrests, they're doing raids, whatever, right? They're trying to get her out of the road. They shove her to the side. We would assume he wants to go back to his job and do what he's doing. So if he shoves her to the side and Alex Purdy, let's say, if he picked her up and helped her to her feet and then they got to the sidewalk, like that would have been the end of that action, right?
But Tom, let me engage with this real quick. So the reason why I'm talking about
I'm just trying to get to a point where we can actually move forward. So you agree that would have been the end of the action?
Can we tie this up though first before we move forward? Because
I have another question after this, but I don't want to get lost in another whole thing without an answer
I'll make
to
this
it.
quick. I'm not going to be long. So if the officer pushed the woman and he continued advancing toward her direction, would it not be safe to say that he was still going to deal and finalize with the outcome of his actions? Why would Alex Purdy then assist with an officer already moving to her direction?
Wait, no, but it's consistent. It's consistent.
That is
It's no.
That is the question: is what evidence is there that he was engaged in further action with her?
He was walking and making advancements toward her, stepping towards her continuously.
So first of all, he's over.
That's an action in itself.
First of all, he's overstating the nature of the advancement. I mean, like he pushed him, and then quite quickly, Preddy was there. It's not like he was like stalking her very closely.
Yeah.
But and number two, all that is consistent with the rationale of dispersal, which is what you accepted it was, and none of that, and none of
Hold on.
no. What's key? Let me finish my fucking thought. None of Preddy's actions indicate an obstructive intent, and the question isn't whether or not you can invent some rationale for police there, or whether Preddy acted perfectly with respect to his own like health and well-being. The question is, have you demonstrated obstruction? And you have failed because you've conceded now.
No,
you
I
can,
haven't.
no, wait. I think
No,
you.
I
I think.
haven't.
I think.
Why?
Let me just finish. I think you guys have conceded that a reasonable person wouldn't perceive
Nope.
a reasonable person wouldn't perceive a detention from those facts and circumstances. And so now you have to have like some. Wait, let me finish.
No,
let
we
me
didn't.
let me finish. I'm
sorry, I'm just laughing at your.
Let me
take.
finish.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Because of course
Go
it's
ahead,
because of course it's absurd in the absence of any
Because
sort of
what?
physical any sort of attempt to physically detain, and just from the basis of a push, it's absurd. Or for example, a spray to conclude that a detention has happened. You now have to invent a new theory of obstruction, and so now the theory of obstruction is like, oh well, they're dispersing them, but you haven't been able to connect the dots to how Alex Preddy helping up a woman would obstruct a lawful dispersal, and it doesn't make any sense.
You agree with Irrelevant that Alex Purdy in the video went and helped up the woman? You agree with that?
No, he was trying
I'm
to.
asking,
He was
Hold on.
trying to.
He
was trying to.
Between the two,
He was
he
trying
was
to.
helping her up after she got shoved.
He was trying to.
What?
The second woman,
He was
yes,
trying
he tried
to.
to help her up.
He was
Yes.
trying to.
He was
He was
everyone
trying
did.
to.
We didn't.
He was trying to.
Everyone
He was
conceded
trying
hands
to.
on the officer, pushed him away. He didn't even attempt to
Push.
There's no push. He's
There's
just
no push.
making
He
stuff up.
Yeah,
He
no,
didn't.
just-
He
So I have a
didn't
question
attempt
for
to.
you.
bring
Man,
up
maybe
what he's
lay
talking
off the
about. Literally
maybe lay
making
off
shit
the
up.
hard cider before bed.
Hold
You're
on,
making shit
hold
up.
on.
Okay, play the
What you
video,
just
Tom,
said
and let's see
doesn't make
where
sense. You can tell.
where Alex is helping up the woman.
You
Play
can
the video.
What you said doesn't make sense, and I
Please.
can
Yeah,
just-
maybe
Okay,
that would be
wait,
helpful
let's
at this
prove it.
point. Yeah.
I would, because he's not helping up the woman at all. What are you talking
So-
about?
You just
He
said
is.
something.
He literally
I will-
is.
I
Everyone
will-
saw
hold
it.
on,
That is so
hold on,
stupid.
hold on. Hey,
I
hold
thought
on.
you were a
I
lawyer,
am
Pisco.
pulling
Come on.
up- Hold on.
Pisco.
I am pulling up the video. Hold on.
All right.
No. Don't talk. No talking. I'm going to play the video. We're gonna play this through.
And this is the push.
And then
This is the
when I
push.
stop,
Right?
then I will ask a question. So
Tom, I
do
gotta
not.
take a piss. I'll be right back. Hold on.
You ready for the push?
This is.
Wow, look at the push.
I can't see anything.
Okay, so this is. You don't see the share screen?
No.
Okay, there's a share screen up on Discord. Do you see the where it says share screen?
Oh yeah. Okay. Now
or
I
view
watch
share
it.
screen?
Or hold on. It's loading. Yeah. Now I see it.
Okay, so this is the officer shoves her. He walks over
Now,
and he stands there,
Okay.
okay, and he
Oh,
puts
looks
his
like
hand
he's
up.
helping.
Where's
Oh,
the push?
looks
Hold on,
Where's
hold
the-
on.
where's the
Hey,
push?
hey, hey,
He's
hold on.
going to help.
Hold on.
He's going
No,
to.
no,
Hold on,
you
hold
made the argument that he was helping her up. Both of y'all said
Oh,
that.
Yes,
Yes,
going to help
he
her.
is. He's about to. He's literally about to.
Where?
He's
He's
literally
going to
about
help
to.
her.
No, he got pepper sprayed, you fucking moron.
Stop
That's what he's reacting to.
Stop talking.
What are you
Stop
talking about, you dumb fuck?
Okay, I gotta mute everybody. As I said, do not talk. I'm going to play a couple videos. Just wait. Hold on. This is not that fucking hard. I've never had this much fucking trouble just trying to get through a fucking panel. Holy shit. All right. And then this is the other angle that we have as well. Okay, so this is the part right here. So between these two,
Yep, that's a CPP.
those are the
agent.
two. Okay, so Jake, in that video, do you still feel as though he is pushing or shoving?
Yeah, play the first one really quick. Play the first one. Where he puts his hands on the ICE agent. That's a better angle.
Touch equals push.
It's the first one. The first one. The first one.
That's push. Okay.
Puts his hands on him, but there's a better
That's
angle that you
push. That's
played.
push. Okay, got it.
Yeah,
That
the
is
second.
that is
the
a
second
push.
video, this
Hold
one
on,
right here.
hold on. Yeah, he touches the ICE agent. Touches him, pushes him. He
I-
reacts.
I hugged my
Hey,
mom.
No, touch
I
and push is not synonymous.
I hugged
Touch and
I
push
hugged
is
my
not
mom.
synonymous.
I hugged
He
my
put
mom
his hands
today.
on an ICE agent.
I hugged my mom
And
today.
then he-
Look at the
I-
backtrack. Let's backtrack. Look
I-
at literally-
I hugged-
He did it.
I hugged my mom
He
tonight and I
shoved
pushed
it.
her.
He put his hands. It doesn't matter.
Did he
put
shove
his
it?
hands on an ICE-
Why?
he
It
put
doesn't
his-
matter what we say. So look at the
He
backtrack in real
pushed
time.
it.
It doesn't
He-
matter.
okay,
Wait,
dude,
just to be
can you
clear,
mute that?
Tom, later in the video, he
You
helps him
literally
out.
put a footage of him putting his hands on an ICE agent. Yes, he shoved them. All right,
So-
whether it's a
Shove.
Where's the shove?
Shove.
Where's the shove? You're backtracking. Where's the shove?
Okay,
Where's the shove?
Let's go to the.
Pisco,
How was the shove?
universal
Are you
language
blind?
for stop is hands up, right?
Huh?
Oh my
That's
god,
universal.
dude.
Right? When I put my hands up, it means stop that action or whatever you're doing, right?
I usually think that putting your hand up like this means stop. Why?
What are you asking me, or are you asking? I said
I
come.
want to have a direct back and forth with you. So the
Please don't
universal
shoot.
language, when I put my hand up, it means stop, right? This is universal.
Please
For the
don't
most
shoot
part,
me. Please
right?
don't fire me with pepper spray that you're like aiming at me right now.
No,
Well,
can
he-
you
he
answer
puts
the
hands
question?
on a
I'm
nice
not talking
officer,
about
he
that.
should-
This is universal for stop.
No, different contexts and different answers. So, for example, if you put your hands up in like basketball, it means throw me the ball. If you so different contexts are
No,
gonna have
hold
different.
on, hold on.
answers.
In this circumstance, Pisco, in this circumstance,
Please don't fire. Please
when
don't
he got
fire.
in the way in between
Please don't
them,
fire.
was he telling them to stop their actions?
He's saying, please don't fire at me with your pepper spray, sir.
No, he didn't say that. He
No,
said
no,
that
that's what the hand motion
he's
means.
asking
That's
what
what
is being
what's the hand
communicated.
motion
That's what that
means.
is.
Oh my god! I didn't say he said that. You fucking dipshit! I didn't say he said
put
that.
his hands on a nice officer and he got pepper spray. That's what happened.
Okay.
He didn't help.
All right, hold on.
help him up,
I
right?
don't-
Irrelevant?
okay.
You can
I
agree
don't-
that he
No,
didn't
he
help.
did.
You
He literally
had to keep
did.
going
Hold
to
on.
the video. You literally
Oh my
keep
God.
going to the
Okay,
video.
so-
The other
so-
video
2
that
seconds in the video.
He
2
never
seconds in the
filled
video.
up. Your
Okay,
claim
so
was
Jake,
lying. You're literally lying.
Jake,
hold on,
irrelevant.
Jake.
You're just making
Jake,
shit up, dude.
Jake,
You're adding intention where there
Jake,
isn't
hold on.
intention,
Wait.
Pisco.
Okay,
Even
What
with
do you mean?
context.
What do you
Okay,
mean?
You hear me talking? This is hold on. That Jake, are you claiming that he assaulted the officer? Like he just like this is an assault on an officer now, yes?
Yeah, we can look back
Yeah,
at the code 111 that Pisco mentioned earlier. When you look at the code right here, it does assault, resistance, impeding, interference, etc. Any type of these things would involve into any type of assault. Okay, he did put his hands on an ICE officer. He went out of his way to get between them. Okay, and he touched the officer. He gave him a
He
light
didn't
shove,
Push?
but that-
Did he push or shove?
Yes, he
He
gave him
did
a
not
little
shove.
You put him a little
No,
shove?
he didn't
Video, he
shove.
gave him-
You're- that's crazy.
Let me
You're
finish
lying.
answering the
You're
question.
literally lying.
This guy's just in denial. Let me finish the question.
Just
Then in the
lying.
second video that you said that you showed, it didn't show him at all helping up the woman the way he was claiming and
played
Pisco
2
was claiming
So
seconds.
earlier.
so if you
You played
you
2
can-
seconds
if you-
in it.
if you
Okay,
press
play tried to.
if you
He
press
literally tried to.
Dude, you made the claim that he did. He did.
if you
Just
no he
Okay,
did.
hold on.
We literally watched 2
Hold on.
seconds of the video.
Hold on.
Have you not
Hold on,
seen
so-
these
so
videos?
if
You
he's-
fucking
hold on,
idiot.
Yes,
wait,
I
wait,
have.
wait,
He
hold
tried
on.
to help her
Hold
up.
on.
Yeah.
You
Stop,
literally
stop,
tried.
He grabbed
He
her
didn't.
arm. Yes.
You fucking moron.
Stop. Okay, so the claim is that initially
fucking
when they were
idiot.
talking about him getting in between them, that he is helping up the woman.
Yeah, he's trying to help her.
Irrelevant. Is he immediately going to help up the woman, or is he standing between the officer and the woman first?
No,
and then going to-
immediately after he shoved the woman. No, that wasn't my claim. My claim was that he was helping him up after the shove.
No, it didn't happen.
Right,
He got
I know,
pepper sprayed. You
no,
moron.
hold on, Jake.
That's why he
I don't
did
need
this.
that.
What?
He got pepper
Roll
sprayed.
me down.
Okay,
Roll me
wait,
down.
wait, wait.
Hey,
Let me
hey,
wait.
hey,
Let me
I
make
don't-
this-
I
You
don't-
guys are like
make this-
wild.
Let me make this clear. Wait. I just want to get this. I want to get this clear.
isn't fucking different.
This guy who got
Hold on.
pepper sprayed.
Holy shit.
This guy who got pepper
Go ahead.
sprayed is incapable of helping a woman up, but he requires 7 men to get on top of them and also execute him because he's resisting. But he's not
Wait,
capable of
hold
helping
on.
a woman up.
No, you're loading.
That's
you're
what I'm
loading
hearing.
your-
That's literally what I'm hearing.
Hold on.
Okay, just to be clear.
Hold
What
on.
you're doing
Hold
is
on.
you're loading
Hold
a
on.
fallacious
Hold on.
claim up.
Hold on, Barte.
You don't even know what the word
Hold on.
fallacious means at this point. I don't even think you
Yeah,
understand half the words you're using.
Factory. That's what you are.
Hold on. Okay, my mic booster, I just realized I don't have it on, so I guess I'm quiet as fuck. But I don't know if you guys just can't hear me half the time or what the fuck's going on. But
Half the time it is hard to hear you, unironically.
yeah, you might have to turn me up a bit. I just realized, I don't have my mic booster on. I totally forgot about it, which means I'm at like 25% volumes. So yeah, you might have to turn me up to like 200%. Okay, so we agree he did not immediately go to help her up. In this in between phase, we're gonna move off this part pretty quick here. So just seriously, I need everybody to slow down and like we're gonna do one person at a time. We gotta chill, allow people to finish. We all agree he was not immediately going to help her up. So in this time between
I don't agree
the
with that.
officer
That's
shoved,
irrelevant.
wait, you don't agree that he was
No,
not immediately going to help her up?
Our claim was
You're
our
not a
our
relevant
claim
Pisco.
wasn't our claim.
No, he
I
got
know
pepper
that was your
sprayed.
claim, Pisco. I didn't say that. I didn't ask. Thank you. Jake, you agree he was not immediately going to help her up. You do agree
don't
with
think-
that. That is your I don't know why you just said you disagree with that. That is your claim. He was not.
Who are you
immediately
talking
going
to?
help
Am I
her.
allowed to talk or
No,
not?
no, I'm saying
talking
that
to me?
there's
Jake made the
me.
opposite claim.
Oh,
This is
Jake.
you're pushing his straw man of us. That's what you're doing right now, Tom.
No, Jake said you guys. Hold on. I am not. It's. Holy shit.
You might not
Pisco,
be
you didn't
following
even
the
hear what he
conversation.
said.
yeah, these
Yeah.
guys are
Just
retarded.
shut the
I know.
fuck up. Just shut the fuck up. Jake, you agree he was not immediately going to help her out, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
I agree. Well, okay, hold on.
Okay.
I was
Is it-
saying
no,
that he
no,
wasn't even attempting
Okay.
to help her up.
I know.
That was
what-
his
it doesn't
point the
matter.
whole time,
Okay,
Tom.
so now after that point, now that we agree, he was not immediately going to help her up. That is whether or not that was anybody's claim or not.
He never
Now,
attempted it.
in this in between time, once he has stood between her and the officer, Pisco, this is if he was making an arrest. I'm going to ask you a couple of questions here. So, if he was making an arrest and he stood between the two of them, would that be obstruction in this case?
Not necessarily.
And if so,
Not
why
necessarily.
Okay, good.
So, because it doesn't matter just whether or not he's subjectively making an arrest to find obstruction. Obstruction has to do with the proposed criminal defendant's state of mind and intent. And so, even if we could have testimony that we believed, that is, that the officer was intending to effectuate an arrest, and let's say that we all knew for certain he was telling the truth.
That wasn't the question, but okay.
Jake, why don't you shut your mouth for 2 fucking seconds?
It wasn't his
you
question.
don't understand
He said
anything.
if it-
so
if
so
he
I
knew
answered.
he
So
was doing it.
I answered the question, and the answer is not necessarily.
not.
The, the answer I did.
You're not answering the question.
So yes. So when he
Hey,
asked,
hold on. As I said, I got a couple of questions, and you guys just chill for a minute.
So
Allow me to get through this.
when Tom asked, is it the case that if he were effectuated an arrest, would it then
No,
be
he didn't say if. He said if it was.
it's
That's
assuming
that's
that
the same thing.
that's the
Okay,
same
go
shit.
ahead.
No,
you
it's not.
Go answer
No,
the
Did you like
was
not
and
go to
how-
high
Wait,
school?
wait,
He's
What is
assuming
wrong
that
with you?
inside of the
Holy
question,
If-
dude, you,
Yes.
you literally are too low IQ to have a
literally,
mic.
I
You're
seriously,
literally
I
too
can't.
low
I,
IQ to have a
Pisco,
mic.
go ahead. Go ahead and not answer the question.
He didn't say assuming. He
All
said
right,
if. Well, are you like seriously? You should go back to high school seriously. But so the question
Okay.
was, if it was the
seriously,
case.
Stop talking.
Yeah, great
Just answer
argument.
the question.
So if it was the case that he was
I-
effectual.
Holy shit! Is this seriously that fucking difficult? Shut the fuck up. Answer the question, please. Everybody else, shut the fuck up. Holy shit! This is not that fucking.
So
difficult.
the question
what the
is-
fuck, dude?
The question,
this is
Tom.
simple as fuck, dude. The fucking 20th time. Holy shit! Shut up! Damn it, dude! What the fuck? This is not that hard. I'm trying to get through. This is the simplest fucking shit. We got to spend fucking 30 minutes on every fucking question. Why? Okay,
You're
please.
spurting, Tom.
So the question that Tom
Okay.
asked was, assume if conditional on it, all synonyms, assume that it is the case that he was effectuating an arrest, would then there be an obstruction? And the answer to that was no, not necessarily. That is an answer to the question. And the reason is because his culpability when it comes to obstruction turns on criminal intent. And of course, criminal intent doesn't turn on the subjective intent of the person doing the government action. It turns on the individual who is committing the purportedly illegal act. And if it were the case that notwithstanding the subjective intention of the officer to go and arrest a person, that a reasonable person in in Alex Preddy's position would not think that he was effectuating a detention or an arrest or whatever word you want to put in there, then of course he would be lacking the obstructive intent. And in this case, even if I granted that it was his subjective intent to effectuate an arrest, the indicia are so laughable that he was effectuating an arrest that I would not say that he has the obstructive intent. That's my answer, Tom.
Okay, so
The
when he's in
non-answer
the middle,
is crazy.
Yeah,
with some-
great non-answer.
He
bro.
just answered the entire the thing that we've been debating for the last hour.
No,
By the way,
yeah.
that was like a massive
He
dump of all of the different
If
questions that have been
he was
asked.
answering
But
the question,
whatever.
I don't know what you guys thought that I was asking. That is what I was asking. So that is the.
Oh,
answer to my
wow.
question.
So, shut the
literally
fuck
used
up,
word,
retards.
but okay.
I don't accept that
Yeah,
as an
so-
answer.
so
That's
if he's in the
retarded.
middle of
Good, nobody asked you.
If he's in the
Irrelevant.
middle
You're
of a-
still talking.
and they are in this confrontation, and he stands between them, and the officer is now trying to move him or tells him to move, and he still stays between them and starts to help her up as well. Would that be obstruction?
If the officer is trying to move in a particular direction and Alex Preddy refuses to move from where he is, would that be considered obstruction? Is that your question?
If the officer is still trying to get to the woman and tells Pretty to move and Pretty stays there, would that be obstruction?
So not necessarily is the another
Not necessarily.
again the answer to it, because with respect,
I'm just so vague. Not necessarily. I can't answer questions.
with respect, that is an answer.
Just
to the
let him
question.
speak.
So the 18 USC 111, as interpreted by the Eighth Circuit, applies forcibly in that conduct to every single one of the verbs that's listed there. And if at the time in which Pretty is like not moving or whatever, that's the first time at which it crystallizes the intent to detain, and he takes no other volitional action than just to stand where he is. I don't think that you've had. It's a separate element. Is that crimes assume a volitional act, a minimal volitional act, before you can be charged with a crime. And so just maintaining to be where he is, not like planting himself, I would say, no, that's not enough. Even after it's been made clear that he has that doesn't mean that he couldn't push him out of the way or something. But again, the question isn't what could the officer do? The question is, what has Pretty committed obstruction? And I think that at the time it's crystallized that he's trying to detain this person. If he does no more than just stand where he is, he hasn't taken a volitional act such that the ambit of the law applies to him.
Okay, last question.
Can I ask you? Can I ask you a question?
Hold on, I'm coming to you next, Marte. No, if
Go ahead.
it was the case that Pretty sees the officer come and shove this woman, that he didn't hear any sort of orders, that this officer just comes up and just shoves this woman to the ground, and is now pulling out like pepper spray or something like that, and he stands in between them, would this be considered, is it possible this could be considered some sort of justified self-defense of another?
It's possible, yeah. I mean, I think that there it actually is in certain places, even in the context of law enforcement use of force, it can be justified to apply force against law enforcement. Think about the Breonna Taylor case. Is that the case? Where,
so do you think that is the case here? Is that this could be a justified self-defense case where he is defending somebody else
I'm not
in
sure.
this scenario?
The answer is I don't know. I haven't analyzed it from that perspective, and so I don't know. Because I'm not assessing whether or not it was justified for him to use the force, because of course he's dead and so he's not going to be charged. I'm analyzing whether the use of force from the perspective of the officers was justified, and I think basically all of this is unjustified and therefore illegal. The push, the use of pepper or whatever spray, spray, I don't know what the spray is called, multiple times, and then ultimately, obviously, the firing shots, which I hope that we'll get to at some point.
Okay. And then, Marte, do you think that it's possible that this could have been, if the officer didn't ask them to move, if he shoves the woman and then is pulling out pepper spray, and it seems like in this case it would be unjustified, if he stood in between them in the way that he did, do you think that this could be justified in that case, if that was the case?
Yes, and I can explain why. So this was called, let's be frank here. It was Operation Metro Surge that we're talking about here. The DHS agents came to go ahead and enforce this. So Pretty, armed with a loaded 9mm handgun and 2 full magazines, inserted himself into a heated enforcement scene. He didn't like leave or do anything else. He was there to literally hamper the investigation that was happening. We can see this by him physically inserting himself between the woman and the approaching men. So this heated enforcement scene recording and obstructing agents amid protest. Now, he would be a protester if he was staying to the side, being vocal in his disagreement with what they were doing. But what he did was he physically inserted himself, bodily, like basically positioned himself in what we would even call a fatal funnel. If you're in a doorway in front of a car, which would be like tantamount to what we had before, you're inserting yourself physically in between a scene of a heated exchange between two people. That's obstruction to me. And there's nothing that you can tell me that isn't obstruction when he raises his hand up like this and it says stop, meaning like, I need you to stop your actions impeding the duties and everything else. Maybe there's an arrest, maybe there wouldn't be an arrest, but he's in the way. He's in the way. Even if we say he wasn't effectuating arrest, he would have slowed them down. He's basically a speed bump amid a heated exchange and arrest that probably could have happened, but we're not here because of could have. We saw what happened. He put his hand up, and that means to stop. You're telling somebody with the authority and weapon that's trying to basically stop illegal immigrants in the city to slow down and stop. That's crazy. That's pure obstruction to me, even by presence alone.
Maybe the pepper spray.
He doesn't want to
could
be
what he's trying to
sprayed.
shield his face from.
No.
That's not
Yeah,
possible.
No.
Okay, so when you're
That's
getting
an
pepper
assumption.
sprayed,
You're just
putting your
freaking
hand
me
up means okay. Really? So putting your hand up when you're getting pepper sprayed doesn't mean
It's resisting arrest.
I don't want to
It's resisting arrest. It's resisting arrest.
It's resisting
So-
arrest. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah.
Irrelevant. If
Okay,
you're
that's
blinded by
crazy.
Pepper spray. Why would he not face another direction? He was visibly.
He
did.
turned his head.
He turned his whole fucking
He
head.
turned his head. Did we not watch the same video?
Pepper sprayed, you fucking moron. Let me
What
pepper spray
position-
you. and
That's
see if you turn
my
your head.
point, you animal.
on.
He was getting pepper sprayed, so he raised his hand and turned his head away.
Relevant. Hold on. Let me
Exactly what Pisco. Oh, Pisco, you just
Oh my
resisted arrest
God.
on stream. I mean, they're coming for you. I mean, it's
Relevant.
over.
I just want to ask a question. Look, let's slow this down a little bit. I just want this to be cleared up. So, if you get pepper sprayed and you're visibly shaken and you can't see anything, why was his body positioned directly towards the officers? If he knew where he was, he wouldn't step aside. Normally, I've pepper sprayed plenty of people in the line of duty. What they do is step out of the way most of the time, especially if we give commands. So, in order to
He literally
address what
keeled
people
over.
said-
He keeled
He was
over. What are you talking
What are you
about?
talking about? No,
He
he was
literally
talking
keeled
about-
over.
Let me
He got
finish real
pepper
quick.
sprayed. He
I'm
leaned
almost done.
back and he put his hand up to be able to defend himself. Like, do we need to rewatch the footage?
Hold on, irrelevant.
No, he
I'm almost done.
relevant. He tried to help the woman up. Remember that? After
Yes,
he got
later.
the
Yes,
Pisco.
after.
yeah.
Yes.
No, he did.
Pisco was
Yes,
saying
he
that
did.
in-
He grabs her. He grabs her.
He tried
If
to help
we're
her
creating-
afterwards.
He
literally
literally
grabs her. I know.
grabs
Hold on.
her.
Hold on.
No, he
Hold on,
doesn't.
Marte.
Yes, he
Marte,
does.
ask
Show the
your
video.
questions, and then we might go back to the video.
You're so
Yeah, we might go back to the
inconsistent.
video.
It's insane.
Wait.
Marte,
He
Marte,
grabs
ask
the
your question
woman.
real quick, and then
You
hold on.
claiming he didn't grab the woman?
Hold on. Marte, ask your question, and then we might end up going back to the video. So ask your question real quick.
Okay, Pisco had stated something. He said, well, if you're trying to disperse and create distance, why would you close the distance? Well, after you pepper spray somebody, you have to give them an exit.
I
You
didn't
have to
say
send
that.
them out. Hold on, irrelevant. Did I interrupt you?
Well,
Let
he's
me
making
finish
shit
real
up.
quick.
I didn't say that. I
Tom
didn't
is
fucking say
giving me
that.
Make it up.
Pisco is saying that he
Hold
didn't
on.
say that.
So
Make
Pisco,
it up.
Pisco, I'm addressing what you just said so
Okay.
we can move
Go
forward.
smoke a
move the
cigarette, loser.
conversation. We can't do that unless we tie these ends.
All right.
So-
Go for it.
Right. So after he pepper sprayed the person and this happened, the officers were trying to engage with the woman. They weren't moving any other direction but towards the woman. So when we do this, we're responsible for the person who got pepper sprayed by giving them water, giving them an exit, or things like that. So even after we're creating distance, we're still dealing with the situation. Alex Preddy, by inserting himself between the heated exchange, would actually be slowing things down. Would he speed it up or slow it down? Can you answer the question?
Well, it's possible that he might have had the effect of slowing down. That doesn't mean that he did the crime. But just to be clear, you're getting the chronology wrong. No, it's not. 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 Just because you have the
Yes,
effect.
that is.
No,
Are you
no,
gonna
it's
let him
not.
respond?
No,
Are
it's
you gonna
not.
let
No,
him
it's not.
respond?
No,
Why?
it's not. No, it's not.
Marte,
Just because.
hold on.
See,
Let him give
this
the
is
explanation.
this is why when we answer, we qualify is because you're going to run with something that's like we're trying to be good faith and answer. Yeah, it might have the effect of slowing some operation you want to do down, but that isn't obstruction in and of itself. Obstruction, of course, requires intent, and you're getting the chronology wrong. The point at which he inserts himself isn't when he sprays the officer. It's obviously when he pushes the woman. That's when it gets involved. And so everything you just said was a big like fantasy or like confabulation that you made up because obviously he inserts himself before the spray.
Intent
So
is in
if
code
he
111.
inserted
Intent is not in there, but okay.
If he inserted himself before the spray, one could piece together chronologically the order of what happened so the officers can make a safe assumption that he's in the way, right?
But not with respect to obstruction.
Wait, hold on.
He's physically in the way. He's physically in the way, but that doesn't mean he obstructed.
Yeah. Also, he is in the way.
He's
Would
physically
that
in the
be
way.
Called an obstruction?
No, not necessarily.
Oh wait. Well, hold on.
Hey,
Pisco.
if you're
You have to
trying
be
to arrest
spiritually
somebody on the
innocent.
other side of a crowd, is the entire crowd obstructing because they're in your way?
No.
Yes or no?
Yes or no?
Yes or
Yes
no?
or no? Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Yes or no? Yes or no?
One person, Pisco.
No, you can't. No, because you haven't answered. You haven't answered any of the questions. And he's literally asking. If there's a crowd of people,
That's how it works.
calm yourself down, you animal. Go smoke a cigarette. Yo, if there's a crowd of people between you and the person that you are trying to arrest, is that obstruction? Is the crowd obstructing?
Pisco,
Because
what's
they're
the
delaying
definition
your
of
arrest.
obstruction?
Look at this guy. He can't answer anything.
Wait,
Tom,
hold
can you
on.
hold him to
Okay.
answering a single question?
Marte, Marte, that is the question that they're asking. If there's a person who's just standing in your way, is this necessarily obstruction? Just
During
because
an
they're in your way?
investigation and during an active,
No.
possible crime.
Possible.
like this.
So
Okay,
not
wait,
necessarily.
and,
Possibly. So not necessarily.
So-
Right?
No, it is a crime
that-
scene because if you touch an officer, that can be.
Now you're going
that could
somewhere
even say
else.
that-
Now you're going somewhere else.
Wait.
Please,
Hold on.
If you touch
Marte.
an officer,
Don't
that can
wait.
be
Hold on.
assault.
Wait. Hold on. Don't move to touching an officer. We're talking about whether or not we're standing in the way. That's what we're talking about right now.
Well, he
Just standing in the
specifically
way.
said a crowd.
And we're talking
If
about.
he's physically
but-
in the way,
Hold on, wait. That's we've already kind of like talked about like whether or not there was enough information for him to know that they were engaging in the in an arrest or in a detainment. That is a separate part, but you would have to add that in that he does know that this is the case and that he now has this intent. And so you're like that's why they're saying that's not necessarily the case that just because you're in the way that this
Right.
would mean that you're obstructing. Because
Being
there
in the
are
way
other
is not a
aspects.
crime. Being in the way is not an
Hold
obstruction.
on. I have a
Yeah,
question
Pisco,
that wasn't
Pisco,
answered.
I actually agree with you there.
Sick.
Being in the way, like, for example, his hypothetical about a crowd, a big crowd of people in your way from another
Sick.
person being, that you want to detain or arrest.
Does
or whatever the
Marte
case is.
agree?
So, well, hold
I
on.
want to
let
hear
me finish my
Marte
point.
answer that
Can I
question.
Finish my point.
No,
bro?
because
Can
he
I finish
hasn't
my-
answered my question. No,
I'm
because he hasn't
answering your-
answered my question.
You don't want me to
No,
answer
you
it, okay.
you already
You don't want me
answered.
to
You already
answer it,
answered.
okay.
I want to hear.
I didn't
If
answer.
there's
I'm
a
not
crowd
done
of
my-
people,
I'm not
if there's
done.
a
I'm
crowd
not
of
done
people.
answering your
Great,
question.
quit talking.
I'm not
Great,
done
quit
answering
talking.
your fucking question,
If there,
fucking moron.
cool, I don't care.
I'll
So
answer
if there's
the
a
question.
crowd of
I'll
people,
answer it.
if you are trying to arrest somebody on the other side of a crowd of people, and that
Am I
crowd
ever
of
gonna get
people
to
is
finish answering that
delaying you,
question, or is this
or
guy just
all
gonna
of the
rant?
crowd is the whole crowd
The whole
obstructing?
crowd, yeah.
Yes or no?
Can I answer his question? I just want to answer the question. So the definition of obstruction is a thing that impedes or prevents passage or progress, an
Oh
obstacle or
my
blockage. Was he a blockage
God.
between the
No,
woman
we're talking
and
about the
him?
criminal act of obstruction.
Notice how he
not
didn't answer
not.
Tom. He didn't answer my question.
Definitions.
No, we're not talking
Tom, he
about
didn't answer my
obstruction.
question.
We're not talking. We're not talking about
Hold up to the
obstruction.
criminal
We're not
case.
talking about no. This is the phrase for this is called equivocation.
Was he a
So
physical obstruction?
this is an equivocation, right? Equivocation is when you play around with definitions and use one.
No.
No, let me finish. Use one definition for one purpose and another definition for another purpose. So all this time,
This is universal. I can use this.
let me finish. All this time, we've been talking about the criminal act of obstruction. And now what you're using is obstruction in the general sense of like Merriam-Webster, like a physical obstruction on the road, the way a tree would be a physical obstruction if it fell down in the middle of a street. Obviously with obstruction, in order to get in all the priors that you want to do about use of force, we're talking about the criminal act of obstruction. We're not talking about physical obstruction in the more general sense.
Hold on.
He made the hypothetical about an unlawful
on.
obstruction, which with the crowd situation that goes back
Yeah,
to my case.
it would be
is I was
it would
gonna
be a
say
it would be a
Legal.
physical.
Hold on.
It would be a
an
it would be a
unlawful
physical obstruction in the
obstruction
sense
similar to a tree,
it would
similar
be
to a tree,
It would be a
yes.
physical obstruction in the sense of it would be a physical obstruction in the
Yes,
sense of a
like
tree.
a tree.
But the
Dude, let him
sneaky,
finish.
but the sneaky thing is
But-
when we say yes, it would be a physical obstruction in that
Alex
sense.
Purdy wasn't
Wait,
doing
wait,
that.
hang on a second. Hang on a second. So hang
He wasn't
on.
doing that.
So you're already trying to do it right now. When
Yeah,
I'm,
you agree.
you're already trying to do it right now. When I'm calling it out specifically. If I say yes, he was a physical obstruction in that sense, he's gonna go say, oh, Pisco admits he was obstructing, right? And that is debate tactics. That is slimy because what we're talking
No,
about isn't.
that's not-
Dude,
Yes,
you
it
can
is what you're
saying
trying to
that,
do.
bro.
It's what you're trying to
We
do.
can agree. Okay, so
No.
we can agree that Alex Purdy was obstructing.
This is physics.
We
No,
can agree on that.
not
we
in the
can
sense-
agree that Alex
not-
Purdy
not-
was
not-
Hold
obstructing.
on,
not in the sense of
hold on,
criminal-
wait, hold on,
not-
hold on,
not in the sense of
hold on,
criminal-
stop, hold on,
not in the
hold on,
sense
stop,
of-
stop,
not in the
stop,
sense of-
stop,
not in the
hold on,
sense-
stop,
tree. He was
hold
like
on,
a tree
stop,
that fell in the
stop,
way of
stop,
an ICE
Jake,
officer. Right?
Jake. Stop. This is it. Hold on. We got to separate the terminology here then, because we're not going to use obstruction while we're talking about a legal definition of obstruction, and then also use the word obstruction in a colloquial sense. So we can say he
Correct.
was in the way, like he got
Yes.
in between them or something like
Yes.
that. But we don't want to
In the
like
way
that's
is another word of
the
obstruction.
conversation.
Yes, you're trying to be a
Correct.
slimy
He's
debate,
trying
debate
to-
bro.
look
at
Yes,
how
look at how
he's
slimy
trying
these guys
He's
are.
trying
They're
to-
fucking. These
He's
are
so
fucking
desperate,
rats.
bro.
DHS ICE rats.
What a crumb.
Look, this is the best.
Okay, hold on.
This is a great. This is a great expose on the state of DHS.
Stop,
These
stop,
guys
stop,
are DHS
stop,
officers.
Hold on, Pisco, stop. Hold on. So Marte, we're gonna go back to the in a crowd. If somebody is just in a crowd and they get in the way, right? This isn't the legal definition of obstruction,
Correct.
right? We would agree.
So, Tom, let me respond to what you just said, your query. Now, in a crowd, if somebody was in the way, they would be a physical obstruction. I know I can differentiate the two, right? So what Pisco was saying was he didn't give you the chance to finish this, was like, yes, we have Merriam's definition, but in order to throw this out, we would say that there's a tangential thing that we're talking about here. Now, the difference is that if I'm in a random crowd and somebody's in the way, that's a different definition of obstruction. Now, if there's a criminal case and an active investigation and then somebody will not move, even when they know that they're in between an officer, somebody walking towards a woman, to me, that's obstructing in the both senses of the term. If we're talking about this, if the officer's making an advancement toward the woman, we can't even assume. So on this knife cuts both ways. So he can't make an assumption that an arrest was going to happen.
Wait, hold on,
I can't make an assumption that arrest wasn't going to happen. But the officer
wait.
will make an advancement
Hold on,
toward the woman.
wait. Hold on, Marte. That is the question. The point they're asking, it's not necessarily obstruction, right?
Correct.
You agree. It's not necessarily obstruction just because somebody's standing in the way in a crowd, right?
In an investigation, that you have to add that context.
Hold on, wait. That's not what they're just saying. It's in a general sense in a crowd.
No,
it is
not in a general sense. That
No,
would
that's
be a
a-
different situation in a different debate,
Dude.
and
That
different
is-
argument. Yes, I agree.
well, that
Okay,
is
no.
because yes, that is
Okay, also,
situation,
if-
yes, you're right.
If they're
Yes, okay.
investigating somebody on the other side of the crowd, and
So-
there's
so
a
there-
crowd there, is the whole crowd obstructing because they're delaying a investigation?
Not
So
unlawfully.
if you're getting
I'm
shouted
not asking.
out by
I'm
the
asking
crowd,
Marte.
I'll answer the question. So if people are shouting volatile things and
Don't
statements,
fight the
from crowd,
hypo.
and there's
Why are you
physical
fighting the
interaction, and
hypothetical?
somebody, hold on.
You
Hold
rat
on. No,
bastard.
this is what happened. It's not a hypothetical. Pisco,
no,
you
no,
have
no,
to let
Marte,
me finish.
they are asking hypotheticals. That is the problem, is that they keep asking hypotheticals to just get one aspect at a time. So at one part, they're
I'm
only
trying to
asking
get to
about
it, but I
what.
keep getting interrupted.
Hold on, wait. Hold on. They're only asking about like what is obstruction to understand the term obstruction at one point. But when they ask, well, is this obstruction? You say, well, if these other aspects of what was happening are included, well, they're not asking about the other aspects. They're trying to like isolate just this thing to understand the term so that you guys can agree on just that term
Correct.
and then move forward. But you keep adding in the
So,
other
no,
things.
no,
that they don't include.
I'll address this right now with one question. We can just dumb this down and answer this. I'll ask Pisco. Can I ask you a question? real
Why
quick?
is he asking a question instead of
He's
answering
not gonna.
mine?
He's not gonna answer.
No,
it. I
This
mean,
is great.
sir.
He is.
Answer
Just to be
in the
clear,
question.
I don't think he's answered a single one of my questions this entire time. Just to be clear.
I'll answer the question for Pisco. So, Pisco, if they write this down in a court of law and the officer says the person Preddy was obstructing me from doing an arrest, would he be wrong to write this down?
Yes, he would be wrong.
He didn't
to write
even
that
answer
down,
my
but that's-
question.
That has nothing.
Bro, hold on.
That has nothing to do with what
He
we're
would
saying.
be wrong. He
Yes,
would be
because I don't
wrong
think
to
he was
write this down.
obstructing.
I disagree.
Well, yeah.
He
I
would be
know you
correct
disagree,
in
but that's
writing
not
this down.
that's not addressing a relevance hypothetical. Yes, I know that we disagree on the overall, like whether or not he obstructed or not. But the question that Irrelevant asked is just completely different than that. The question he asked was a hypothetical in which there's a crowd of people in between the officer and his lawful purpose of investigation, and the crowd doesn't. They're not Antifa super soldiers. They're not chanting. And he's asking this hypothetical to ground down what you mean by obstruction. And the question was as follows: would everyone in that crowd, because they are in fact delaying, they are in fact physically obstructing, would they be committing obstruction in the legal sense? And your answer is
No.
of course. So it's not enough to know. It's not enough to know they're
No,
in the
no.
way.
What you're doing is you're changing
Yes.
the dynamic of this.
But that's not what Alex
he's
Purdy was
talking
doing.
about
That's
is
my point.
uninvolved people. So was Alex Preddy not involved?
Hang on a second. That's not the
Was he
question.
non-involved first?
That's
No,
that's
no,
not the
he li-
that's not the basis either. Involvement or
No, what you're
non-involvement.
doing is you're
Involvement,
doing a
non-involvement.
dichotomy. You're inserting a non-involved
Where is
party.
involvement and non-involvement in
No,
the
they're
test
not.
for obstruction?
They're not.
You said it's a random
Marte,
crowd.
all they're-
You're saying they're
Marte,
not hampering the
the
protest.
argument, Marte, earlier the argument was that just because he got in between the officer and the
It was
woman, that
obstruction.
this was
During an active
necessarily
investigation,
obstruction.
yeah.
Yes, but the crowd
Again,
is
hold on,
also-
wait, hold on. That is
There
the
was no
part.
crowd.
Hold on, wait,
Oh
hold
my-
on, stop.
But I did have
You have
breakfast.
to be-
But I did have breakfast. But I did have breakfast.
Hold on.
Yeah, keep spurging.
Or the
People,
difference
not
between
an
the
argument.
Guys, can we just let Tom talk,
Other
please?
aspects of
He's very low.
that it's like when the again, you guys could right click on my name and turn the volume all the way up to 200%. That's like you just got to be able to you just have to turn me up. But the parts that they're disagreeing on are the other aspects of this. And so initially the argument was If he just gets in the way and he is in between the woman and the officer, this is necessarily obstruction. That was the argument that was made earlier. And so that's the part that they're disagreeing with, is that it is necessarily obstruction, that there have to be other aspects included in order for that to be the case, like that there's an active investigation or an active detainment or an active arrest or something like that.
Also, it doesn't matter. Even if you did obstruction, the shooting's not justified. Even if you did obstruction, the shooting's not justified. Like, this entire thing is a red herring.
No, I didn't. In the crowd example, it was an active investigation.
So relevant. You just got caught lying earlier.
No, he didn't.
He was trying to help the officers.
No,
he wasn't
no.
trying to do this at
No,
all.
no. Hang on. Whoa. So hang on.
What is this?
No, this is Tom. This is the problem.
Like 2
So
seconds of
Tom.
it.
So I can explain. I can explain what Marte just tried to do. Let me explain what he just tried to do. He tried to say irrelevant. You were caught lying. So he said irrelevant. You were caught lying. So I want to explain what Marte is trying to do, because it's really quite slimy. He's saying that irrelevant is lying because he said that he was trying to help her up. Now, we were saying that in response to you saying, well, what other purpose would he have with respect to getting in between someone other than to, oh my God, let me fucking finish. Let me fucking finish. Let me fucking finish. We did not make the claim that in the immediate instant in which, yes, we know he puts a hand across the officer. Yes, we know he's facing the officer. The question isn't whether or not in the immediate second when he intervenes there, that he is taking actions in that moment that are the direct picking her up. It's that's the intent. That is the intent of him to help her up. And the way that yes, you can shake your head all you want.
No.
You can shake your head all you want. You can shake your head all you. Let me finish my fucking thought. Let me finish my fucking thought. Let me finish my fucking thought.
Hold on.
Let me finish my
How do you
fucking
know
thought.
that was his
Let
intent?
me
How do you
finish.
know that was his intent?
Let me finish my
How
fucking
do
thought.
you know that was his intent?
I am going to answer this
Well, answer my
question.
question
So I'm going to answer that question. How we get to intent is through circumstantial evidence. Now, the first thing to note about what Marte asked was not whether or not like 100% we know the intent. He said, what other possible rationale could we have? But in this case, I think there's fairly good evidence that he was trying to help her and eventually help her up. Why? Actions speak to intent.
You don't know his intent.
Actions, no. I think that we're fairly sure what the intent was, is to help this woman up. And actions speak to intent. Number one, he already showed in that second before he was helping a woman cross the street. So he'd already shown that was a concern of his. Number two. Wait. Let me finish. Circumstantial evidence.
Holding her hand,
circumstantial.
Hold on.
Let me finish. So you guys don't like
People just didn't watch the video.
You guys don't like.
Hold on, Pisco. Hold on.
Wait. Why can't I build the case for intent?
Hold on.
You're not letting me do it.
Holy shit. Let him
build the
finish,
case.
but try to win quickly. It has been like 2 minutes, so go
Okay.
ahead.
So number one, he's shown the tendency to help women across the street in the same context with the other woman. Number two, he has no basis to believe that the absence of another intent. He has no basis to believe a detention has happened, no reasonable basis. Number three, eventually, like half a second later, where Tom paused it, he does try to pick up the woman. And that all speaks to his intent. His intent, which was to help these people get to the other side of the road. It's like the chicken crossing the road. That is way more plausible than trying to obstruct an arrest that was never perceivable, and which you grant is absurd to think that it was happening.
Okay, so real quick, Jake. Yeah, Jake, but you seem to disagree. We may have to go back to the video, and so I just want to make sure that we agree on this. Do you agree that after he got in the way, at some point he does turn to help the woman up?
No, I disagree with that.
Oh my God.
He
Do
never
not agree with
attempted
that.
it.
Okay.
Show the video. Show the video.
Okay, so hold on.
Really quick. Hold on.
Hold on. No. Okay. Hold on. Let's go to the video first. Nobody needs to talk during this. We're gonna play the fucking video, and we're just gonna go
See
through this
where
for a
he's
second.
helping her cross the street like an old lady.
You can laugh. It's right there.
Yeah, we'll see it right now.
What is he doing right there? Wait, what is he doing right there? What is that?
Hold on, man.
Yeah, that was
a great question. What is he doing?
What is he doing with that woman right there? What is he doing
Hold on. So right here, I will just narrate this for a second, and then we'll pause and we'll go back to Jake. So we're right here. He does have his arm around this woman. The officer shoves the other woman. He gets in between. He gets pepper sprayed, puts his hand up, turns around, and then he does seem to be helping the other woman up.
What was
and
that?
We can
The
watch
other
it
guys.
from this
Hold on,
angle.
let me break
as
it down.
That he is here looking
He's
like
mugging her.
he is
He's mugging her.
turning around and then attempting to help her up right here. It does seem to be the case from what it is that I'm looking.
100%.
He's
Jake,
mugging her. No, he's.
go ahead.
No, I believe.
So-
I believe.
so-
He's
he's
mugging
mugging
her,
her.
right?
Hold
He's
on,
mugging
hold on, hold on,
Let me
hold on,
respond
hold
to
on.
this. Let
Jake,
me respond.
go ahead.
Can you mute the oppositions really quick while
I'll mute
I
myself.
talk about this? Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
And-
Yeah,
relevant, please.
just to be clear, I want the same treatment for when I start talking.
That's fine. That's
Yeah,
fucking
yeah,
loser,
Perfectly
loser.
fair.
People talk.
Perfectly
Yes,
fair.
I have been muting people. So go ahead, Jake.
Okay, great. So they made the claim that that he was helping her cross the street. Go back to the other video where she was in his arms.
Wait, so is he
Where
just going to
she-
pivot? Wait, are you going to
Hold
address
Hold on,
the?
hold on,
What the
hold
fuck?
on, hold on, hold on. This one
I'm addressing
or
the first claim. I'm just addressing the first claim. Dude.
oh, you're
Calm
talking
down.
about at the beginning
Yeah,
when
the,
he's
the
right
no,
here?
the first video that you played where she was
You-
in the yeah. Thank you. Play
You're
that
going to
one
need
really
a
quick.
different video. There's a different video with like
Can-
more
can-
footage prior.
oh,
I'm
can this
asking
guy-
him to
can
help.
you mute him?
I'm
Can
asking
you
him
mute
to
him?
help.
Hold on,
I'm
hold on.
literally-
Can you mute? Can you mute
If
him?
you could send that to me irrelevant, I don't think.
Yeah,
I
I'll
don't
get
know
you.
if
I'll
I
get you the
have
video because there's
the
more
other.
seconds leading up to this to show what leads
Yes.
up to it.
Okay,
Yeah, there is.
okay. So
There
in
is.
the
If you can
meantime,
get that,
everybody
please.
quiet. Jake, go ahead. And what was your?
Yeah, so real quick, with the first intent, Pisco was saying, look, he's helping her across the street. Now, before that, she ran into his arms. She didn't, he wasn't helping her across the street or anything like that nature, right? So this is the video right here. There's no evidence that that woman was being, he was helping her across the street. So I don't know what we're looking at here. Okay, so what? This was before. What does that have to do with anything? Nothing.
Good question.
Yeah, Pisco, you got to throw
Yeah,
that
nothing.
out then.
Wait,
So
wait,
let's-
whoa,
let's
whoa,
go
whoa,
back
whoa,
to
whoa.
20.
Wait a
hold
second.
on.
Wait a
I'm gonna
second.
send you a-
What the fuck?
Oh my God.
Wait,
That
wait.
has
That's not what we're
nothing
talking
to do
about.
with-
That's not what. That's not the moment we're talking about. You dumb
He
fucks.
was saying that he was helping her cross the street.
That's not the
wait.
moment we're talking
hold
about.
on.
You two IQ.
hold
He's
on.
obfuscating.
Nice
Let
try.
me
I'm
address your point.
Tom,
Let me
I'm
address
going
your
to send you
point.
a video. I'm sending you a video
Hold on.
right now in Discord. I'm sending you a video right now in Discord with more
Yeah.
context.
That was
Irrelevant.
not.
You were like your namesake.
Yeah, let's see if he's helping her cross the street.
Good one.
That
I
specific
named
one.
myself that.
Yeah,
So,
it's accurate.
Real quick, with the first video
Good
that you showed, can you mute them, please? With the first video that you showed, it shows her, with his arms, whatever, right?
Yeah.
That doesn't
That's what
prove
I'm talking
anything
about.
that
That's
he
what I'm
was
talking about.
helping her cross the street. Can I finish?
I'm
Your
giving the
claim was that he
context
was-
for that.
Let me finish, bro. Your claim was that he was helping her cross the street. Not the case at all. There's plenty of
He's
videos
helping her
prior before
walk.
that.
He's helping her walk.
I'm giving
No,
the video
he's
prior.
not.
We're
You
watching the
literally
video
said-
prior right now.
Oh my
We are
God,
watching the
dude.
video. We're getting the context.
Bro, I
Is this
asked
the other
you.
one?
This isn't the
if you
video I
could
sent
show-
you.
Okay.
Okay,
Oh, you
so-
sent me.
Where's
All
he
right.
helping
Yeah, I
her cross
DM'd
the
you.
street?
I got it. I got
where's-
it.
Giving
she
him the
helping her?
context. Stop losing your mind.
Hold on. Hold on.
Bro, you didn't even let me finish.
Hold on. Okay. So this is the.
Yeah, she runs away. Yeah, they're going towards the sidewalk.
Stop narrating. Watch the video.
Yeah, let's see if he helps her cross the street. See if he helps her cross the street. He's filming.
Stop talking. Stop talking or mute yourself.
Bro,
I want people to
yeah,
not
let's
talk
see if he
during the
helps her
video.
cross the
We'll
street.
get to it afterwards.
Okay. He's obstructing traffic.
She gets pushed and then he helps her across the street.
What is he doing there? What is he doing there? What is he doing there?
What is he doing?
What is he doing? What is he doing there? What is he doing there? What is he doing there? What is he doing there?
He's not
Tom,
helping her cross
what
the
is
street,
it?
you fucking moron. She's on the sidewalk.
What?
You fucking
No,
idiot. He's
no.
going
Oh
towards
my!
her.
What is he doing? What is?
into his arms?
What is he doing?
Into his
He's
arms.
running towards that. He grabs
on.
her. That's
To
it.
do what? To do what? To do what?
Losers
To
are
do
lying.
what?
Oh my
To
God,
do what?
you guys are
To do what?
stretching shit.
To do what?
It's
To do what?
insane.
What is he doing?
Hold on.
Jake,
Hold
what
on.
is he doing? Jake, what is he doing?
I'm not even
Jake, what is he
breaking
doing?
down my
Jake, what is he
analysis
doing?
here because I'm being
Jake, what is he
interrupted
doing?
by
Hold on.
these retards.
hold on.
He's
Hold
waving
on.
cars
helping her.
He's not
Hold on.
She
helping
ran into his arms, bro.
He's not helping law enforcement either.
What is he doing? What is he
Hold
doing
on.
there, Jake?
Hold on.
He's not
Stop.
helping her across the street. You
No,
fucking
I'm not
moron.
asking what he's
That's
not doing. I'm asking what he's doing.
It's your claim. That's-
No, wait. So just to be clear, just to be
All
clear,
right, hold
what
on.
do you think
I
he's
gotta-
doing
I gotta
there?
mute everybody.
Oh
Okay,
my god,
Jake.
this fucking guy.
In this part right here, when
Mhm.
this is the when he has like this his arm around this woman right here, what is it that you are claiming is happening right here?
Yeah.
Is his arms around this woman and they're walking over here?
Yeah. So he doesn't even fully attempt to help her cross the entire street here, if that's their claim, which it was.
Oh my god.
So let's look at the footage, and then he doesn't even escort her all the way to the street. That's not crossing the street at all.
Because he
At all.
shoves another woman,
Oh my god!
and he tries to help
so
the other
therefore
woman that's
he's
getting
not-
shoved.
So because somebody else got shoved, therefore he's not helping her cross the street, right? Because they're
He
still on
was
the street.
helping her. He was
in
helping
order
her.
to cross the
Please,
street.
Tom,
he has to
please,
actually
Tom,
cross
make
it
him answer.
one side
Make
to
him
the other.
answer. What was she? What was he helping
What was he
her
doing?
from?
What was he helping her
What
with?
was he helping her from?
Was he trying to rape her?
Tom, there's
He
another
was
issue here,
okay.
too.
Hold on, quote unquote. He was filming on the street, filming the whole fucking incident.
No, what was
And
he
then
doing
was,
with his
he
arm
was on the
there?
other side.
Jake, what was he doing there?
Okay, hold on.
Hold on.
Wait,
That
hold
doesn't
on.
prove that he was helping her.
What
cross
was
the
he doing?
street,
What was he
fucking
doing? What was he doing?
Hold on.
He
Hold
was
on,
hugging her.
hold
It was a
on, hold on.
hug. That's what he was doing.
He was trying to
He was
rape her.
Hugging her? Nah.
She
This
ran
is
into his
crazy.
arms
This
and
is
he
crazy.
hugged her. He wasn't helping her cross the
For
street.
sexual
Reverend.
gratification? What was he doing?
This is insane.
Jake, hold on. Stop talking. Hold on. Okay. When his arm is around her, is your claim that he just didn't fully help her get all the way to the other side of the street, or are you saying he helped her like some of the way across? Or because you earlier you said he didn't even help her all the way onto the sidewalk, so you seem to agree that he did help her.
No.
They're on the street, right, Jake? Are they on the street? Yes or no? Are they on the street? Yes or no?
I don't need your help.
Well, let me respond to it.
So what I need, so I need like a concise answer. Like, are you saying he helped her some of the way, or he didn't help her at all, or what is
No,
the
he okay. As far as the claim goes that he was helping her cross the street, I reject that completely.
In virtue
This
of what?
woman was running
Are they
away
on the
from
street?
us.
Are they on the street?
Talk. Well, let me respond. Yeah, they're on the street. So what? Did they cross
so,
it?
So
Did they cross it?
so
did they cross it together? Did they cross it? Hold on, Pisco. Did they cross the street?
they were trying to cross the street, correct?
Did they cross
Were
the
they?
street?
Was he
No,
trying to
no,
help her?
So they didn't cross the street.
Wait.
There's no.
So
there's,
wait,
no,
so
hold on.
what do you think crossing the
They
street to
didn't-
be?
I'm sorry,
What do you
wait,
think
wait.
crossing the street is?
This is so ridiculous.
You guys are so
retarded.
fucking
Wait,
stupid.
Sorry.
Crossing the street.
Tom, can I ask you? Tom, can I ask you a question
Holy
that
shit,
you
these
didn't ask
guys-
Jake? Tom,
Hold on,
please,
Jake.
can I
Hold on,
ask?
Hold on, wait.
Holy shit, you're retarded, bro.
Good question. And he hasn't even gotten it out yet. So Pisco, finish your question that you were asking.
Yes. So they're on the street. They granted that. He has his arm around her, helping her
Yes.
to finish crossing the street.
Did they finish?
They didn't get
No.
to finish. He's helping
How do
her
you know that
cross
his intent-
the
how do
street,
he
you
was intent?
dipshit.
How do you know his intent? How do you know his intent?
Based on circumstantial evidence. What other thing would he be doing? What other thing would he be doing there?
He was
Because I'm not a fucking, I'm not an alien. I'm not an alien. I know what fucking body language is.
Can you prove? Hold on. Can you prove that his intent was him helping her cross the street?
Yeah,
Can you prove that?
Yes, because nothing else
Yes?
seems possible. Yes,
Okay, tell me.
because nothing else seems
What?
possible.
Nothing else seems
Yes,
possible.
yes.
She was running away from an ICE
So
officer.
intent.
Don't you
so
think that she ran into his arms? Isn't that
to
possible?
do? Wait.
you fucking idiot?
Running into the arms.
Yeah,
She
was.
she
really got pushed away from the
Hang on a
officer,
second.
and he half hugged her.
Oh, you
He
know
half
you're
hugged
cooked.
her,
Oh, you know
and
you're
he didn't
cooked.
even-
Oh, you know
But
you're
how do you
cooked.
know?
Oh, you know
that
you're
his
cooked.
intent was?
So
How do you
we
know
get
that
intent.
his intent was helping her cross the street,
Wait,
bro?
let him answer the
How
question.
we how
You
we
don't
prove,
have to ask
how we
that.
prove
Answer the
intent.
question.
Pisco, prove it.
How we prove intent is circumstantial evidence. I have
Okay, what is it then? Tell me
So,
the evidence.
watching a human being put their arm around a person in icy conditions
So it's just your feelings.
and marshaling them around and
your
marshaling
feelings.
and marshaling them
telling
around.
her?
Any human being using their common sense and everyday day-to-day interactions, given the absence of any other intent and given the fact of the icy conditions there, would conclude that he's trying to help her walk. Or no?
No.
Okay, so what would you
Because you
conclude?
could say
So
that
what
he's
would you
consoling her, but not
conclude?
helping
Why
her
did he do
walk.
that? Why did he do that? So the question is why did he do that? Why did he do that?
You didn't-
Why did
you
he do
didn't
that?
give me
So
any
Jake,
evidence. Hold on.
Jake. What? Why did he do that? Why did he do that? Why did he do that?
Okay.
Why did he do that? I've asked
Again,
this 30 times.
Again,
Why
you
did he
haven't-
do it?
Bro. Probably because she ran into his arms, fucker.
Wait.
It's very simple.
Wait. So he ran into
Yeah,
arms.
you saw that right now. Hold on, really quick. Pisco, let me ask you a question. Again, you haven't proved his intent was to help her cross the street.
It's the preponderance
How
of
do you know that?
evidence.
You're
It's
just-
the preponderance
No,
of
you're just
circumstantial
feeling that.
evidence.
I
It's
would
the
say-
preponderance of
hold on, I would
circumstantial
say
evidence.
Here's my hold on. This is your feelings, bro. Here's my feelings that she ran into his arms and that's all he did.
He wanted a hug, bro.
What
Hey,
makes yours
girl.
more
Hey,
valuable?
wait.
What is yours
Hey, bro.
more
Can I get a
valuable
hug?
than mine?
Hey, girl. Where's my hug?
what does-
That's what you think happened.
What is your perspective?
That's what you think happened.
What
Hey,
is your
girl. Where's my hug?
perspective? From your perspective, how is it more valid than mine?
Yeah, because in your
Because
data,
why?
because
of your feelings?
because number one,
Because you feel like he was
number
helping her
one,
across the street?
number
Hold
one,
on, Jake. Let him answer the
number one,
question.
it actually, since we're talking about his intent, his lived experience matters. This guy's an ICU nurse.
No, you don't know his intent.
No.
You don't know it. You
Wait.
didn't
You're
prove
asking.
anything.
Wait.
Bro,
Hang on.
let him finish.
Hang on a second. If you're asking about his,
Relevant, shut up.
if you're asking about his specific,
Bro, I haven't
if
even
you're
talking.
asking-
You're chimping out.
You're talking in the middle of saying you're
If-
not talking. Shut up.
if you're asking about his specific intent, of course his lived experience matters in terms of a totality of circumstances of what we think Alex Preddy was doing in that moment. And Alex Preddy has shown in his past that he's part of an occupation that's very laudable and that helps people. That's number one. Number two, in that moment, putting his arm around a person like that, and walking with her, accompanying her, we have seen that movement in your lived day-to-day experience with people's elderly situations, people who have just had injuries, walking off of a sports field. We are human beings. We don't have to ignore the fact that we've seen that kind of motion and that kind of interaction thousands of times in our life. And usually when that happens, it's because someone is assisting another person when they're hunched like that, walking gingerly in ice conditions. And you would have to be a fucking dipshit like you are to be like, oh, I just wanted a hug, bro. He was just, it was for no reason.
So you're making a
What the
Pisco,
fuck?
you're making
So
a false
basically, your
dichotomy. You
argument,
acting
your
as
argument is
somebody
just my
who's
feelings. That's all you're doing, Pisco. You
No.
didn't prove
making
anything.
it seem
No.
like somebody who's walking somebody
Okay,
across
You
the street
literally
when
didn't prove
it's
anything. You
no
said you
reality.
had
Okay,
evidence.
so
You
hold
didn't
on,
prove anything.
hold on. So Pisco, if it turned out that she ran into his arms and then with his arm around her, he was walking with her to the sidewalk, would that change your claim
No,
at all?
it would be consistent with it. It would be consistent with it. They're
No?
going.
That sounds-
Okay,
that
so-
sounds-
so-
that sounds
wait,
like
wait,
literally
wait,
No.
walking
hold on.
into
No.
it.
Hold on, hold on,
I will
wait,
explain.
hold on.
Walking. They didn't cross anything. They didn't cross
Wait,
the street.
no. They're on the street at the moment when
She
this
got him all
happens.
the way to the
They're-
side,
No.
dude.
They're on the street.
She
No.
ran into
Wait.
his
Are
arms
they on the
during-
street? Wait, Jake.
Yes, bro.
Jake. Are they on the street or on the sidewalk?
That's
Are they on the?
irrelevant.
Are they?
That's
So they're on the
irrelevant.
street, right? They're on the street.
Did
Yes.
they get to the sidewalk?
Yes.
Did they get to the
They didn't
sidewalk?
get there.
No, they didn't.
He's trying to help
No,
her.
they
That's my
didn't.
claim. That's
They
my
didn't
claim.
get there.
That's my
Oh,
claim.
great.
That's
So
my
he
claim.
didn't help her
That's
cross
my
the street.
Okay.
that's my
You
claim.
fucking
He's
idiot.
trying. He's trying to
Hold
help.
on, Jake.
So
Hold
we
on.
agreed they're not on the
So I
sidewalk.
don't
They're on the
think
street.
whether or not he was helping her or if he just had his arm around her while they were walking, I don't think either one of these make any difference. I don't know if they'll.
Wait a second. No. So this is about what it. What's your question,
Yeah,
Tom?
can you prove that he
Wait,
told her?
So
Oh, by the way,
how
I'm
we
helping you
prove
cross the
intent?
street.
How we
You
prove
guys have
intent?
Hold on.
Any
Hold on.
evidence?
Hold on. So I don't think whether or not he's helping her or not, I don't think it matters. Like
He made an
help.
absolute claim. and you can't prove it.
Wait a second.
Hold on.
You made
Hold
an
on.
absolute claim. and You can't prove it, fucker.
Hold on. Stop. This is not holy shit, dude. This is not fucking difficult. I don't know why. Why is this so fucking hard? So whether or not he's helping her doesn't seem to make a difference to his claim. It's about the fact that he does have his arm around the woman while they are walking to the side, and that they are walking together. And then once
Gingerly
he's
next to the
done
ice
with
patch
her
there,
is when
next to the
he all of a
ice
sudden
and
gets
next to
into it
the
with
snow.
officer. So it does seem as though they are heading towards the
Correct.
sidewalk when this happens in the beginning.
No shit.
I do want to move. I do want to move off of this. So at the point when they are actually getting into it, actually, let's go here. The Christy Nome and other government officials made the claim that Preddy showed up to do maximal damage and that he had a gun. And they did make it sound as though he was holding a gun in his hand. Marte, do you agree with the government's claim that he showed up to do maximal damage?
So here's my, and I'm gonna be charitable and offer olive branch, something that Pisco and true to his name, irrelevant saying. So this is my olive branch. I'm gonna say. Sorry, let me close this out real quick. So here's the thing, though. We can't prove, and I haven't seen evidentiary claims of not just claims, but evidence showing that he just came up there to just assault or do any of this other stuff, but we can go off of the actions of him showing up, kicking taillights out, spitting on officers and all this. If we're looking at a pattern of behavior, we have to lead this up. Even Pisco had said this previous in his argument, saying we have to build a case. So if I was to build a case, I would say he wasn't there to aid or assist law enforcement. This was actually the opposite. He was there to impede or be in the way, I would say, more or less, because on the first video I saw of him kicking out taillights, the second video we see him putting
hold on,
himself
wait, Marte, hold on,
person.
wait, hold on. All right, I don't think anybody's making the claim that he was there to help law enforcement. I'm asking, do you agree with the claim that he was there to do maximal damage and
An
I
assassin.
think they said like harm as many people as possible or something like that? Do you agree with that claim?
I think that's kind of hyperbolic to say maximal damage.
Hyperbolic,
Okay,
not a
irrelevant.
fucking lie.
I'm actually giving him.
Hold on. Irrelevant. Do you think that is kind of hyperbolic from the government?
No, that's just like a flat out lie. There's no evidence to show that whatsoever. Also,
No,
also just to be
Mike,
hold on before we move on. Hold on. I sent you proof, Tom, by the way, that she was not walking across the road. She was shoved by the ICE agent and into Alex Preddy's arms, to which Alex Preddy helped her.
Oh!
I sent you proof.
Oh!
Lock that shit down, by the way.
Oh, interesting.
No, stop talking.
Do you want to continue this, or do you want?
She got pushed into his arms.
Disrespecting
There's
form. I'm
there's
there's proof of that, but
I'm gonna leave that there. I'm gonna leave that there.
guys,
I'm gonna let that hang.
really quick.
So relevant.
Guys,
You
really
just wanna
quick.
keep
Okay. So hold on,
Hold on. Do you want to go back to the other subject, or let's talk about this?
Yeah, we're gonna stay on this. So the claim that they were there to do that he was there to do maximal damage. Jake, is this a hyperbolic claim, or is this a lie as a relevance then?
Yeah, so I would say this, that as far as the maximal damage comment, I would say that's very hyperbolic, for sure. But I would say there is evidence, according to what's his face, Irrelevant over here, saying that there's no evidence that he was going to commit maximal damage or any type of damage, any type of interference. Which is lies.
Wait,
because
no, look
11 days.
at how he walked that back.
Can I finish?
Maximal damage, any kind of damage, any kind of interference. You saw that in real time. Pisco, you saw that in real time. I know you saw that. Okay, all right. So you go ahead. Go ahead and lie about me.
Tom, can you mute them, bro? These guys are fucking idiots. Can you mute the morons, please? So really quick.
Yes, but I have been muting them while they've been talking. I've also have been having to mute you guys as well. It'd be easier if both of you guys don't want other people talking over you. Neither one of you guys talk over each other, because nobody can hear anybody when you guys do this. Go ahead.
Totally get you there. Anyways, going back to your question, is that as far as like the statements from the Trump administration about maximal damage, I think that is hyperbolic. However, I would say that there's evidence that Alex Purdy specifically was there to have intents of interfering in ICE agents. Now, 11 days prior before his death, we saw him kick a taillight and spit on an ICE agent. So there's evidence on according to fucking Irrelevant over here, this fucking moron, saying that there's no evidence that he was gonna go in there do maximal damage, but he was there to intently advocate ICE agents, right? So
okay,
so
hold on.
Hold on. So as far as the Trump administration, it is hyperbolic. However, there is evidence that he is an agitator.
Yes.
Okay, so Pisco, do you agree that this was evidence that he was going to come up and I want you guys to chill for a minute, okay? I got questions for you guys. I want you guys to hold off for a minute, okay? With the back and forth, I'll let you guys get into it. Just hold off for a minute. We only have about 10 minutes before we're supposed to end, so we gotta get through some shit. Pisco, do you agree that this was evidence that they were going to that he was going to interfere or cause damage to cars or anything like that with the film from 11 days earlier.
Or cause damage? I mean, it's character evidence. It's character evidence of prior bad act, and conform.
So evidence, yes.
Well, it would be very dubious whether in any kind of litigation that would be able to be brought up. because obviously character evidence is very specifically guarded. If you recall in the Kyle Rittenhouse case, they'd actually disallowed the other bad act evidence when he was like observing in the other day of the Walmart people saying, I just want to fucking kill those people. I know it's a different case, dumb fuck.
He said, yeah,
I know
he
it's a
said with
different
CBS.
case. What I'm trying
He
to
said-
refer is the fucking
Yes.
rule about character evidence and evidence of prior bad acts.
False
You
equivalent, too.
dipshit. You dipshit. I'm not making them equal on
equivalent
any
as well,
other term other than the rule. The federal rules of evidence provide for limitations on your use of other bad act evidence. Okay, that's all I'm saying. So yes, I'm understanding that it's character evidence whatsoever, and yeah, I think that shows that he is not there to help the police, which is what Marte was like. That's like the straw man, I guess, of whether you have obstructive intent. What it doesn't show is that he's an assassin. What, kicking a fucking car and spitting on an officer shows that you're an assassin? In what fucking world? In this world, by the way, they just told you that all the actions that we saw regarding Preddy and putting his arm around, he's like, you can't read minds. You don't know that he was just trying to get a hug, bro. You don't know that shit. But they're like, oh, he kicked a fucking taillight and he spit an officer. We know that there's a good basis to believe he's an assassin. It is so laughably ridiculous, this double standard. And additionally, it's a lie. They don't want to say it's a lie because they're bootlicking shills that love cops and love the police and love this administration. And so they're not going to say it's a lie because they're bought and paid for by this government.
Tom, can I
Okay,
respond?
No, can I respond? Because
hold on,
Jake
hold on.
used my name.
No,
I
can
do.
respond to
I'm gonna
something
come
that I
back to
said.
you guys, but Marte, you were initially called this a hyperbolic claim. Pisco saying that there isn't evidence, and he brought up the Kyle Rittenhouse case where they didn't allow character evidence like that when Kyle Rittenhouse said that he would want to shoot looters who were at a CVS. They tried to present this evidence to say that shows that he showed up to the Kenosha protest to shoot protesters and looters and people there. He already went there with intent to try to shoot people and stop people. And they didn't allow this in that case. Why do you think that they would allow something like that in the case with Preddy?
So the problem with this is he brings up a different situation, and I think it's a false equivalent. I can demonstrate how. The reason why nobody gives a shit about your performative theater irrelevant. So back to this. Here's the thing, though.
Really, you do.
We bring up when we bring up the Alex with the Kyle Rittenhouse situation, like, let's just say that I disagree with that. I totally disagree. I think they should have brought that up. It still doesn't prove the fact that this is still an evidentiary claim and still demonstration that they could use in this case. Mind you, this case hasn't been wrapped up fully yet. There has never been charges filed one way or the other. Kristi Noem is hyperbolic when she says this, but if we're using demonstrations, which I would actually be consistent by agreeing that if you bring up the Kyle Rittenhouse thing, yes, they should include that in that, but also I can be consistent in saying, yes, we can include the kick taillights and everything else out to show this, because what Pisco does, I'll wrap this up really quick, is use evidentiary claims and demonstrations for walking across the street that are absent from what we see, but then when we bring up things that are clearly on video that tie this up and we're building a case, Pisco wants his cake and having to eat it too, because when we want to build a case, it's bad for us, but when he builds a case, it's good for him.
No, that's just not, Tom, I just wanted to, I take issue with that because that's not the case. I just brought it up, the fact that it would be limited in the sense of any kind of trial, and it almost certainly not relevant for the self-defense argument. It's almost certainly not relevant for the use of force analysis when it comes to the Fourth Amendment precedent on whether the deadly force is reasonable or not. And that was me saying, listen, this is almost certainly not relevant for the legal test, which is what we're here for, justification. But I put apart from that and said, even considering the evidence for just like our intuitions about whether the administration lied, that of course is not evidence that he's an assassin or that he's trying to inflict maximum damage.
Great.
And so that's what I didn't try to have my cake and eat. I didn't have my cake and eat it too. I applied to both the legal test and the determination of the lie.
Also, just to be clear, this video of the tail light that you guys keep hanging on was circulated days after the claim that was made that he was an assassin.
True.
Yes, it is, because we're talking.
It's relevant to the lie. It's relevant to the lie
because they're.
I don't know what happened. Sorry, guys. I don't know what happened.
It's my bad. I accidentally server muted them instead of muting them. My bad.
I got you. So The problem is we're talking about the validity of the claim that whether or not it's truthful, what they said 2 hours after the fact. There was no widely circulated. I don't even know if this video was damn near on the internet. Okay. This video was not circulated at the time. The Trump administration sure as fuck didn't know about it, because the moment they knew about it, they posted it everywhere. So no, we cannot use this as evidence for the claim that they made before they even knew about it. So no, you can't use that as an argument.
That's a great point. Yep.
They made this claim. They made this claim without knowing about the video.
Yep.
So they had none of this evidence, and it's not even evidence, but they had none of it anyway.
This is ridiculous.
So can I respond to that? Can I respond to Pisco really quick?
Go ahead.
Yeah, go
So
ahead.
Pisco made an entire fucking straw man of the argument that he literally responded to me. I never said anything about again, hyperbolic. I do agree that, yeah, this guy's not an assassin. He wasn't there to assassinate all the fucking ICE agents, nothing like that. Never made that fucking claim at all. Pisco went an entire rant how the administration is lying, this and that. And by the way, he doesn't have any proof that they were lying about it. Could have been that they were just wrong on the situations of how they were judging that. And I would say they even said that he bared a firearm. That's not true. I totally agree with you, Pisco. Not true. Totally.
So why haven't they corrected the
unintentional.
record? Why haven't they
Totally
corrected the record?
But however, hold on. Let me get back to my point. Your point was that this guy was an assassin. My point was specifically look, this is hyperbolic statements, but we have evidence that this guy was already violent 11 days before this situation. So engage
Not
with
at
that.
the times of the claims. Not at the times of the claims. Not at the times of the claims.
Man, right now, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, bro. I'm talking to you, Pisco. If we have already evidence that this guy was already violent prior before, I know we're doing quarterback analysis here, but the point is that when you look at the situation, that this guy already had violent intent. We saw him spit on a police officer. Not only that, we already have situations with Black Lives Matter and all these protesters that already burned down cities for billions of dollars of collateral damage. Tesla burnings, the Chaz takeovers, Seattle, 6 blocks of Seattle. So obviously these protesters seem to be violent. So I think it's fair to say that the assumption of that they were wrong, that he bared arms, I don't even care about that. How about you engage with my argument that we already had evidence that this guy was violent prior before that?
You see the brains turn off and they just start becoming robots and they just go through all the greatest hits. BLM.
Are you gonna answer my fucking question or just
so obviously
just talk?
obviously your standard is ridiculous. Your standard is like, well, because we can't read their mind with a fucking machine, we can never prove intent. And you're like, well, you can't prove it's a lie because how do you know they're just not mistaken? Well, obviously with any kind of claim, you look at indicia of whether or not it's a knowingly false claim. And one thing that we look to see whether or not someone is lying, well, when the truth is brought up to them, when the truth is actually brought up to them, do they own it? Do they care to correct themselves? And that would indicate a character for truthfulness. And someone who is cavalier about the truth and doesn't give a fuck about whether or not what they're arguing for is true or not, those people we judge to be less just like innocently mistaken, and more people who are intentionally, volitionally lying about shit. And then obviously you have nothing to respond to irrelevance point. You can't assess whether or not a statement was a lie with respect to, you know, those specific statements at issue based on information that wasn't brought to their attention at that time. And so unfortunately, it seems like your standard would be like, we can never prove anyone is lying ever. I mean, like, what would you take ever to be a lie on that view? Just because someone can say that it was a mistake, you can never show a lie.
Okay. Marte, that we do have, I think Marte said that he had to
Stop raising
leave
your
around
hand, you fucking
11
idiot.
o'clock. So we are at 11 o'clock real quick. So we're going to let everybody give closing statements. But
we didn't
first, I
talk
did
about
wanna
the shooting. We never talked about the shooting. We never talked about deadly
Yeah,
force.
shut up, bro, because you guys were fucking obfuscating the whole time. Yes.
Yeah, bogging us down in bullshit. Pisco.
Yeah, you're right. She was giving, the Mr. Pepper Spray is resisting.
obstruction
With pepper spray is
thing, yeah,
resisting
stuff.
arrest. Yeah,
When
but you're right. We're the one bogging it down. Yeah, absolutely.
Definitely.
But okay, so yeah, so if you guys want to give closing statements, you can, I guess, talk about the shooting if you want, instead of the obstruction this time. But we'll start with irrelevant, and then we'll go to Jake, then Pisco, and then Marte. So irrelevant, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. I'm not sure if there's this is hard closing or if we can stay a little bit longer, but I do want to say this.
If you guys are able to stay, we can keep going. We talked about this before because we were late starting. So Marte, if you're good to keep going. Jake, you guys said 11 was your time, so if you guys were able to go to like 11:30, we can take time.
I got you.
You can stay 10 minutes over.
So so part of my closing arguments here is we had no convincing argument whatsoever on this side. I've literally debated people on TikTok that I feel like I
was gonna say, go ahead and make the argument on the shooting then. So if we got 10 minutes, let's go ahead and make the argument.
Okay, so there's no justification for the shooting. There were 7 people deep on top of this guy. They disarmed him. We already got concessions that there was a lack of communication there. That should have been enough to be able to say there was an unjustified shoot, because that communication needs to happen. That is mission critical communication whenever you're dealing with an individual, that has a firearm, very obviously. But also on top of this, you have the individual who is shooting him when he has been pepper sprayed, thrown to the ground, and he has been shown to be no actual credible threat to anybody around him. He's not punching. He's not doing any of these things. So no, there's absolutely no justification for the shoot. That's number one. Number two, I want to address the fact that they kept bringing up context for a video that I would argue is even still weak, context for the administration statements that I would argue is weak, but wasn't even perceived by the administration at the time. This information was not circulated widely online, and it is very obvious that they were making these claims without this information, and there is no justification in that first video, in the information that they had, that he was an assassin. There is no information to be able to indicate he was an assassin, and their refusal to engage in anything but tail light kicking shows that they know that.
Okay, so Marte, if at the time if the gun is already taken off and they are if somebody was yelling gun, 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 or shoot, 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 or something like that, would you at least agree that this was a very messy act in the way that they handled this?
So with the communication, I'll agree with him. Now, I do have to address the fact that he keeps bringing up assassin. Me nor Jake never brought up assassin. He's actually kind of conflating.
So real quick, I'm trying to give the opportunity for us to talk about the shooting instead of the other things. If you guys want, if we keep going back to that, we're just.
Tom brought up the administration statements. So the reason we talked about it is because Tom brought it up, and Irrelevant was responding to Tom.
Bro, let Tom talk, bro. Let Tom talk. We're trying to do closing here, the last 10
minutes.
minutes.
No, we're not doing closings. We are trying to get into the shooting.
Trying to get into the shooting.
We'll get
Gotcha.
closing.
Oh shit! I thought that was my closing. My bad.
So yeah. So on the it's okay. So on the shooting, do you, Marte, agree that this was a messy shooting? And earlier you said you thought it was justified. So if you do agree that it's messy, why do you think it's
justified? And I can explain why. Would it not make sense that there can be bad communication and a justified shooting? Could that ever possibly happen?
It's
in
possible.
Any realm of existence?
If by possible you mean logically possible, it is possible. It is possible. Yes, possible.
Correct. So while you answered that, so it can be possible that there could be miscommunication and a justification for shooting. Now that we got that out of the way, what I saw was as soon as he was reaching back after he got shot, he could have had a secondary firearm or anything else.
Yes, it's possible. It's possible he had a second one too.
Using hindsight. Hold on, Pisco. I'm answering a question. I'm almost done. So in hindsight, we're not going to rely on hindsight and be judged by one person and carried by 6. There's this decision we have to make, split-second moments. So if I'm reaching back, I can get a knife or secondary firearm. We have to allow to conflate for a reactionary gap. So in law enforcement, we have a reactionary gap that we have to adhere to.
Wait, but Marte, hold on. I agree with the reactionary gap. I agree with that. Wouldn't they have to have evidence of the fact that there would be a secondary gun?
No, it's possible. Wait, Tom, it's possibly has a second gun. What are you talking about, Tom? It's possible.
Hold on.
Okay,
hold on.
He's asking a question.
It's also,
Pisco, shut up.
Pisco, shut up.
It's also possible that there was a tank down the road that was getting ready to roll up and shoot them with big artillery, and maybe they needed to pull out a grenade and throw a grenade down the road and blow up a bunch of people.
Possible he's Superman. He won't feel the bullet.
Hold on.
Yeah,
so I'm asking you
to
separate those two things of a possibility of something being happening or a likelihood of it.
I can answer this. So if I'm effecting an arrest on somebody and they reach for their pocket, would I have to think if it's possible if they have a knife or a gun or RPG, do I wait for this to happen or do I act on, maybe a what if? We have to do this, right?
These guys are psychos. We need to abolish ICE. We really need to abolish ICE. Are you hearing him?
Somebody who's reaching
based on possibility. We need to abolish all of it. These are the people they're hiring. They're hiring these people. These are the
plug out of your asses and let them talk.
So Tom, if somebody
Okay,
wishes
so hold on, wait, hold on, but you're not answering my question. Hold on, I'm not asking about a possibility. I'm asking about a likelihood. Like, what evidence is there of a secondary gun? You agree they would have to have evidence, right? Yes.
So I'll even address this right now. So in order to have a secondary gun, you have to meet the qualifier of having an initial first gun, right?
I'm
No.
muted.
Like,
I'm muted.
wait, are you saying that because he has a
In
first
order
gun,
to have a
that he,
secondary gun, you have to
can't
have an
be as a
initial
secondary?
first gun, right?
Well, yes, in
Primary,
order
right?
to
You
be a
have to have a
secondary,
primary gun
yes.
to have a secondary, right?
Necessarily, yeah, of course.
So if he has a primary gun, would it be safe to assume that he has a secondary weapon if he's reaching in the back?
What is there evidence of people like often carrying more than one weapon if they have one gun that they're more
had two
likely to have a
magazines.
second gun?
He had two magazines. It could have been a knife. It could have been a gun. He's
Sure,
still
but
reaching.
could have been.
I'm
Yes,
asking for evidence that
possible.
there is a secondary gun, not just that there could be,
We
but
don't
that there
need
was.
evidence of a second gun if he's reaching back. If his actions are showing that he's reaching back for some unknown thing that we don't know, do we wait to find out if he's going to present something, or do we act then?
Okay, so Pisco, do you agree that there is a likelihood of a secondary gun
No,
in this
obviously
situation?
not just on the
if
basis
there's
that
a
it could
primary
exist,
gun?
right? So the problem with all of this, and I think you've noticed it, Tom, and it's problem not just, I would be honest with you, it's not just you guys, it's other conversations I had, is people playing this weasel language of couldn't it be the case? Couldn't it be the case he has a gun? Couldn't it be the case he has a knife? Couldn't it be the case that this is and you're playing on possibility, but of course our test with respect to the use of deadly force doesn't turn on mere possibility. That would be insane. That would be an insane standard that merely because something is possible, it's justified to use deadly force. And as a relevant put it that was never answered, that would justify any given encounter with the police. Well, it's possible when you're going out for your wallet that you're getting a gun. You know? So, and even when in the given context, which all of these use of force cases are context laden, it is there's no basis for the officer to believe affirmatively that there's a second gun. What if he saw a second gun? Okay, now you start to go there. What if there's a furtive gesture and it really is suggestive he said something, or it seems like going to gun, but they can't point to that furtive gesture before the gun happened, before the shots happen. They can't point to that. There's no evidence of him reaching for the gun at all. And so because there isn't affirmative evidence to believe that there's a second gun, they have to cling to possibility and watch every time they use the word possible. Couldn't it be the case? Is it logically possible? These are all weasel words to try to force you to emotionally give up your rights to the bootlicking thugs of ICE and CBP and HSI.
Okay, so just yes or no. Do you think there was a likelihood of there being a second gun? Was
No.
there evidence that there was a likelihood of a second gun?
No.
Okay, so Jake, do you think that there was a likelihood of a second gun being there?
As far as the likelihood goes to show, we do notice that as far as the gun thing, I have no idea, but we do know that he did have an extra magazine, possibly, etc., to shoot up more of the bullets. I don't know if he had a secondary gun. Obviously, we know ahead of time, but in the moment, we don't know those situations. Not only that, he was 2 feet away with these officers. So even if it wasn't a gun, he could have had a multiple weapons, whether it be a knife.
Could
have.
Yes, he definitely could have. He definitely
So
could
is
have.
there,
Definitely could have.
is there, okay,
so-
so hold on. Is there like what I'm asking is, do you think that there was evidence that like the officers
No,
had
there's no
reason
evidence. There
to
was
believe-
no evidence that he had a gun specifically. Yeah, I would
Well,
say there's no evidence.
or any.
Over the
Okay,
probability.
so well, hold on. I'm trying to get to another question. So
Over.
do you think that there was evidence that he had like a weapon or a gun or something like that from the officer's position? You're saying no?
Well, no, not from the officer's positions, because I'm not an officer. I wasn't there. I wasn't there at all.
Oh my
However,
Well, no,
God.
that's what we're here to discuss though. Like what we're
Yeah.
that from the videos,
Yeah,
from what you've seen, yes, from the officer's
what I've-
perspective,
yeah,
do you think that there
from
was
what
evidence?
I've seen, yeah, from what I've seen, the officers could necessarily believe that maybe he had an extra weapon, especially when people that are armed going to protest or a bar, usually they have a knife or a pocket knife and stuff like that.
Okay,
you
so
don't
that's
know
what,
the
okay, so that's what I'm trying to get to. So okay, so they don't know. So do you think there was evidence of there being like a second weapon or something like that in the
I
moment?
already
What
answered that.
reason-
As far as evidence wise, there's no evidence on that. We don't know of the case until it goes to court, etc. We don't know that. However, I would say on a probability case, especially if I was an officer, the likelihood of if you have a gun, more than likely you probably have a pocket knife or something of this nature that you could possibly hurt somebody with, right?
What?
So
Okay, so if
probability
we don't have
of that.
we don't know that they had any evidence, what reason do you have to believe that this could have been a justified shooting from the officer's perspective? Like what reasonable
Yeah.
fear would he have had?
Well, because again, I actually have slow motion video capture of especially when the first shot was shot, we saw Alex going up. So I'm thinking, and maybe Pisco disagrees with me because I'd like to know y'all's takes here, is that there's particular claims out there that the gun that was fired accidentally, right? Then everybody calls out gun, etc. We don't know on that, but we did see Alex go up. He didn't get shot or nothing like that. In the slow-mo, on the second shot, it looked like he was going down. I don't know the specific details on that. I'm just judging it off of the videos here, right?
Okay, if
So-
there's no objections, if I could, do you guys mind if I play the video again real quick? Anybody?
The whole video?
No, just
I'm still
the
muted,
part
guys.
for the first shot.
Server muted.
Okay, sure.
The
Yeah, go for it. And also, I would like a statement
Yeah.
after.
yes, I was
Because I didn't get one.
coming right back to you. Yes.
I think Irrelevant's
I
doing
love it.
really good in this debate, by the way. I honestly think I'm not memeing. I think he's doing very well.
Okay. So this right here is the initial video. Okay, so right here, we can see this officer pulls out his gun. This officer is about to grab the gun and turn and walk away as
Oh
he's
my
pulling
God,
his
let me
gun.
fucking
It seems,
talk.
I'll just narrate for a second, just from my perspective. It seems as though he is looking right at where
Yes.
the officer is pulling the gun out. It's hard to think that he doesn't see it, but I suppose there is a possibility that this other officer
possible.
is obstructing his
Yes,
view.
it's possible.
So he pulls his gun, and then you can hear right when he fires, his arm goes back, and then he moves the other people. This officer's gone with the gun, and then he continues
That's him-
firing.
that's
I
him
believe
reaching
all
for his second
shots were
gun.
fired by him, except for
Jesus
one
Christ.
bullet was fired by one other officer. And then we can see this again here. This is the officer right here. He pulls his weapon there. Officer's running there.
Boom,
And then
right there.
first shot
That's when he reaches for his second gun.
is
Tom-
when that goes off.
I tagged you on another video that does a
Still
slow
server
mo,
muted.
Tag me on
zoom in.
on.
Still
It's-
server muted.
Yeah, on Twitter. You can go to your notifications. I hope you get that notification here. But it should be there. Yeah, Jake Var right there. Yeah. And you could it
Or
starts at
moderation.
25 seconds on the slow-mo if you can do that. But my claim earlier is that you hear the first shot and he was getting up at the time. Hold on. They should play it in slow-mo right here. Yeah.
Yes, after the first shot, he starts to
Yeah.
stand.
And then the second shot, listen in. Just slow-mo, just to get every clarification. That's the first shot. They're all like, what the fuck?
Yes,
he's
he
getting
is-
up.
Is
He's getting up.
here.
Yeah, he's getting up. And the second shot, listen. Second shot, he goes down. So that's why like a lot of people are talking about how the first shot was and they you can look it up that the
Now,
gun
Just
that he
to,
had.
just to be clear, the hand that does go back to his butt, where it seems as though he was shot the first time, he is holding a phone in that hand when he reaches back there, and his hand is like down
muted, it's
on the
muted, it's
butt,
muted,
like
it's muted.
on his thigh below his
Yeah,
butt,
This is just
not
Tom.
up where his like a holster
so
was.
Tom's gonna have
So
a-
do
an
you think
audience.
that like he was reaching? They could have thought he was reaching for a pocket or
watch it.
something. Like where
Well-
would he be reaching for the gun here?
Well, as far there's other angles where he does reach out to the holster. Now, as far as your claim here is that what you were saying that your claim anyways that he has a phone. I don't see the phone there, but if that's the case,
Wait.
that's fine. That's
That black
if
square
that's
in
the
his
ca-
hand?
could be a phone. Yeah, that's fine. Let's
Could
just
be.
Wait,
for the
what
sake
is
of
that
argument,
if not a phone?
say I don't know, bro. Let's take for the argument that it's a phone. It could be anything.
These guys
I
are
don't know,
disgusting.
and you don't know either, bro.
These are some of the
So
most
let's just
disgusting
claim that
fucking
it's a
fascists.
phone.
Well, just I don't want to play the full thing, but the only reason I'm claiming it's a phone is because we do see from the full video that he is holding it in that
Yeah,
right hand
and
when
that's
he
reasonable.
starts off, and then you can
Yeah.
see him the whole time with
What
it
if
in
the
that
phone-
right hand.
could the
So
phone
that's the
be-
only
That's
reason I
reasonable.
would-
That's
A
a reasonable
gun?
claim. That's a reasonable
Yeah, it's
claim,
very
and I
reasonable,
get
yeah.
you there. But it could be anything. But reasonably, could be a phone. I would agree with you.
It
there.
could be.
Where
But,
is he
that-
reaching for a possible weapon if his hand is occupied?
Yeah, so there's another clip there, and there's actual still frame where he's reaching towards the holster after the gun was taken out. You
It
can
is-
make a reasonable claim that he didn't
Asen
know that the
Jocelyn,
gun
Asen
was
With the
removed.
hand that the phone is in?
No, oh my god, no, his hand didn't have the phone when he was reaching, bro.
When?
Have you seen the footage?
We just watched it together.
No, you stupid
When?
fuck. The footage of the up close where he was
Footage, the
reaching towards the
footage,
holster.
the
Have you
footage.
seen that one?
Where?
I've seen
The-
all of the footage. What are you referring to?
really, you
Link
get
it to
the
He's
footage.
Tom.
talking about the one.
Okay,
He's
link it
talking
to
about the
Tom.
footage
You
that-
made a claim that a
Hold
Hold on,
unoccupied hand.
hold on. I
Bro,
know
bro.
what he's talking about. He's talking about the footage that
Jeez.
was recorded from inside of the restaurant where the guys are talking, saying like this is out of control, blah blah blah, and then it starts shooting. But it again. You can see from that angle that that his hand goes below his butt. From the other angle, the second his hand comes around, somebody moves in front of the frame, and you can't see where his hand goes from inside the restaurant.
Well,
So
that's
that
not
is
evidence
the
that it's
only
re-
one that you
well, that's
can
not
see where
evidence
his
that he's
hand is.
reaching. If you can't see
So,
something,
Tom-
that is not evidence that you're seeing something.
So
Yeah,
Tom, in the past we've had
also-
people pull out toy guns and get shot, and they were able to justify their actions, even though it wasn't a real gun. This has happened in the past. The question is, could the officer articulate and justify why he may have thought this was a gun or a secondary? I would say a firearm, not the primary,
Yeah.
because the primary was taken off.
Correct,
Could he
that
be
is-
able to articulate that this was a good shot because he believed that
That's
this was a
not the
secondary
test.
firearm? That's what we really
The
need
test
to answer
isn't.
here.
The test isn't. Can you articulate? I can articulate that my dick is 10 feet long. The test isn't articulation. The test is objective
He can
reasonability.
demonstrate.
That's why all you guys
He
are
can
talking about.
demonstrate this.
Could it
So
be the
if you
gun?
believe
Could
that
it be a
was
phone?
in it
Could it be?
right at
It's
the
all
time.
sophistry, and you're just trying to talk about
Pisco.
possibility. I
Not
guess
sophistry.
the
Wait,
phone
can I
could be a
also get
gun.
my response that I never got?
That doesn't answer
Yeah,
my
yeah, yeah.
question.
We're
You
gonna
didn't
we're
even
gonna
respond
we're
to
gonna
me. Do
hold
you
on.
agree? Do you agree that
We're-
he was
we're
getting
gonna-
up prior before the
So,
first shot?
I-
Can you agree with that at least
well,
based off the footage
So
I sent
this
you?
is
he's-
this
But
is
apparently
just-
you didn't see
so-
it.
this is the hold on, I'm showing it right now. This is
Yeah,
it on
no
screen
shit,
right
you
here.
stupid fuck.
This is the part where as he is sitting up, you can see his right arm here starts to come back behind him, and you can see it here. As I said, something immediately obstructs, but it does seem as though his hand is like
It's
lower
what? Wait,
than
wait, wait.
where his
wait,
holster
wait,
would be
push-
up here.
Wait, do it again. Do it again.
Can you push play?
So where is it that he's reaching
the
for
gun?
something? I don't see him reaching for that. And his right hand
Yeah,
isn't
you can't see his
isn't his
hand
right
here,
hand?
and
Yeah.
it is
The
what-
previous
Wait, I'm
footage
sorry,
we
hold
saw,
on.
he had something in his
Okay.
hand.
Yes. Wait. To be clear, is this?
Right.
Can you push play? Can you push
Wait.
play? Does this have audio?
yes.
Okay. Push play for me.
Put slow too. Put slow too.
Yeah. I'm trying to confirm because this looks like this is the hand with the phone.
It is.
So
Okay, so
yeah, that's after
it
he's
was-
shot.
So it was the hand with the phone.
And and
So
it's the
was
right
an
hand.
occupied hand. So you're yes, and after he was
Bro.
disarmed.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Wait, no. So it's the same. It's literally the same head with the
Yeah,
phone in it
spot,
after
bro.
he's disarmed.
Okay.
Total
Wait, So the question isn't whether or not you can
No,
articulate
it
something.
doesn't show any of that, bro.
And what we just saw there isn't evidence of a furtive movement. You have to be a total lying
You're making
motherfucker.
that assertion.
Yeah.
No.
So what is the furtive movement
No.
there?
So if you saw something black in his hand and he was reaching back, and then
I don't
somebody
see-
yells, gun, we're going to go off of something that's instinctive in law enforcement. We're going to make
So-
an assumption, right?
So first of all, you
it would
can't.
be safe to say we can articulate why we had to make a shot.
So first of all, you can't play. You can have your cake and eat it too. You're playing in this whole action.
No, that's you, Pisco.
Let me explain the case. you're doing this whole thing. Well, we can't get down to the millisecond, the microsecond, whatever. He makes a decision to fire before he fires, correct?
So if you
Is that
notice
the
there,
case? Can you
type of gun
answer
that was
a
used
single
was
question?
Accidental discharges all the time. Let's talk about this real quick.
Wait, you're just changing something. I'll
Hold
get
on,
to the
Marte,
accident.
Marte,
I'll get to the
hold on,
accidental
wait,
discharge.
hold on,
I'll get to that.
Hold on, Pisco. Hold on. He tried to give like a yes or no to the question and then give
the
an
question was,
explanation because
did
sometimes
he
you're only
make the
giving
decision-
explanations and it's hard to tell what the answer is at the end. So answer his question. Try
Did
to
he make
with
the
a
decision?
yes or no at the beginning.
Did he
and
make
then
the
give
decision to pull the
explanation.
trigger before he shot?
Wait, say that again.
Did he make the decision to shoot the gun before he shot the gun?
No,
That's
bro.
unfalsifiable. What are
These
you talking
questions
about?
are
What do
so
you mean
stupid.
it's unfalsifiable?
Questions are stupid.
Are you saying it's? I'm asking you to just say yes to an obvious
Yeah.
thing.
Are
Obviously,
you
right?
telling me that I have
Obviously.
to understand what was going on in his mind?
No, I'm asking
No,
you.
bro,
Why can't you answer yes to this?
He's trying to go down a train of logic real quick. In order for him to shoot the gun, he would have to make the decision to pull the trigger.
You're not
would
saying
have
it
to
was
make a decision, so
instinctual,
that's
right?
fine. Yes,
Would
he
have
made
to-
a decision.
Okay.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
So if
Okay.
Still.
if the decision was made at a time before this alleged furtive movement, which you're tracking as like almost essentially at the same time as the first shot, if that, we can't even tell really based on this video, then it's not a basis for him to shoot something that happens after his
That's
decision to
false.
shoot. How that's linear time, my friend.
Oh, I can
Pisco,
describe to you how that's false.
in
So the
other,
gun that
hold
was-
on. Wait. In other situations, Pisco, if somebody, let's say officers are fighting with somebody and they reach for their pocket or they reach for like their side or something like that, isn't it common for officers to assume that they are reaching for a gun and then automatically start
I don't
shooting
have
in
a
a lot of these
wait.
scenarios?
So it depends on the situation.
Right.
Not every time that you do a furtive gesture does it happen. I'm A, denying that there was a furtive gesture, and B, on the timing of the alleged furtive gesture, which they're alleging, I don't have any basis to believe he actually did it. But even assuming it, the decision to fire happened probably before, given the time of when the shot occurred and when the alleged furtive gesture, which I don't think ever happened, occurred.
Okay, so hold on.
Tom,
So
notice what he
Marte,
just did,
hold on,
Tommy.
wait, Marte, hold on, Marte.
Please.
So in the video that we just went over, the officer does reach for his gun. He pulls it out of the holster. He shoots him once, and then that's when Preddy reaches behind him.
Right.
So why would the reach behind him be related to the shooting if he's already been if he already pulled the gun
You got it,
from
Tom.
the holster?
Tom
pointed
understands
it-
linear time.
pulled-
Tom is fair. He understands linear
Then-
time. Yep.
Oh, thank you, Pisco. Thank you. I appreciate it. That. But yes, why would that be related to the shooting?
Well, the same way if are you asking? Oh, you're asking Martin.
Either one of you, yeah. You were. I
Well, I'm
avoid
just
you.
saying, like the same way that if you get pickpocketed in your pants or etc., you have pickpocketers. Normally, you don't know if like your wallet's outside of your pants or etc. Right? Like there's people that pickpocket. There's no evidence claiming that he would even have felt the gun come out of the holster in the first place.
So
So that's what I would assume why he reached
Ooh.
out. Anyways,
The
Martin,
wasn't even a
officer
response to the
the
question.
officer who's
the gun that he was
drawing.
taking off of him has been known to have
I'm just
accidental
doing it.
discharges plenty of times. So we're missing this whole point that there was an accidental discharge. So when that
We can address that
accidental
right now.
discharge came off,
We can address that in 2 seconds. We can address that in two.
You know, we have these shots happening, so there's a buildup.
We can
to this
address
we're
that.
totally negating.
We can address that in 2 seconds. A.
So you're not even listening to anything.
Yes,
You're
yes,
just talking over
yes.
me.
No. You just said we have to address the issue of accidental discharge. That's a pivot. That's a pivot because now we're first talking about the
No,
first. That's a
not a
pivot.
pivot.
It is a
You're
pivot.
overlooking
It
this,
is a
Pisco.
pivot. It is a pivot. But I'm happy to.
Okay,
pivot
wait,
with you.
hold on,
This
hold on,
video
hold on.
is-
Wait, hold on,
did it
Marte.
during
Are
this
you
whole
making? Hold on,
exchange.
hold on, Marte. Are you making the claim that it could have been a possible
Could have.
accidental discharge
it
from
could-
the
yes.
off? From,
I-
from
I
the
would
off-
agree it could
hold
have.
on,
I agree it
hold
could
on,
have.
Marte. Hold on. Everybody stop. Are you saying that it could have been a possible discharge from the officer who shot
could
him,
have been, yeah.
or are you talking about the accidental discharge from the SIG as the officer runs away with Preddy's gun?
The accidental discharge from the SIG as the officer runs away with Preddy's gun. That's what I'm referring to.
Do you think that
Okay,
do you have a reason to believe that
think
happened?
that is like disproven. Like I do
There's-
believe that is
there's
like
many reasons
like
to doubt
Hold on.
it.
This gun has been well known and documented to have
Oh my
accidental
God.
discharges.
I agree.
There's no
Hold on,
way.
hold on, hold on,
Okay,
hold on,
no,
hold
no,
on.
please,
Hold on,
Tom.
hold on.
I need Tom.
Hold on.
I want to reclaim my time.
Hold
How
on.
about you engage
I'm
the argument?
trying to hold on. So I agree that it could think again. We
Yes, it
can
could
say a
have,
lot of
yes.
things could have happened.
No.
But evidence as to whether or not it did happen is the difference.
That's
Now,
true. We
have
I'd like
evidence.
to real quick.
The evidence
I
is it
want
could have
you- I
happened.
want you to give
Yeah,
your
the
answer.
evidence that it did
Hold on,
happen is it
hold
could
on,
have.
Hold on. Please go. I
Your
understand that it could
evidence
have
is my
happened.
feelings,
I
but
want you
okay.
to give your answer, and then I'm going to go to irrelevant because he didn't get to finish his earlier. So give your answer, and then we're going to irrelevant.
Okay, my answer is when you look at the gun, his finger was off the trigger and it went off.
It didn't go off.
They zoomed in on the
stick did
gun.
not go off.
It didn't have a finger
My
on the
argument
trigger.
is the gun went off for the evidence the gun went off.
Wait,
like,
hold on.
okay, that's
I'm Marte.
Literally zoomed
sorry.
in on the guy's hand and his finger was on the trigger and it went off. It looks like an accidental discharge.
Marte.
We can demonstrate this.
Marte, I think you might have gotten up when we went over this earlier, but we did all agree that it didn't go off and that we can watch the officer who pulls the gun from the holster and points it. We can hear as soon as the first fire goes off, his arm jerks back. You can see the pushback on his arm. On the,
His hand just did that, Tom. His hand just did that.
It just plays you the full slow-mo footage, Tom. That didn't.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, I
Yes,
I don't want
he
to pull it
played.
up again.
No,
let's see if his
he
hand
played.
jerks
recoil
back
from
on the first
accidental-
shot.
Wait, can I please
Okay.
can I please do my thing?
Purdy
yeah,
didn't
go.
even fucking react to the first shot.
Okay, all right. Okay, so now is my
Go
Okay,
ahead.
so the problem is these two are trying to argue could have, potential. Here's the
I never
problem.
said
So,
could have.
okay, can you mute this guy? Can you mute this guy, please? Because you
Yeah.
muted everybody else when they were doing their. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah,
So
you do the same thing, but
that's the argument. Is they're like could have, and that's all they're working in this like potential thing. Here's the problem. He had one gun. Well, he could have had two. Well, he had two guns. He could have had three. Well, he had three guns. He could have had five. He could have had 15. He could have had 30. So, and listen to what they also said. Because he had one gun, if he reaches anywhere on his body, he could be reaching for another gun. What does this mean? If you carry a firearm and you interact with law enforcement in any way, do not move. You need to like get petrified because if you move at all, you're reaching for something and that therefore allows for lethal intent. That's
Boom.
the problem.
Okay.
They're making the argument because you have a weapon on you, you could have another weapon. So therefore any movement is sign of lethal intent.
He did
That
better
is
than
the
I would've.
argument that they're making because they have not provided
God.
any
He's been
evidence
training.
whatsoever
He's been
for
training.
another
Making
weapon.
the claim, bro.
So
He's
so stop. I'm
was
almost
for the
done.
claim.
So the argument, stop. Before, so because they have no evidence that he had another
Arguing
weapon
with
on
the
him.
showman.
So their argument is because he could have had another weapon on him, therefore they're allowed to shoot
Wow,
him.
really?
So
Really?
you have a gun.
For the claim.
That means that they're just allowed to shoot you if you move because you could be
Never
reaching for
claimed that.
another
Nice.
firearm.
Okay, Jake, go
Never
ahead.
claimed that.
What was the claim?
That is
So what-
exactly.
Yeah.
Well,
we're
that
not-
was the
we're
claim from Marte. You didn't. You may not have said that. Marte did say that if he has one gun, that this is evidence that he may have a second gun. You did
I
not.
said it's more likely
Probability.
that he could have a second.
probability.
In virtue of what?
And that
In
therefore,
virtue of
if
what?
he's reaching,
Do you do a statistical analysis on
here's the
gun?
problem with
If you have
Irrelevant's
one, you're more
argument.
likely to have another?
Irrelevant is saying if you reach anywhere. Irrelevant is saying if you reach anywhere. In law enforcement, we're taught that there are distinct places if people reach. We would tell them not to reach for their pocket or their holster area. The same thing if we look at glove compartments. Now, if you're reaching the top of your head, we're not going to shoot you. If you're reaching for your chest,
What if you're
we're
like
not gonna
Die
shoot you.
Hard? What if you're die? It could happen.
In our
You could have a gun
experience,
there.
If you reach for
That's
your
a-
pocket
dude,
or your
that's
holster,
You could have a gun
You
there.
could have a gun
You
there.
could have a gun there.
Back in your head, you can pull it out of your back of your head.
You're
you
not
fucking
understanding.
idiot.
You're not understanding Relly's argument. Relly's
Pisco, you
argument.
haven't heard a damn thing I said, have
No,
you?
no,
Oh my
I did
God,
hear
this
it.
guy's
You're
just
saying
making up
no.
shit.
So I'm going to tell you back
Okay,
what you
hold
said.
on.
What you
Yeah,
said.
what's the response?
So what you just said was, well, oh, that's ridiculous, Relly. We don't just say anywhere on your body that you can shoot. There are specific places where we think it's more likely for there to be maybe a second gun or for you to do a furtive
Probability.
gesture. Right. But what Relly is dealing with is your argument. Your argument is, well, merely because it could be the case that a gun could be stashed there, or
my
that you might not like that it's your argument. You might be in denial that it's your argument.
isn't.
Everyone can hear when you use those terms, and everyone can hear that you have no basis to believe that there's a second gun, other than the fact that you say, well, logically, if he has a second gun, wouldn't he initially have to have a first gun? You said that unironically in front of an audience
other
of
way around.
hundreds of people. You said that. No, you said, wouldn't he
Say
need
it's
to
the
have a
inverse,
second?
Pisco.
Wouldn't he need to have a first gun to have a second gun? That's what you said. You said that as though that were anything,
No.
right? As though that were fucking anything.
Yeah,
So
you
what-
You did say that.
Yeah. So what Relly is trying to suggest to you is that can't be the test. That cannot be the test, because if that were the test, not only would it chill Second Amendment rights everywhere, and you guys would
Correct.
totally reject it, but also it makes no
that's false.
fucking sense. It makes no fucking sense to be this much of a bootlicker that you would accept that just not being petrified constitutes any kind of like reasonable threat to the officer sufficient for deadly force.
Pisco, let me ask you this. Let me hold on, Pisco.
Well, hold
let me
on.
ask you
I
this
need
hypothetical.
Marte to respond to that because he is saying that wasn't his argument, but that was what I understood your argument to be as well. Is if he had a first gun, makes it more likely that he has a second gun.
So we would have
And then
probable
that justifies the
cause to
shooting.
believe that if we initially took a firearm off of him and then he's reaching again, there would be a higher probability and a good assumption, a good faith assumption to assume that he's reaching for something else, not necessarily like the primary because that was taken away. And also understand that this also agrees with my argument saying that there was a miscommunication. If that wasn't communicated and then somebody says gun, they're probably thinking there's a secondary possibly. Would you not agree that there's an assumption that somebody would make on good faith out of the protection
Not
for
a
officers'
reasonable
lives
assumption.
to say that there's
Not a
secondary
reasonable
firearm?
assumption, which is the test about
That's
objective
reasonable.
reasonability.
That is
Not only
reasonable.
no,
Let me
not
ask
only
a
that, but not
hypothetical, Pisco.
no,
Pisco,
well, no,
really-
hold on. He asked a question. Not only is there not a reasonable assumption, any reasonable assumption you would argue for is not sufficient to kill him.
Right.
Let's
That
make
is
that clear.
reasonable to use the same force that he
so
was going to use
so
at the
no-
beginning.
Assuming he
we
was
gotta know
going
You have
to.
no evidence.
You don't have
for it?
evidence of
You have
that.
no evidence for. You don't
Are
have
you
any
evidence-
evidence he was going to use
What
it.
are we talking
No,
about?
just to be clear, what is the evidence he had a second weapon? What is the evidence of a secondary weapon?
Is there? Wait, hold on. He took one gun off of him that could have been the primary.
The evidence of a secondary
he's
weapon.
not claiming that he had multiple weapons. He's claiming
That's
that
not
there's
what-
possibility.
So is there no evidence of a
No,
secondary
no,
weapon?
hold on.
Is
Wait,
there no
wait, hold
evidence
on.
of a
Wait,
secondary
wait,
weapon?
wait. Hold
Let
on.
me ask
Hold
you
on.
this.
Hold on. He's not
No,
making. Hold on. No, no, no. Jake,
mischaracterizing my
Jake,
argument.
Jake. He is no. Just to be clear, they're from my understanding, they're not. You're arguing that there is a likelihood, there is a higher likelihood, a higher probability of a secondary gun being there because the first gun was there, and so
Well, not
there.
necessarily a gun, Tom. So this could have been a knife.
Okay,
This could have been a gun.
a weapon, even a weapon that
Yeah.
they're like. I would want like. I don't even know where that comes from. Like I'm trying to find a way to be charitable to this, but I almost would want like even like polling that says that people who carry guns are like carrying two guns
Multiple
at
guns,
like
yeah.
They're Batman. They're Batman. They're wearing a
Probability
utility
is
belt.
higher than people
Yeah,
that
you're
don't carry
Robin, by the way.
primary.
yes, but
Yeah.
well, hold on.
Nobody-
I'm saying that like they would have to be carrying them at like a 60-70% rate in order for this to be the case because the just to say that because there was one gun, now they're
A reasonable
able
officer
to
would think there's
assume
another.
second
That's the
gun
yes.
and then now use lethal force to stop
Yes.
So, Tom,
from getting that gun
So-
that they haven't seen like that. There would have to be like really, really high like percentages
No.
of this.
Tom,
I
that's
don't-
not necessarily true. I've been in Fight for Lives before where there was somebody who grabbed an officer's gun already on his waist and holster. This could have been the case to where he grabbed another officer's
could have
gun.
been. Yes, it could have
You
been.
have split
It definitely
decision.
could have been.
Hold on, let me talk real quick.
And he could have had a bazooka in his pocket. He could have had an IED. He could have had a nuclear device.
Time,
Can
somebody
I just
shot
ask
his
a
gun.
question
Okay,
after this?
hold on. Hold on. No, because I want to respond to this. I want to respond to this because he
Respond to me
didn't.
as well, but you're not letting me. Can I
Yeah,
respond?
but
You've already spoken multiple
No,
times.
because I'm talking to
Okay,
him.
so yeah,
You've already responded multiple
Because I'm
times. You've
talking
been
to
yapping. Well, you've been
Hold
yapping,
on,
bro.
He hasn't answered. He hasn't answered my question.
Can we talk here? Because I haven't been talking.
Okay, Irrelevant was the one who asked the question, so go ahead and follow up.
Okay, so just to be clear, all right, are you saying
guess I'm not in
that
this debate
because
now.
he could be reaching for another weapon that you have no evidence for, right? Just because he could be reaching for a weapon that justifies the shoot?
Real quick, Tom, you're allowing a double team right now.
Yes.
Can I get involved here after this?
Yes,
at
that
least?
No, I'm asking him directly. Okay,
yeah,
wait. He just. I'm sorry. Can I just address what he just said?
Pisco's been interrupting me. I can't even fucking get a word in. You guys just been.
All right, hold
Yeah,
on,
but-
Pisco. Hold on, Pisco's on mute. The like it has been like Irrelevant asked the question. Marte answered the question.
Yeah, I haven't
Pisco
asked a single
one.
Marte
I said yes.
answered it. Now, Irrelevant's following up, but I will come to you in a minute, Jake. Just
I literally been in situations where I had to make a split-second decision, and I
Okay.
couldn't wait for the person to
Oh my God.
present the firearm or whatever it was they're going to do.
Okay.
And I made
He's
split-second
gonna
decisions.
kill again.
In the line of duty, I've done this.
Okay, so he just said it is justified to shoot. He said it's justified to shoot and kill you because you could have another weapon with no evidence. Just to be clear, he just admitted that. I said no evidence, could have another weapon. He said yes.
He bought the bullet.
That is insane. That is, there is no evidence he has another weapon
Oh my
whatsoever,
God.
and that because he could have one, that's enough to shoot him. That's insane.
So
That's
this is
absolutely
stupid.
insane.
This is fucking retarded.
Okay, hold on, Marte.
You know
Let
how many
Jake.
officers die because they wait upon presentation of a weapon or something like that? There's casualties that happen. There's officers that don't come home to their family because they're like,
Okay, hold
no,
on,
we're just
Marte.
going to wait to see if a gun
Marte,
is
hold on.
present or not. And they die.
I think your statements stand on their own. I'll let Jake take over. That was one of the most retarded things I've ever heard in my life. You need a
Patiently right
guardian.
now. I've been waiting very patiently right now. So
Yes.
again, going back to their assumption here is like, oh well, he had a weapon, so therefore, like, what's your assumption that he might have another one? Let me ask you this, Irrelevant, because you've been yapping too much right now. Let's say you were a law enforcement, right? You were in the law. You have a case where there's an individual that had a gun. He pulls out the gun, right? Maybe you fire at him, and the case is that it never fucking
Pulls
hit him, etc. He abandons the gun.
Sorry, you're asking if I'm in a firefight?
I'm not done. Hold on.
I'm asking
Hold
the
on.
details of the
Hold on.
hypothetical,
Well,
you
let me
fucking chimp.
finish, you fucking
Hold
idiot.
on.
Finish.
Will you shut the fuck up and let me finish?
Let him finish.
Cocksucker.
I can
So
ask
really quick,
clarifying questions. Can I not, Tom?
Homophobic.
afterwards, please. Afterwards, after I
Okay,
finish
okay.
with the hypothetical, you can give me some clarifying questions, you dumb fuck. So really quick. So let's say you're it's one-on-one with an individual. This individual pulls out a gun. You pull out your gun, he abandons the gun later, okay? And then you see him reach in his coat or etc. somewhere. Could be reaching for anything at that point. Do you still wait there and say, you know what? The odds are he doesn't have another fucking gun, so I'm not going to shoot at him before he pulls out whatever he's pulling out of his coat. Would you do that, Irrelevant?
Okay, so number one is the first pullout. Is he brandishing the weapon at me?
Yes.
Okay, so he is pointing the
He
weapon at me in a
abuses
deadly manner, and then he throws it away. And then
Yeah, he
what? He's
abuses it.
running away from me? Is his back to me?
Let's do that. So
Is
the
his
point
back to
okay,
me? He's
so the
running
point-
away from me?
So totally
Whatever
different.
scenario you want, he brandishes
Okay,
the
so
weapon.
this guy
you
has his
brandish
back.
the gun.
Oh, sorry, you said whatever scenario you want. So I'm saying his back is to me.
Answer the
I see him
hypothetical.
possibly reaching. I am going to say, put your hands in the
I
air
didn't
while
say-
pointing
I
a
didn't
weapon at
say-
him.
I didn't say his back was turned to you. Engage with the
You
hypothetical,
said whatever
please.
scenario you want. Okay, so then engage in this,
Oh my
whatever
God,
scenario,
bro,
or
'cause you're
actually
in a
answer my
chat.
questions.
Let
Is
me-
his
let me-
back to me or not?
It's
Let him
not.
finish,
Because
Irrelevant.
obviously you can't
I
see that
asked
he's
him.
fucking doing anything in his coat if his back's to you, fucking idiot. So
Yes,
if you
I
see him,
could. What?
if you see him go into his coat after he abandoned the original weapon, do you shoot at him or not? Answer the question.
No, I'm going to point my
No?
gun at him and say hands in the air. Hands.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. This is what
Okay.
cops do all the time. Yes.
They
You know what a
don't.
reactionary
No,
gap
they
is?
don't. What are you talking about? You fucking
But
idiot.
also
It
back in our-
literally
They
is.
see-
Irrelevant. Do you know what a
see-
reactionary gap
no.
is?
Yes,
I know.
I understand what a reactionary gap
No, you
is.
do
Yes,
not.
absolutely. And also
Right,
to
we
hold
didn't
on,
have-
just to
we
be
didn't have a
hold on,
reactionary
hold
gap
on,
available
just to
to
be
us in the
just to be
okay.
clear,
That's
hold on,
insane,
just to be
Irrelevant.
clear, just to be clear, in the analogy that you gave me, it's entirely divorced from the situation that we're talking about. In the
it's
situation
not.
we're
I'm
talking
giving you
about,
a
yes,
hypothetical
I'm
because
giving
your
the
claim-
reason
your
why.
claim
Shut up, you
originally
animal.
was-
Hey, shut up, you
claim-
animal. Go back to smoking your cigarette. Shut up. Hey, shut up. Okay, so it's totally divorced, and here's the reason why. The hand that was reaching inside of the coat is a hand reaching behind him, clearly and plainly visible to the officer with a phone inside of it. So this idea that he's like digging inside of a coat is completely disanalogous.
And he's
okay?
already
It's not
brandished
at
it in
all
the
the same.
hypothetical. In
It's
the hypothetical, he's already
Yes,
demonstrated.
correct.
Hold on.
He has showed deadly
Hold on.
intent with brandishing a
Okay.
firearm.
Okay,
Bro,
So there is already those elements.
That's how the law works. When it comes to
Go ahead.
reactions, they're not saying just because you had a weapon prior before that you reaching out for another fucking weapon potentially that they're just going to be like, oh, I'm just going to have you fucking have your hands up and don't shoot. That's not how it works. If they're attempting to go into another weapon, he has all the right to shoot him again. All right, it doesn't matter.
So if you said the
You would agree
analogy,
with that, right?
just to be clear,
You would agree
no,
with that,
just to be
right?
clear, no,
You
because
wouldn't?
your analogy is trash. I'm going to respond to what you're saying.
Okay, yeah,
So,
'cause I don't think you understand my analogy, but
so
go
Tom,
ahead.
you remember when he said the analogy is 1-to-1, correct? You remember he said the analogy was fitting, correct? Yeah.
No,
okay.
I
So
never
I'm
said
gonna whatever.
fitting-
No, yes, Tom, you agree. He
I
said
said
that. Wait,
he
Tom
abandons
agrees
the
with that.
original
You
weapon.
said the
Wait,
you
wait,
said the
Tom
analogy
said,
was
well,
1-to-1.
correct question.
I
You
never
said-
said
you
one-to-one.
said
I
no,
never
you're
used
not.
those
You're
words,
not.
You fucking idiot. Never
Okay,
used
so
Hold
those
on,
words.
hold on.
Okay,
hold on,
cool.
hold on.
So then
wait,
why
wait.
bring up-
I just be clear. I don't know if I heard him say that, so I want
I
to be
never
clear.
said
Sure,
one-to-one.
Sorry,
I never.
I
Yeah,
did
sure.
not.
Okay,
Yeah,
because
because you're
I
lying.
said this is no. I said that this was disanalogous, and you said no, it's not disanalogous because it is
Oh,
disanalogous.
but you one-on-one.
When
You
did-
never, I never said that.
Okay, so is it analogous or disanalogous?
I don't know.
Oh my!
Specifically. I don't
Why
even
bring
know
up something you
those
don't
terms.
know?
So
That's
your
analogous.
monkey ass just came up with a random fucking analogy
Oh
with
my
no
God.
correlation to what we're talking about.
Bro, that's
Is that what I just
irrelevant
heard?
here. How
Irrelevant,
about
you're
you just fucking
obfuscating.
answer my
Because
question?
the whole point is that you make an analogy that is related to the thing that we're talking about. That
How
is
is
the
it
whole
related?
point.
How is it
Great,
related?
Great. And I'm using it's not a question. It's a hypothetical.
Yeah, how's
you
it
stupid
related?
Fuck. The hypothetical
Yeah,
is meant to test your
hypotheticals are
logic.
meant to.
Hold on. No,
Yeah,
to test your
in
logic.
relation
test your
to
logic.
something
Yes,
else.
how is it testing the
Not
logic?
necessarily something else.
Not necessarily.
Wait, Jake,
In
how is
this
it testing
case,
the
it is
logic?
related.
How is it
You're
testing?
making the
All right,
claim
hold
that
on,
because
hold
he had a gun,
Hold on.
therefore.
Hold on. Okay, so obviously the analogy was meant to analogize whether or not somebody is reaching for something, whether or not you can pull a gun. That was where it was supposed to analogize the Jake.
Whether or not you could pull a gun? What's the question? So is the question?
Yes. These are sorry. Whether or not you could shoot or whether or not you should shoot. He was asking irrelevant whether or not he would shoot in this scenario. So Jake, if this is your analogy and he's saying that you should probably put your hands up first, that he would need to actually see a gun, because even like in a traffic stop, like if somebody's being like rowdy with the officer, they're being threatening, things like that, if they reach into their glove compartment, the officer is normally going to pull a gun, but they won't normally just immediately start shooting because they reached into the glove compartment. He's saying, I would wait for the hand to come out of the glove compartment to see if there's a weapon
Tom,
first.
I want to answer Jake's. I want to answer Jake's hypothetical.
So let me answer the question.
What Jake reply, and then we're going to go to Pisco.
Yeah. So this is a good analogy here because it relates to my hypothetical with I gave with Irrelevant over here. Irrelevant saying like, oh no, I wouldn't fucking shoot the guy or attempt to shoot him. I would say hands up, don't shoot, right? And this guy attempts to pull out whatever it is. Could be a wallet, could be a weapon. There's a good example. I believe it was the Jacob Blake situation where he was having issues with I think his baby mama or some shit like that. He brandished, I believe, a knife at first. And then he was disarmed. He reached into the car afterwards and they lit him up. Okay. So regardless of whatever the weapon was, the fact is that he's still reaching. They don't know what the case is. Could be a gun, could be anything. Regardless of the situation, that's not how cops think. Irrelevant's a fucking moron to say because he brandished a gun.
But wait.
He
No,
abandoned
that's not
it.
true. So
Hold
in the
on.
Jacob Blake
Then
situation,
if
if I
he
remember
chose-
correctly,
hold
there
on,
was
dude,
kids
shut
inside
the
the
fuck
vehicle.
up.
They would
Hold on.
obviously change the
I said,
analogy.
I'm
No, it's
using it
totally
as a-
disanalogous.
Oh,
No, it's
can you-
totally
can-
disanalogous.
Bro, can I use, bro, whether the
No,
case
you
was or
use
not,
good analogies.
Okay, fine. Then let me do a hypothetical where somebody fucking brandished
can we-
a knife and then reached
Okay,
into
when
their
did
car.
Alex
Doesn't matter.
Preddy brandish? When did Alex Preddy brandish?
Bro, how about you
Okay,
It's
answer
hold on,
my
disanalogous because he
hypothetical?
never
Let me
brandished.
finish.
Okay, hold on.
Let me finish, bro.
We're
Shut
gonna
the
go
fuck
to
up and let me
Pisco
finish.
because
So
what was the
Jeez.
point in the Jacob Blake?
yeah.
scenario?
Me or Pisco? Who are you?
Jake. What was the point in
Okay.
the Jacob Blake scenario?
Yeah. So what I was making the point on is that Irrelevant's using the case that he would give them commands or some stupid shit like that. That's not how officers work. That's not how officers work in any scenario. They usually, whatever the case is, regardless if they brandish a weapon or not, and they reach for something in their pocket, they are still 100% allowed to shoot because they don't know if they're reaching for another gun or a knife or whatever the case is. They don't know
Okay,
that.
so-
So they do it within
so-
the moment of that time. That's still legal. This fucking idiot is saying that I just wouldn't do it because I just know the future or some bullshit like that. He's a fucking moron. Go ahead.
Okay, so Pisco, go ahead, and then we are gonna give a couple more minutes, but we'll give a couple more minutes before we wrap up. But
Okay.
Pisco, go ahead.
So the question isn't what officers do. This is what officers do because whatever they're teaching these CPP officers is fucked up. All right. So it doesn't. The test isn't. Is it what officers do? The test is it objectively reasonable? And what you're doing is slimy as fuck. Number one, you are not using a fact pattern that's analogous at all to the actual situation that occurred. And I can tell you why. It's also not analogous to the Jacob Blake situation, which is why Irrelevant is objecting to both of those things. So in the case that you presented, the first hypothetical you presented,
I'm just testing logic, bro. That's all. I'm
no,
doing.
I know, but you're failing at that. He brandished.
So then
He takes out a.
Oh, it's
he
not,
takes.
but
he,
okay.
he takes out a gun in full view of the cop, unlike a situation where you can't see.
I'm not even talking about that.
I
He
thought
made the claim of
hang
two
on a second.
weapons.
That was the
That's what the
hypothetical.
topic was.
So hang on a
You're
second.
obfuscating to
So-
something that
so-
I wasn't even talking about.
You
I'm talking about
presented
his
Pivot away
logic.
from his own
You
hypothetical
presented
because he knows it's trash.
Bro, my hypothetical is testing your logic, you moron.
Quit interrupting him.
The question
Go ahead.
Okay,
Pisco.
Pisco, are you responding to the hypothetical, or are you bringing back up the actual scenario?
I'm responding to the hypotheticals.
bringing up the scenario.
Wait, no, I'm
Okay,
trying to
okay, so
respect
he's responding
what
to
our
the hypothetical,
interlocutors. Unlike them, I'm trying to address everything they're saying, and they're claiming that these hypotheticals
Okay, go
are
ahead and
useful.
respond to the hypothetical.
Okay, so in the
So
first
you don't like
hypothetical,
hypotheticals.
no,
Okay. Great.
I'm responding to your
He's
hypothetical.
responding to the hypothetical now. Go ahead.
Oh, so you want me just not to respond to it? What would be more respectful?
No, just
hypothetical?
respond.
To respond to it or not respond
they're
to it?
muted. Go ahead and
Okay,
respond to it.
so
They're muted. Go ahead and respond to it. Please.
your hypothetical in the first instance involves someone throwing their gun to the side. And so when Irrelevant tells you, wow, in that situation, if he's going for something in the coat, the first thing I would do in response to that is issue a lawful order. It has to do because we tend to think, right? Someone who throws their gun to the side is showing the, relinquishing power, Now, that's not to say that in that circumstance, for certain they're not going to reach for a second gun. But that situation is distinguishable from Jacob Blake in that it's in full view of the officer. The gun is already trained. You can see where he's pulling. You have him, and you have the ability in this moment to give a lawful order and command. So it has to do with the ability of the officer in that context. And it has to do after someone has sort of consciously relinquished the gun already. They've already now it could be a subterfuge, and that's why Irrelevant said that he would issue a command first before he would take the shot. But even if you don't agree with him, that's not on all fours with Jacob Blake, which is a completely different fact pattern. And of course, it's not on all fours with the case we have here, where you never have a brandishing, right? You have no indicia of a furtive movement, where to the extent that even if there was some furtive movement, as it is in your hypothetical, it happens after the first shot, as Tom just put, so linear times in your way. So on all fours, your hypothetical has not shown any inconsistency in Irrelevant's logic. Different facts in that case, different facts in Jacob Blake, and different facts than we have in our case.
So let me address
Okay,
this real
so-
quick. You're conflating a lot of things, and you're messing up the timeline as well too. So you're also doing a horrible hatchet job of this. I'll even point this out. If I pull somebody over, and here's the thing though, I'll even agree he never brandished a weapon, right? You don't need to brandish a weapon. If we take this off, right, that's happened. He's shown it evidence of having a gun. So if he's reaching again for his pocket, I'm not going to wait as an officer to say, well, I didn't know if it was a gun. We're going to find out after he points whatever it is or pulls out whatever in his pocket. We don't wait. We don't have this type of timeline to wait afterwards, because hindsight 2020 is good for people in the 6 feet deep. We don't wait for that. So if we take off a firearm, mind you, you're talking about a situation where he threw it to the side. This didn't happen here. He was disarmed. Somebody took this off this person.
That's what makes it a bad analogy.
Yes.
Hold on. They
No, it's not.
disarmed him as he was fighting law enforcement when they couldn't get a handle of his hands. He was fighting. He was actively engaging with law enforcement, not complying. This is a person who we took a gun from. So it's safe to assume if he's reaching in his pocket, he's not going to do this to play pity pat with anybody else and to pull out bubble gum. He's doing this, and we're going to make an assumption on a fair case saying that he's probably doing this with ill intent.
He's not reaching for it.
Yeah. Well,
Okay, so
hold on.
yeah,
on.
no,
Even
I'm
when
gonna respond to that. Nope, he spoke, so now it's our turn to speak.
How do you
So
well,
no,
dude,
that's the problem.
I've been
No,
muted
no,
the whole
hey,
time. Tom's been doing this.
go smoke a cigarette. Go smoke a cigarette. He just went off on a go smoke a cigarette.
Yeah,
He
what
just
I
went off on a whole dialogue tree.
Oh my
It's
god.
So
our
yeah,
turn
hold
to
on.
actually
Wait,
respond to what he said.
Hold on. Wait. Hold on.
Anyways.
Yeah. Like if Marte just went, so we want to let either Pisco or Irrelevant respond to Marte.
Yeah, they've been responding a lot.
So he's doubling.
And you've
He's
been muting me,
been
bro.
doubling down. Yeah, he's been doubling down.
Irrelevant's gotten
on the
muted
I-
just as much as you. I promise you. He's
No,
the
it's not true.
you and
listen,
Irrelevant are the
listen,
two who have
I'm not losing my fucking mind. So listen, bro.
I was
Hey,
super
Erg,
patient with
no bad blood, Tom. I know. I'm losing my mind. Okay, I know it.
You have
Okay,
been muting me,
here's the
bro.
problem. Here's the problem.
And
Here's the
they've been
problem.
engaging with
so
me.
he's doubling, tripling, quadrupling down on the idea that again, if you at any point have a weapon on you, ever, no matter whether or not there was like brandishing or lethal intent at all, just if you have a gun on you and you reach for anything that could have a weapon in it, they're allowed to kill you.
Do you
How is
believe?
this not-
Again, back to my hypothetical.
No,
This
I'm not
actually
done. I'm not
shoots
done.
to
I'm not
it.
done. I'm not done. Hey, shut your ass up, boy. Okay, I'm not done. How is this not stomping on the Second Amendment? The fact that I
Can we do
have
one
a
point at a
gun
time?
that no, I'm almost done. I'm almost done. Okay, that the fact that if I have a gun, that just merely the act of having it, even if I lose possession of it afterwards, that if I reach for
anything in any way, shape, or form
On your body.
then
on
I'm
your
allowed
body.
to be killed.
Okay, can I?
Or
address
he
this?
even referred to as a glove box. He even referred to a glove box.
You're
Any
reaching into your
container,
car,
any
even after you
anything.
abandon the weapon. Yes, the
Okay,
cop
let
has
Jake
every fucking right to say
Even
that
if you
there's a
think
possible
you say
weapon.
that right,
nuts,
if
nuts.
you have a
Hold
gun
on,
and it
Jake,
drops
nuts.
on the
Hold
okay,
on.
With
Hold on.
logic,
Hold on.
you, dude, you're
Let
not
Jake
even
respond.
engaging.
Can I respond to this, Tom?
Well, hold on.
'Cause that
I'm
scares me.
trying to let Jake respond real quick. Hold on. Let him respond.
Yeah, like I said before, what the reason why I asked that hypothetical and Pisco goes on like, oh, this doesn't rate the thing with the Jacob Blake situation. I just brought up the Jacob Blake situation because it's been so long. I don't know the exact thing. I was assuming, and I'm thinking that's the case, that he brandished a weapon and then he went into his car. I could be wrong. That's not the case. The point that I was making is if it's the case that he abandoned a weapon, he brought he had a weapon in his hand, abandons it, and then reaches into his coat, irrelevant, this fucking moron would say, oh, I'm gonna fucking say that it might not be the case. That's not how law enforcement works. Pisco knows that. He 100% knows this situation. He brings up the Jacob Blake situation. I don't remember it exactly.
You brought it
I was
up.
just saying could be the case. I know
Oh, my
I brought
bad.
it up. I'm saying it could be the case, and I
That
was
could be.
maybe I was misremembering. I don't know the case here. I have to look back on it. But my point was the hypothetical. You go on an entire fucking rant about it. It's
No,
not
but
the
I
point.
addressed the hypo,
point
right,
is,
Jake?
Pisco. Well, Pisco, if you were if you were an officer
Yeah.
and somebody brandished a weapon, they abandoned it, and they reach into their coat, would you assume that they're reaching in for a weapon?
Yeah, so not necessarily. No, if they've, it depends on the nature of their abandonment, right? So it
Okay,
depends.
the first time,
It depends on the nature.
you would.
It depends on.
right?
It depends on. It depends on the
What about
nature.
the first time?
It depends on the nature. It depends on the nature of the abandonment. If they're voluntarily relinquishing a weapon, I would, and the weapon. So the example you provide, it's like Luke Skywalker at the end of Return of the Jedi. Remember when he goes to the
I'm
Emperor?
just testing your logic, bro.
I
I'm just
understand.
testing
I'm
your
trying to
logic.
explain myself. All right. Remember in Return of the Jedi when Luke says he throws his lightsaber
No, I
across.
never seen that movie.
Okay, well, just it defeats Darth Vader.
I'm not a Star Wars
and
nerd.
it doesn't. You don't have to be a nerd to watch those movies, bro. To watch Star Wars 6.
Last thing
All right,
that
so
I'll
continue.
so he
Just continue.
so
Just continue.
someone,
All right.
someone who voluntarily relinquishes their weapon after they've taken it out, normal people will think, oh, he probably has less of a deadly intent because he's relinquished the thing that would provide that. Now, I'm not unreasonable. I don't say, therefore, you don't think you put your gun down, you don't do anything. I think it's totally
Correct.
fine to keep your gun out and irrelevant made for that. But the question is, after that occurs and they do a furtive movement or they go into their brief for who knows what reason,
Into the coat.
the escalation of force, is it enough yet to make that assumption? And on those facts alone, no.
That's
Now
how
different.
officers-
Now it's different if this person, for example, has already used their gun, or Jacob Blake has already tried to like kill someone or use a weapon.
No.
Then it's different facts, right? If you shown someone who has already used their weapon, right, used their weapon in a deadly way, then I'm gonna be like, yeah, reasonable. But here's the difference, right? Even if you disagree with
No.
us on that, even Jake, I'll just say this: you can disagree if you disagree with Irrelevant and I on that, on the example that you provided. That's fine. Nothing to do with this case. Nothing to do with this case because this case doesn't
but-
involve.
but-
Tom, can I address?
I hold on, bro. Here's the thing. I'm just testing the claim that you guys were making, saying that because he brandished a weapon, whatever the case is, and he reached into his back, that could have been a weapon, which we were saying maybe not. We don't fucking know. This is why I fucking asked the
He
hypothetical.
didn't
This is
brandish a
how it
weapon.
relates to
No,
the
he didn't
case.
brandish a weapon.
He
So-
didn't
so-
brandish. He didn't brandish a weapon.
Oh, bro, hold on. I'm sorry. Okay, hold on. The fact is, he had a weapon. Then he went out to
No,
to
he
get the weapon.
didn't.
I'm just
No,
saying
he
from the
didn't.
cop's
No.
perspective-
He didn't do that.
Bro. He did. We can have the still frame. Tomfoolery actually agrees with me
He
on
had a
this
phone
case.
in his hand.
He does.
Hold on.
But hold on. This is why I ask you the scenario, because you guys were fucking claiming that because he brandished or because anybody brandishes a weapon, this was our claim, that if he reaches back to his back pocket, that he might have a weapon. Could be the
Wait,
case.
just-
We don't know.
Just to be
But
clear,
you're
do
saying
you-
that that's not plausible.
wait,
That's
just to
what
be
you're
clear,
claiming
do you
is
know
right.
what the word
Hold on,
brandish
I'm-
means?
Yes, holding.
Can I
Yeah,
address a claim you
grabbing
made
weapon.
before that's really
It's a-
fallacious that doesn't make
No,
any sense?
I'm sorry. He needs to respond to that.
Hold on, Tom. You
What
wouldn't-
did, wait,
you wouldn't
no,
let
it
me
sounded
ask-
like
No.
he did. Wait.
No,
We
no,
might be
wait,
having.
wait,
It
wait, wait,
sounded
wait.
like he
Brandishing a
just
lighter,
said he
yes.
didn't understand what
hold on.
brandishment
Oh
is.
my
Stop.
God,
Stop.
dude.
Stop.
They wouldn't let
Hold
me
on,
No,
address-
hold
I'm
on.
trying to
Hold on.
ask him because it sounds like he doesn't
Hold on.
understand.
Yeah, you're running right
Brandishing
now,
a weapon.
Relevant. I'm trying to address you on a
Brandishing a
fallacious-
weapon. Fucker.
Okay. Hold
Okay,
on.
what is
Stop
brandishing a
escaping.
weapon?
Stop.
Hold on, irrelevant. Hold on. So Jake,
my
are you
God.
saying that he was attempting to brandish a weapon? Is that your claim? Not that he was
Yes.
brandishing one, but that
Oh,
he
yeah,
was
maybe-
attempting to brandish
Yes,
one.
because I'm mixing it up
Okay.
with my
Wait,
Wait a
hypothetical.
second, Jake.
In the
That's so
Okay,
fucked
just
up
be
because
clear.
Oh
Just be
my
clear. Hold on.
God, bro.
Wait.
Can
Hold
we
on.
finish?
Hold on. Hold on.
Just
Just be
testing
clear.
y'all's claim.
I didn't
I'm
agree
testing
that.
y'all's
I
claim.
didn't agree. Hold on. I didn't agree that like he was actually reaching for a gun. I agree that he reached to the back. It seems as though
For
his
sure.
hand was under his butt, like towards his leg.
no, you can't make that
Not,
claim.
so
Tom,
it didn't
no.
seem like there was anything
Not even.
He
around.
showed
where
the footage
I
earlier.
can't-
No.
Hold on. Pisco, hold on. What? I can't make the claim that he touched his leg.
No, you
What do
can't
you
make.
mean I can't make that?
You
claim?
can't
You
make.
did.
You can't
I
make.
did make that.
Wait, no.
I played it on the fucking video.
Okay. Do you think that I meant you can't make the claim as in you're legally not allowed to make that claim, Tom? You think that I was
He
saying
didn't
that?
say legally.
that-
You
No,
stupid
no.
idiot.
I'm
What did you think I
I'm
meant by
saying
that?
I showed the video.
Oh.
I'm saying I showed the video, and I showed that he touched his leg. What do you mean I can't make that claim?
He when you say he touched his leg, you mean
Bro,
Preddy?
stop arguing with.
Preddy touched his
Bro,
leg.
let him have this conversation.
So Preddy touched
Freddie
his
with the
leg.
phone in his hand, his
When did he? Show me when he quote touched his leg based on the video where you said, well, it blocks it so you can't see it. That's what I remember you saying. And then B, the fact that you yourself said it happened after the first shot.
He showed it
Yes,
after it got blocked,
I
bro.
didn't say that he was grabbing a gun. That's what I'm trying to get to.
I'm not.
You're
No.
jumping in saying
Sorry.
can't make
I
that-
didn't say grabbing for a
No.
gun. I said what you said. You said that he touched his leg. I'm asking, in virtue of what do we have a good basis to believe he touched his leg? In virtue of what?
Yeah, from the first angle that I showed. So I said that the second angle is blocked to where they were saying the second angle shows that he actually has his hand up towards his back. I said, no, the first angle shows he just touches his leg. They said, go to the second angle. So I went to the
I
second
never
angle
saw
and I
that,
said
but
the
it's besides the point. Even if go ahead.
Yeah,
sorry.
you don't pay attention, obviously.
No.
I'm just saying-
I want to be clear. I disagree with Tom.
Tom,
for
can
the
you
gun,
just finish your question for me, please? Because this fucking
Yes,
idiot
so I was just
interrupted
saying
you.
that I was just saying that it didn't agree with that. He was touching the back of his leg with the phone in his hand. It doesn't seem as though his hand ever went anywhere near the holster. So if you agree that like he didn't brandish the weapon and that you think that he was attempting to brandish the weapon, but there wasn't any evidence of a weapon there, what does it like? What it
What does it
when
imply?
like is it scenarios when we're talking about reaching inside of a glove box, we're talking about a scenario where you can't see where their hand is, or when they reach inside of their pocket, you can't see what's inside of their pocket. You can't see what's inside of the glove box. In this scenario, if he doesn't actually reach inside of anything to where you don't know what's inside of there, what is the possibility of there being something somewhere if he's not reaching into something that's not visible?
Yeah, as far as the possibility wise, again, we don't know exactly what's in his pants, etc. Right? We don't know that. What I am saying is, though, the probability wise, this is why I asked the hypothetical, is that you can't 100% be sure of these things. Now, however, if you look back at the footage, it looks like the initial shot, the second shot, anyways, it looks like he didn't actually see that the gun in the holster was gone.
How do you know
already,
that? Wait, how
right?
do you know that?
So,
You can't even tell me that
Well,
he
it
was
doesn't
trying to
look
help.
like it,
You
but
can't
it
even
could-
tell
it
me.
could-
You're
Bro,
like
can
you're
I
like
finish?
you're like. How do you know
Pisco,
that he was
chill
trying to
out,
help?
bro. Stop swerving out.
You're like
Still,
you're
let
like
me
you're
chill
like
out, bro. I
you're
didn't
like
make that claim.
you're like.
I
How do you
think
know
that
that
he
she's
was trying to
helping her
claim-
across the
No.
street? You're like, I know he didn't see the gun. What the fuck? Like you're
wanna
saying
go
that
back
you
to the
know
fucking crossing the street shit, bro?
you know for certain
get-
you know for certain that he's
You
not
knew-
helping her across the
You made
street.
the claim that he was helping
I know
across
he
the
didn't
street. You had
see.
no proof.
I know he
What are
didn't
you
see it.
talking
I know
about?
he didn't
How do
fucking
you
see
know
it.
that was your claim, you fucking moron.
Wait,
what are you talking about?
And I was totally vindicated.
Can
I
I
was
finish?
totally completely vindicated.
Can I finish?
Yes,
Bro,
go for it.
Pisco, can you shut
Okay,
up and let me finish?
So
Yeah,
what Jake,
dude.
we're gonna close it. So go ahead.
So
Jake.
let me finish really quick. So I'm just making, I'm just saying that the officers don't know, but however, the initial officer, I would say, didn't see the gun being.
How do you
pulled,
know?
Right? Originally.
How do you know,
Even if
bitch?
There's
Hey,
literally
bitch.
less than
Hey,
no
bitch.
proof
How do
of
you know?
that.
Bro, I'm basing
There's
it
Hey,
off of
bitch,
the
how do you
footage.
know?
He did
I'm
see
basing
it.
it off the
Hey, bitch, how do you know he didn't
I
see
don't
it?
know. I don't know. I wasn't in the.
Oh, so you don't know. So you don't have
Listen,
absolute
bro,
truth
I
of
wasn't in
that.
the eyes of the
Hold on,
individual. Just shut up.
Hold on,
Just shut
Jake,
up.
My
dude.
question was about like if there's a place that they're reaching into where they can't see the thing. You were saying there's a possibility that there would be another gun inside of his pants or
Could
something like
be.
that.
Or a
Could be.
knife, or any
Could
type
be.
of
Yeah,
weapon.
could be. Yeah, it could be.
If his hand
Could
went inside of his pants, that would make sense. But like even
Inside
you don't
his
seem
pants.
to be
This is
claiming
so
that his
crazy.
hand ever went inside of his pants or
No.
in a place where they couldn't see it. So that's what I'm asking about is if he's not reaching into something that they can't tell what's inside of there, why would there be a chance of a gun just like magically appearing?
Well, again, they don't know if there's another weapon or if there's a knife.
There
right?
could be.
So if you're going back over here, you're attempting to get something out of your clothing. There could be a possibility that it could be a knife. Not only that, they were about 2 feet away from him. So brandishing a knife, brandishing a knife could be very deadly to
It
ICE
could be.
officers.
Yes, it could
Now
be very
again,
deadly. It could
I
be.
am also
It
making a
could be
claim
very
that I
deadly, yeah.
believe that the first shot was probably accidental based off the video that I sent you. Right, the first shot happens, he's
These guys
getting
are
up.
like
The second shot is when he
animals.
goes down. So there's a lot of miscommunication there, and I would agree that under the circumstances of it being heated, could have been misconceptions. But however, we have to judge it off of the perspective of the officers. And I'm just saying, could be the perspective that
could be.
they didn't
It could
know,
be,
they
could
heard
be.
gun, and they usually rely on their own fellow officers, in order to perceive a threat.
Okay, so I gave you guys the last word on this, so I'm going to switch up the order of the closing statements. Marte, we're going to start with you, then we'll go to Pisco, then we'll go to Jake, then we'll go to Irrelevant, and we'll close it out that way. So this is the final statements, and also shout out your channels, let everybody know where they can find you. Marte, you got about 2 minutes. Go ahead.
So you can find me on my channel, EOTE on the Edge. You can also find me in other debates. I'm everywhere else, Mighty Marte. I'm an IFBB pro athlete trying to qualify for the Olympia this year, an active pro athlete, ex-former law enforcement officer, active current debater. Many other things in my book. The female warrior fallacy will be released in 3 months from now. I'm still working on that. But anyways, here's the thing that I'd like to end on. I want to counter something that Irrelevant said earlier. He said, well, if it is the case that, law enforcement will, shoot anybody who has a secondary firearm or assume this, nobody would have 2A rights. Really fallacious argument on its face. We're talking about somebody who inserted himself into a hostile situation. This is very specific and case by case scenario. So let me address that real quick, because that was a dumbass claim also. Applauding my partner, Jake, who did really well in this debate. I don't think that Pisco was able to prove that he couldn't contradict himself, saying that, well, we do have evidence and we could demonstrate the lead up to this and build a case, but then all of a sudden rules for me and not for thee in this whole debate. That's literally what he did this whole time, is saying, well, okay, cool, we could build up a case, but you can't do that. But I really don't see anything on their end showing that this wasn't a justified shoot, because if we see the lead up to this, we see that he wasn't a peaceful protester kicking out taillights and all this. But anyways, I'm going to wrap this up. I really didn't hear a solid argument from their end, and I'll leave it to everybody else to decide where their hat lies.
All right, appreciate it, man, and good luck with the Olympic qualifiers. Pisco, tell everybody where they can find you. You got
Pisco
about 2
Liddy
minutes.
on YouTube and on Twitter. I'm going to start by quoting, okay? Quote, the guy never brandished the gun at all. He never showed the gun at all. He never removed the gun from the holster at all. Let's go through the facts. The facts are that this was ICE escalating, CBP. Your job in crowd control is to de-escalate. The ICE officer chases a woman across the street, pepper sprays her, and then apparently isn't satisfied with that. So he shoves her down. At the point of shoving her down is when this guy who was just filming, just sitting there filming, walks in and tries to stop that. So what does he do? He pepper sprays him, but not happy with pepper spraying. This is the ultimate victim. He grabs his arm down so he can pepper spray him some more. And then, so they're both pepper sprayed. So you're creating a disastrous situation to begin with. There's no competent cop who is going to come in to say that this is how you handle an escalation situation. They take him down. They push him to the ground. He never hits any officer ever. He never initiates anything with any officer ever. All he did was try to help this woman off the street and get up off the ground, and see him right there. He puts his hands up. He grabs his arm, that is referring to the cop. Yeah, a lot of people are going to say, oh, this is someone else. What the hell is he think he's doing? And this person responds, picking up a woman is being shoved down by a nice officer who doesn't know what the hell he's doing. How about that? And this person continues to say this is obviously unjustified. The person I'm talking about right now is Robert Barnes. He is one of the biggest MAGA dick sucks in the entire universe. He is a legal analyst, and even he recognizes what we saw here. There are no furtive gestures to suggest he's reaching for a gun. He was disarmed at the time of the shooting. Even if it was the case that he was committing obstruction, which they totally failed to understand or to elaborate, doesn't justify the shooting. Even if they were able to show what they want to show about these given hypotheticals, those facts aren't applicable here. And what we saw tonight, in addition to all of this equivocal language, he could have had, I mean, just count in Jake's last statement the amount of coulds that were there. It's absolutely insane. Irrelevant's totally right about the implications of their theory being disastrous for rights and disastrous for the Second Amendment. But this is a perfect example of why we need to defund ICE, because this is the caliber of degenerate that they hire, that they think that they're allowed to shoot you, a free American, just on mere potentiality that you could be a threat. That even in a situation in which you're surrounded by 7 officers, Alex Petty was, in which every application of force in that context was unjustified, they will go to the grave defending your murder. A disgusting showing by these 2 government bootlicking shills. And this is exactly the problem with ICE and DHS and why we need to fire all of these bozos.
All right. Thank you, Pisco. And then Jake, let everybody know where they can find you and give us your closing statements. You got 2 minutes.
Yeah, real quick. You could. I'm Jake Var. You can find me at Project VOPod on YouTube and Rumble, as well as Jake Var on X and Instagram. I would like to thank Tom Foolery. Actually, you did an amazing job moderating this chaos that we happened to have earlier today. Much better than Wick. I'm going to give you credit on that. Much better of a moderator than Wick. Very engaging with the questions. Now let me go to what took place here in this chaos. Here is that these stupid fucks here made the claim that this fucking this Alex Purdy, right, was walking a woman across the fucking street. That's already fucking retarded in itself. Then they also claim that he was trying to help up the other woman, that he was just trying to help her up. He got fucking pepper sprayed, moves towards the woman, and somehow he was trying to help her up when obviously he's blind and he's just panicking. That's really what the case was. Also a fucking stupid claim. I also made the claim about fucking how the first shot was, of course, if you look at the footage, the first shot wasn't directed at Purdy, especially if they're 2 feet away, etc. of the original shot. More than likely, you're not going to miss that. So he was getting up, and then the second shot, of course, gun, gun, gun. Most fucking law enforcement go by their constituents on what the situation is at the time. So in this case, you have to look at what these officers were thinking at the time of when the trigger was pulled. That's the case there. Then they also strawman us about the situation that the question that you brought up about the Trump administration and their claims about Petty having a gun in his hand. Did not happen. Totally agree with that. I actually granted them that, but then they made an entire argument about how that wasn't the case. I never made the claim. Neither did Martel make the claim that was the case. Right. But then they go in a whole big spurg about how that's what we claim. Not the case at all. That was a big straw man as well. Yeah, these guys fucking totally got pwned tonight. They got pwned. It's not even fucking funny. Most of these fucks weren't even engaging with my hypotheticals at points. They weren't even fucking engaging with me, bro. And Pisco, you're a big fucking, you're a big individual. I've seen you on Tim Pool, etc. You're not even really engaging with my engagement here. So I'd love to have a one-on-one with you one of these days. Just FYI, if you're down to have that, we can do that.
Did he just call me fat?
We'll set it up, man. With that being said, Tom, thank you so much for being a pretty good moderator, bro. Very, very much so from Wing's point of view.
Oh my god!
Be happy to set that up for you guys as well. I would be happy to set that up, but also I do not stand by the Wick claims. Okay, Wick is good enough moderator. He's
Wick's horrible.
He's and then Irrelevant. Let everybody know where they can find you and give your closing statements. You got 2 minutes, sir.
TikTok, Instagram, Kick, YouTube, Twitch, Irrelevant, as seen here, Relevant. So what I want to say is I want to go through the total abandonment of all of their positions that they went through. So let's begin just at starters. Pisco came in here to be able to have a conversation about the actual history and the actual merits of the charge of like resisting arrest and stuff like this. They immediately abandoned it. They went from, oh, he shoved the ICE agent to he lightly pushed to he was obstructing. They constantly dial back on this. They went from, oh, he was obstructing to, oh, he was standing in between them, obstructing the same way a tree falls in between 2 individuals. I also want to bring up that the analogy that Jake keeps
thinking for some reason fit. He referred to brandishing a weapon, and I still to this moment do not know if he actually knows what the word brandishing means. I'm actually very confident he doesn't. And yes, in the video, he grabs the woman. He doesn't just move towards her. He grabs the woman after getting pepper sprayed. And yes, to the walking across the street, there's a video that I linked to Tom. He hadn't played it, which to his credit, that's fine. But that shows she was pushed and then he grabbed her and then ushered her to the edge of the street that we saw at the end there. The video that we watched had the camera go down, but it's clearly visible in the other angle. So yeah, Pisco was right on that another time. And there is no human being, I don't even know why you guys would try this, who would ever think that me and Pisco were not engaging in hypotheticals compared to you two. It was like bashing my brain into the fucking wall. I had to beg Tom to ask questions on my behalf so that way you guys would answer them, okay? So this idea that we were answering questions, that's absolutely fucking insane. Okay, so yeah, good luck with all that. And thank you, Tom, for putting up with me because I was losing my goddamn mind, okay? This was degeneracy.
Okay, well, I appreciate you guys coming. If you'll give me just a minute. As I said before.
Oh, by the way, pwned. Pwned.
Okay. That I do want to reiterate. I said this earlier at the beginning of the panel, and that my asking questions is, again, not my positions. I see a lot of people pushing this. I am, again, just a regular Democrat, regular liberal, not that I do try to steel man the other side as a moderator to try to make sure that their questions are being answered, or the things that even audience members would want to hear are getting answered, and somebody is rebutting those things at some point. So whether it's regardless of who I asked or what I was asking from a left or a right person, doesn't necessarily necessitate my positions. You can come to my channel and see what my positions are if you're wondering about those. And then last thing, I'm sorry guys, we didn't get to your questions or super chats, so I want to read those real quick. $20 from Aaron M. Sound. He said, since when are we as citizens not supposed to defend against militant armed combatants using unreasonable force and assaulting people, as well as violating protocol, civil rights, and use of force laws? They are ignoring that like it doesn't exist. Thank you, Aaron, for the $20 tip. Appreciate it, homie. $5 from the Trib. Jake's point is that when Alex gets shot, he reacts to the shot like most would and reaches for the pain, but then gets shot more than because lack of training. All right, gets shot more than that because of lack of training, I think is what he meant to say. Another one, $5 from the Trib. He said, was Alex under arrest? If under arrest, was he resisting arrest? If resisting, was it because he was beaten in the head or because he's afraid of handcuffs? Leutnant, I think is the name. $5 super chat. Appreciate it. He said, Jake, what page is Andrew Wilson's book is sparking up a cigarette when you run out of smart things to say? And then Leutnant also said attempted brandishing. Ha ha ha. Okay. I appreciate you guys' super chats. Thank you so much. And I am raising money right now to move. I am moving countries, not running from Trump, but I am moving to another country. Yeah.
No,
I gotta
shut the fuck up, bro.
Where are you
going to another country? New Zealand.
Oh
Going to New
shit!
Zealand, yeah.
Wait, because of Mantis?
Crazy.
Mantis.
Crazy, bro. All right.
My life is not.
You're running away from Trump, bro. I'm gonna make that claim now.
Yeah. Yes, my life is not difficult enough dealing with screaming banshees and crazy people right now. I need more of that in my life, and so I'm going to be around Mantis 24/7.
Right on.
So that is
West-based country.
Just to be clear,
Congrats.
Jake, I absolutely will take you up on that. And Tom is fair in all things, but thank you guys for the show.
For sure. Hey,
Appreciate
Pisco,
it, guys.
By the way, I followed you on X a while back ago, but I'll send you a message. Maybe
Yeah,
we can,
DM me. I'll
connect
follow you
and
back.
stuff
I'll
like
follow you
that.
back. All right.
Or try to like have a conversation because we
have
are
a future debate as well too.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. Just DM me. I love you guys very much. Stay cool.
all right.
Yeah.
All right, later, guys.
You
Have a good one.
have a good one. Bye bye.
Oh my god. Why is this okay? So now it should be. I need to fix out my audio. Sorry, guys. So the green screen probably looks like not as good as it should because I'm not in New York right now. But in the future, it should look better. I'm gonna give my thoughts on the discussion. First of all, let me Let me make sure the what's wrong with the chat? What's wrong with the chat? Oh shit! Did this? Oh, there we go. I got a lot of thoughts. Got a little big thoughts. I want you guys to be seen and heard. Yeah, sorry for this. I need to make sure my like mobile set or so that or something. All right. Here are my thoughts. First off, shout out Relly. I thought Relly even made some points that I typically make better than me. So the point, like, I always try to make the could thing land, but Relly did it in this really good way where he brought up the Second Amendment and made that like the focal point through which it was done. And he was just able to do that more effectively, I think, than I've ever done. So really just as soon as he saw that, and it was kind of impossible not to see, he was able to get more mileage from it than I did. So I thought Relly did a very good job there. I thought Relly did a really good job synthesizing some of their arguments. And I thought he just did I thought he did great. So that's my first shout out. I thought he did really good. It was a joy to have him as a debate partner. And I usually not like have any help whatsoever. I was frustrated. I felt like I wanted to talk more, but it was tough because they really complained. It is a trying shame that we spent so proportionally like little time on the actual shooting itself, and it just seems that like they weren't just even like understanding basic points about the standards. Like the start off was a disaster. The one guy who was the HSI officer was like, I know you like to get into the law of it, and but this is just about this or that. Like, it feels like they don't even understand what we're doing here. And that's horrible, because it is legal, right? It's applying legal principles. And then further on, you can kind of see in their formulations of different aspects of the test, you might not have noticed it, but your brain did. He'll say something like, the question is whether they could articulate something. No, that's not the fucking test. That's like the Connor test. Can I slant it in a police report? Get away with it. That's not the test, bro. Another iteration of it was, this is just what officers do. Come on, you're not going to say officers do this or don't do this. That's not the test either. It's objective reasonability. That's the fucking test. As understood and as calibrated through case law and precedent. That's the test. On the issue of obstruction, holy shit, there's just never been a more crystal clear-cut example of bad faith than when they tried to do this little game, this equivocation on obstruction. And even as I was calling it out, they were trying to accuse me of, they were trying to do it, right? Even as I was saying, like, you're using the word in two different senses. You just put the definition of obstruction from Merriam-Webster, which obviously isn't the test for obstruction under 18 USC 111. They're different things. And you're trying to get me to say the words, he was a physical obstruction, so that you can, and he tried to do it numerous times, so that he can say, therefore, he believes they committed obstruction. He just said it. He just said obstruction. He just said that he physically obstructed. So you just admitted it, right? Obstruction. And that was so bad faith, man. Like, insanely bad faith. But then I started thinking, like, they might be too stupid to be bad faith. The notion that we weren't trying to engage in their hypotheticals is so preposterous. And Relly, like, sort of laid it out at the end there. It's so preposterous that we weren't engaging with their hypotheticals. They're inane hypotheticals. As opposed to, like, our questions, which, how many times, like, it was so tough to ask that one hypothetical about the crowd. Like, that was like 10 minutes of trying to get him to answer the question. On the lie thing too, right? So I am self-aware. I'm saying, listen, I understand that for purposes of a legal test, we can't consider, certain things that are too far back. But I'm just putting it out there that when assessing the lie, here's how I would respond to that. And I specifically answer both iterations with respect to, like, should we consider prior bad acts, right? And he tries to claim I have a double standard. Like, no, I answered it in both formulations specifically because I foresaw you raising that. And so I am in real time, and I think Relly is too, recognizing some of these different, like, bad faith and stupid traps they're laying down and trying to preempt them by saying this, this, and that. But they, like, still try to push through even when it's clear we're not going to fall for them. On the specific questions of what were some factual disputes, the first was on obstruction. They got cooked on the detainment and arrest, right? Is it a potential arrest? Is it a potential? And they try to play fast and loose, and Tom fell for it because he, when I was responding to it, I'm like, you're begging the question. You just said, because the way he asked it, you don't think that trying to intercede when there's a detainment, right? Begging the question of whether or not a reasonable person would think that there's a detainment. That was begging the question, and Tom's trying to, like, run cover. Maybe because he doesn't see it, but I see it. And they played shifty with the whole woman helping them across the street, right? Where they never answered, well, why is he putting his arm around her after she's been shoved? Putting an arm around her and, like, walking with her where, to the sidewalk. Hey, can I get a hug, bro? She ran into his arms. That's what he said. He ran into his arms. What's the proof that he was doing that? Well, body language, experience, common sense. How many times have you seen a human being, like, and notice the actual double standard there where it's like, we can never know intent. We can never really intent of someone. Really? And doing a movement of gingerly walking with someone, holding them with your arm around their shoulder that you've seen 1,000 times in the context of sports injuries. See it with old ladies walking across the street, walking gingerly with someone close by to them. We don't need to have a mind reading machine to prove intent. Meanwhile, they'll be like, no, they didn't lie. We know they didn't lie. They never lied. It was a little hyperbolic to call him an assassin. Like, but don't you think it's reasonable because he kicked the fucking taillight and spit at them, which they didn't even know about when they made the statements, to Relly's point? No, actually, I actually don't think that that's enough basis to say they're an assassin. Call me crazy, but I don't think that those actions make it so that you're more likely than not an assassin. Can you believe that? I know that's a little bit insane of me to say, but I actually do believe it. And so they're cooked on that point. They're cooked on the walking across the street point. They're cooked on, and Tom played into it as well when he's like, well, you agree that he's not trying to immediately go and pick her up in that moment. But the claim is that that's what he was trying to do. Not that he, in the first instant that he intercedes, did it. And this was to respond to, like, well, why else would you be in the way of them if not to obstruct? It's to provide evidence of another intent other than an obstructive intent. Well, he was trying to do this. Well, how do you prove that intent? Again, circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence related to his prior acts in that moment. He also has a job where he helps people like that and provides health and medical care to get people up. But fine, if you don't want to consider it. In the moment, he's helping someone else. He's on the street, right? Even because they tried to be technical. Oh, he's not helping across the street. Well, they're on the street and they're trying to cross it. They literally are trying to cross the street. Literally. Literally they are. He pushed him. I'm like, where's the push? Where's the shove? He started with shove, then push, then light push. And then all of a sudden it's formless. Same thing with, like, they reach for the gun. This guy doesn't know what brandish is, man. He doesn't know what it is. Relly totally was right about it. Yeah, and then Jake said, well, they never finished crossing the street. Yeah, but, like, that's the point. Just because, no, sorry, that's not the point. That's not the point. Just because they never finished across the street doesn't mean that he wasn't helping her across the street. It's so wild. Actually insanity. Actual. Other stuff too. Oh my God. I just had it in my head. Oh yeah, the amount of times you saw it there perfectly. This is why the weasel language should always be on the lookout for. Could, potentially, could. He could be doing this, he could be doing, and once you lay it bare, once you identify that they're doing that, you'll never unsee it. And so everyone who says I'm obnoxious about that point, I have given you a gift. For the rest of your lives, if you're watching that, you will never unsee that kind of bad faith tactic because of me and other people like me. You will never see that bad, you will never not see it. And you'll think of me whenever someone tries to do that shit to you. And the result is you get the world in which, as long as you can articulate something that could have been on your mind, it's objectively reasonable. In what world? In what fucking world? These bootlicking scumbags. Putting aside, I mean, like, it's not even really contestable that this was an ICE or CBP officer that, like, was absolutely crazy, loco. The fuck? These guys aren't trained in this kind of crowd control shit. It's obvious. Why do we have to defend it? You need to be able to articulate a threat that is reasonable. The key word. Remember the case of Daniel Shaver being killed in La Quinta? Cops gave confusing commands and shot him to death and was acquitted. Yeah, so I don't remember that specific case, but again, you have to remember that every self-defense case, the totality of circumstances is important. So it's hard to disentangle all the factors. And we were just examining the first shot. Now imagine trying to justify the last 7 shots or 6 shots. 7 or 6 shots. Jesus Christ. There's no good evidence that he was reaching for his holster. There's none. Tom can try to cope and say he touched his... prove it. And prove that it happened before the first shot. Fucking prove it. I didn't feel that Irrelevant was a handicap. I felt that he was an asset. I always wish that I'm able to talk more, but I thought Riley did a good job. People on the right, they don't want anyone hurt, just like Pisco. I'm not saying that everyone on the right is like this, but you really like. And Barnes made a really good point. I read from Barnes, obviously. That last part was mostly Barnes, the initial part of it. Can you imagine if this was a self-defense situation among private individuals? I understand that the test is somewhat different, but it still turns on reasonable suspicions of threats, okay? It still does turn on that. Can you imagine if this was just a self-defense case among individuals? Let's say for whatever reason there was like a legal... I doubt that there was any legal authority here to initiate some of these seizures that were done to both of them. But let's just assume, for the sake of argument, that it was reasonable in this circumstance and legal to do the seizures initially that led up to the situation, and then also in the self-defense case. Would any self-respecting person be like, yeah, that was reasonable use of force? But it's the same kind of risk analysis. For individuals using private self-defense, as with officers, with that sort of part of it. I felt like anytime I was able to speak for longer periods of time, I was able to like cut through exactly what they were talking about and explain like what the issue was.
Yeah, I saw that moment. Alex could have been trying to help the ICE agents by getting in the way of the ICE agents. He was trying to stop them from using excessive force, could get him in trouble. Yeah, and they even granted that it could be justified to step in the way on a theory of self-defense or defense of others for an unlawful seizure, which, again, I don't think that that means that you should do it, but there at least is a legal case of it. Argument. Man, so bad faith. And then how many times that guy say, you agreed with me that Alex didn't come there to help the police. So? Just because you don't go there to help the police, it means that you're trying to obstruct? I honestly can't believe that no one's been saying that. That's an original. And the obstruction part was absolutely wild. And you can tell where their fucking head is at. Ooh, these DHS cops. You want to give those people more rights to summarily execute people? That's what you want? Oh my God. Remember this point? The guy's like, what is putting your hands the universal language for? And I'm like, well, it kind of depends on the context, bro. Right? And he's like, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? He was telling them to stop doing their thing, to stop enforcing immigration law. I'm like, and then we look at it. Isn't it the most obvious thing in the world that he was putting up his hand to be like, hey, please don't spray me with mace or CES spray or whatever the fuck that is? That was crazy. He argued that. He was like, oh, I know. When he turned his head and put his hand up, what he was doing was not trying to protect his face from the imminent spray. He was trying to signal, stop doing your lawful purpose. He actually said that. And I think the biggest, five-head argument that was deployed, it might actually be the dumbest argument I've ever heard, was in response to Tom, actually. And it's like, Tom, don't you agree, Tom, that in order to have a second gun, you must have a first gun? OC spray, whatever. Yeah, yeah. You remember that? I thought I thought I had a stroke at that moment. So he was arguing why it was reasonable for an officer to assume that there was a second gun. And his response to that his justification was, well, Tom, you got blocked, magic got blocked. I'll ask is this the magic that I've been talking to? I'll check with my mods. All right, so just to remind people, all right, I'm going to remind you what the argument was to Tom. So Tom was like, wait a second. Why would a reasonable officer, why would you think that there's a likelihood that he would have a second gun? And the response was, well, obviously, in order to have a second gun, you have to have a first gun. I shit you not. Go back in the replay. Maybe I'm wrong because maybe I had a stroke. I could have actually had a stroke there. Yeah, I guess analytically it's true. In order to have a second gun, you have to have a first gun. I guess that's like the definition of two. Is one more than one? That doesn't show that it's likely for there to be two, just because in order for there to be two, there must initially be one. I thought I had a stroke. Yeah, and at this point too, holy shit. Because we were dancing around it for like a fucking hour. Remember, the whole first part was their red herring about whether or not it matters. Like, guys, the obstruction part like almost doesn't matter at all. Even just assume that they were obstructing. Even assume it was the most blatant obstruction ever. Doesn't make the shooting justified. Like, really, I promise you it's a red herring. Now, I will analyze it because I'm a good sport. and because I'm good faith. But the whole point of making the argument on whether or not it's reasonable to think that there's a detention, that speaks to the obstructive intent. Oh, really? Yo, you want to chat real quick? You still live? Might talk to Torelli real quick. Pisco implied I was a violent delusional terrorist because I said libs had laughing at folks saying America's had a profession. Red is right there. Vivian, I was, would you still be down? Would you still be down for what? For what? To chat real quick? Oh. I'll talk about Vivian after Rally, before I leave. Bro,
Is this what you meant when you said top chat?
What's top chat? Oh shit, my bad. To chat real quick. My bad.
Oh, okay, yeah.
My bad. Yo, I just got a glazy for a second. I thought you did excellent. I just thought that was awesome from you. I thought you gave.
I was loving it.
Yeah, I thought you said some points that I will often make like way better than I've ever done. So the whole point about could, I've always tried to make that land, but you like made it land so much more effectively, and so I just wanted to like you did a great job.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I think you did a really good job. Hey, listen, bro. Hey, listen, bro. We go back and forth on this. I love working with you, and it looks like we're gonna get to tomorrow as well.
Oh, are you on that fucking Wick panel?
I am.
Oh shit,
I'm your
nice.
guy.
Nice.
Yeah, tomorrow.
Oh, that's good. Hopefully it's more structured. I want to say a couple things. I just want to make sure I didn't get a stroke. Did you hear that guy when Tom was asking, like, why is it reasonable to think that it's likely that he has a second gun? He goes, well, in order to have a second gun, you have a first gun. You have to have a first gun. Did you remember hearing that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, he 100% said that. Yeah, without a doubt.
I thought I had a stroke, dude. That might have been the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. And then your point at the end there was like, to think we weren't engaged in hypotheticals when how long did it take for him to address your hypothetical about the people in the street? Like it was legit 10 to 15 minutes or something like that.
Yeah, it was legitimately that long. It's crazy. And by the way, I still never got a satisfactory answer to how do you know he was resisting arrest if you don't even know if he was making an arrest?
Yes.
Never.
Never.
Satisfactory answer.
Yeah, because like they kept saying like it's a potential arrest, it's a potential detainment. They tried to bake in detainment into it because when it's clear that we're talking about like whether or not we think a reasonable person from that perspective would think that there is a detainment, because that bears on whether they're trying to obstruct. And then the equivocate, trying to do the dictionary substitute for obstruction test when we were analyzing the statute, that was like that was so bad faith. And he was trying to do it while I was calling it out.
It's crazy. It's insane. No, it was a fucking. I'm trying to forget it. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm trying to forget that debate just happened.
But no, I thought you did so well, and they tried to like strawman you so many fucking times. Like when you gave a very sensible answer on this like not applicable at all hypothetical in good faith, analyzing like what they put for you, asking questions. He did say at some point, say whatever you want, whatever parameters you want, and so you start putting in parameters or asking about them. But then he does this kind of like, I don't know if it's Mott and Bailey, whatever the thing is. He substitutes in for the hypothetical he just constructed, the Jacob Blake case, which is like totally different facts, completely different from the hypothetical he just did. And all of them are different than the actual case and hasn't like analyzed what part of the hypothetical is drawing out the like problem logic. I just felt that they were trying to, at every opportunity, paint you as like some crazy cuckoo person, but the Second Amendment thing that you did was so fucking good. I really appreciate it.
Well, I mean, you started that. I really wanted to jump on that because I wish we actually had back and forth because it is a total chilling of the Second Amendment. It's just 100%. Total. You have a gun on you, and if it falls out of your pocket, because they said if you have it at all, or if in this case, you are disarmed. Disarmed by a law enforcement officer, then if you reach for anything, you're dead.
Yeah, and for those of you who are looking at me like, well, no, they said it would depend, different inferences based on where you reach. That isn't just because they say that doesn't mean that that's not what their logic is, right? Their logic is that if it is possible, right, he could have been reaching for a gun, then that's enough, right? That's enough, and so that's why it's not relevant that they say later, well, different places were trained in different places, because the logic of it is it could. You need to establish, though, as Riley said, more affirmative evidence to believe that they're reaching for a gun. And that's why he bit the bullet. It was the craziest bullet bite of all time. You said, assume there's no evidence that he's doing it. Assume that he can't see it. Assume that all these things, but that he could do it. Would you still shoot? And the answer was yes. He legitimately bit the most crazy bullet.
It was insane.
You had another question too. I'll let you talk.
I wanted to get. Yeah, I wanted to. Well, are you okay if I move on to the question I asked you?
Yes, of course.
DMs? Okay, so I was really curious about this because I kind of like soft launched this the other day on my stream, but I didn't know the implications of this, and I totally before any of these streams happened. By the way, I had this question, and it was perfect that I got you to be able to talk to, because I wanted to specifically talk to you. Is there any reason why we shouldn't be pushing for the DOJ to be independent, similar to like the Fed? Is there any reason like you can think of that would make that like not good?
Yeah, democratic accountability, right? Like if we believe in democracy, it sucks, right? But what we're fearful of, we're very fearful of the manipulation of coercive power of the state, especially in criminal proceedings. Because think about it, like incarceration, criminal proceedings, these are some of the most liberty depriving things that a state can do, in fact. And, you know, in the context of a lot of authoritarian states, none of their prosecutors' offices, none of their exercise of prosecutorial authority has any democratic accountability. And so I can imagine a situation in which you separate criminal prosecution from the president's prerogatives and have like a separate branch. But I think that it needs to still be democratically accountable to have that kind of safety valve. In that I trust, even in this current context, I still believe in democracy. And so that's one of the reasons. And another is that from a like kind of a structural perspective of where the court is right now, I understand that this is a proposal to change it. They kind of view the executive power as in its strongest when it's prosecutorial authority. Like if anything is executive power, it's enforcing the law and choosing when to enforce the law. And so you can't, to be an executive is at its core these kinds of decisions. And so any kind of like change of that would require significant like constitutional reform structurally.
Yeah. Okay. I like change of how long-standing precedent and stuff like that is what you're saying?
And just even the conception of what the executive power is. The executive power, as understood in Article 2 by even people who don't agree with unitary executive theory, and just to be clear, I don't agree with that theory, but we still think...
I'm sorry, what is that again?
Yeah, so unitary executive theory is the notion that not just the executive branch has all of the executive power. It's the president, the person of the president. He unitarily, right, as just one person, has all the executive power, and everything is derivative to him. I don't subscribe to that. But even for people who don't subscribe to that, we kind of think of prosecution as like the core of what executive means, and what was intended for the Constitution. That doesn't mean that it should be this way. Like, right, that's just saying what the law is. It's not saying what the law should be. And so you could take a view that like, all right, well, we can just take this power out of the executive power and put it in a different branch. But I think I would want it, if it's going to happen, to be a constitutional amendment. But what I would do, I would sooner just reject unitary executive theory and reintroduce Congress's authority to legislate and provide checks and balances. And for example, have like an independent counsel, which isn't immediately fireable by the president. So I would just adjust like that and to go back on the precedent that is more sort of establishing this unitary executive as a way to check the executive branch against itself, as opposed to shuffling off to like some other branch and even assuming that it's accountable.
Right. So then that is, I guess this is a more like direct and I guess a little bit more challenging question, but I imagine you already thought about it. Do you have anything that you would change to be able to avoid the like weaponization of the DOJ that we see now? Is there any like structural changes that you would seek to make?
Yeah, a couple. So the first, I think, is the rejection of unitary theory, as I just said. I think that you could create positions that are insulated from presidential removal. And I think those would provide more stability. I don't think it should necessarily be like U.S. Attorney's Office, but internal. There should be some internal inspector general protection. There should be other protections within the department. That's number one. Number two, I think that we should get rid of Trump versus United States. I think one of the big issues with the immunity decision is that it encourages this kind of like the notion that prosecutorial decisions could never be criminal, at least from the president's perspective, and maybe even further, that I think has encouraged a lot of bad action. And so removing the potential for criminal prosecution after, or at least someone can argue that after your time in office, I think increases that. I think getting rid of the pardon power as well, or the pardon power, because it's linked so heavily, or reforming it to criminal justice from the federal perspective, it's obviously going to be a tool that the president can use in his toolkit to try to, even if it's the case that you have more insulation from the president with these measures that I'm talking about, the president can just get around them by pardoning everyone he likes and using the pardon power.
So
There's
you're
more, but
saying
yeah.
no pardons for presidents?
Or at least subject to significant, if you had to, like, if the question were remove the pardon power entirely or keep it the way it is, I would remove it entirely. I would probably try to house it, if it's going to exist, and split it between Congress or the courts or something, have some kind of way to do it. But I don't think the president needs it. And I think it encourages corruption from both sides. I think that Biden's pardoning of his son was, in fact, corrupt. Is it on the level of the pardons of Trump's? Not at all. Not even close. Not even 1%. But I think it is corrupt, and it encourages fucking with the interests of criminal justice and the DOJ by having this little sort of escape hatch that the president could just unilaterally do. Other things I would sort of encourage as well, but I'll stop there in case you have any questions.
Okay, so the reason why I'm asking this is because when it comes to specifically like the DOJ, obviously you have a like legal background, so you're going to have a lot more understanding of this than the average individual. But I also am specifically not super well read. Like when you initiated the conversation with like a position of let's talk about the legal, you remember in the debate we just had with the legal, I was fully ready to just let you take over and then just combat it if they said really, really stupid shit. Like to just do that. Because when we were getting around, it's like, is there a legal precedent? I was literally like, I don't know. I wasn't gonna do what they were doing where it's like, oh yeah, very obviously this is like especially when it was like, oh, it doesn't say that it requires intent here. And you're like, bro, when we're talking about crimes like this, it requires intent. That is the precedent for it. I'm not gonna pretend like I don't know or that I know these things.
I just think that like the question of whether or not it's murder, whether or not this was justified, you can think about different ways to understand that question. One is it morally justified? And I think they almost like give the ball up when they say that these are like irresponsible or they wouldn't have done it, things like that. And that's another, I understand moral to be like what someone ought do, right? I don't even understand moral other than what we ought do, what we ought not do. And that is just how I conceive of moral questions. But usually people say, was it a justified shooting, right? They're referring to the legal question. Was it legally justified? And unfortunately, that just is inseparably a legal question.
So, well, especially when they couch it, and I could understand some people referring to justified in a moral way. I've used it sometimes, but not when they couch it in language of
it was a good shoot.
Why is because it was a good resisting arrest, doing these things, using very specific terms and terminology, and then defending them from a legal context. Like, yes, that's what they did. They had probable cause. They used all the terminology, right, to be able to justify it. So I completely agree with that. Sorry, the reason why I brought that up though is just to be able to address that. I don't know much about these things, so I wanted to know specifically about like the DOJ and stuff like that to be able to understand the insulation of how it can operate, because I think kind of what you were talking about, where the immunity from prosecution in what is it, a major presidential acts or something like that, whatever that means, the esoteric thing that means. It just feels so fucked, especially with like when I watched him interact with like Tim Walz and stuff like that, where he's like, ICE is doing very obviously like illegal shit, and then you have like the memo that comes out that's like seems. Or what is your? I'm sorry, I'm all over the place. What is your opinion on that memo? That memo is super anti-Fourth Amendment, correct? It's like plain as day, correct?
The one to Tim from the AG, or which one? Or the administrative warrants?
Excuse me. The administrative warrants one.
Yeah, let me talk about that. I just want to respond real quick to the chat. It says, he says, I also don't want a unitary theory to be correct, but I have trouble with the argument that essentially you're creating another branch of government within the executive. I think that what Relly is questioning whether or not what my thoughts are on either that or separate branch. But I don't think that we're creating that it's created another branch of government to create protection from removal from the president. And you don't have to take my word for it, because the Supreme Court is going to protect the Federal Reserve with that very same logic. And I don't think that the Supreme Court is going to be characterizing their action as creating a separate branch. And so I reject that framing, and we're just sort of, going into it. What are my thoughts on the administrative warrants? Yeah, I think that there's a lot of shiftiness going on with respect to these warrants. The first is the question of whether or not the Fourth Amendment specifically prohibits what is being proposed. And what you'll hear people say is something like, well, the Supreme Court has never squarely addressed this issue. But that, I think, is incredibly deceptive, because it's telling us to ignore the reasoning of the Supreme Court when they've established case law on warrants before and the need for warrants before. Yes, it may be the case that the Supreme Court has never squarely dealt with these I-205 warrants or whatever, these proposed warrants, but that doesn't mean that we don't have the reasoning of the court to suggest that this is highly, highly illegal, and I think it is. So I'm quoting now from the Supreme Court. The purpose of a warrant is to allow a neutral judicial officer to assess whether the police have probable cause to make an arrest or conduct a search. Obviously, right? The whole point, like, why would a warrant be presumptively necessary to conduct searches or to conduct an arrest? Because that is the case. There are obviously exceptions to the warrant requirement for reasonable searches, but presumptively a warrant is required based on probable cause. And the whole point of it is to have a detached officer determine probable cause. And obviously, if you have an executive officer appointed by Pam Bondi, appointed by Kristi Noem, not even going to the Executive Office for Immigration Review, which are the immigration judges under the Department of Justice. I don't even think that would be enough, but just within the DHS, assessing for themselves the legality of their searches, it's undermining the entirety of the purpose of warrants as laid out by the court in binding precedent and in the reasoning of these decisions. And so we should reject it on that ground alone. But there's even more, right? Like, think about if you accept it, right? Their argument goes something like this. Well, it's not a search warrant because we're not doing searches. We're just doing arrest warrants. And the arrest warrant, the search or the trespass into the home is just incident to the arrest. We're just having to do the arrest. We have to go into the home to do the arrest.
Yeah.
And there is some case law that says an arrest warrant is sufficient to get the individual in their home. But that, again, presupposes a judicial warrant for an arrest. And it's kind of obvious, right, that you are allowed to go into their specific home, and a court has already sort of signed off on it, and it's a judicial warrant. That case, I think, is called Payton. Payton is the case for that. But in this situation, where there is no judicial oversight, what you're essentially saying is with these arrest warrants, you get a skeleton key into any residence in the entire country, because you can just claim, oh, well, I had a reason to believe this was their home, and there's no review thing or a remedy for if that turns out to be the case or not be the case, or it's used in bad faith. And so obviously the whole purpose of having the warrant and a detached neutral magistrate, which was present in all of these cases in their reasoning, and the policy effects that this would entail, which is you have a skeleton key to any residence where you can facially claim and just write down in a report that we thought that this was the home of the person we're seeking. That's troublesome, to say the least.
Okay, I wanted to heat check because I've been making very strong claims of that, and it sounds like you're
but be careful with something.
in a very similar way.
There is case law on certain administrative inspections. Okay. And this
administrative inspections.
Okay. Yes. Civil inspections. So imagine the following.
Okay.
Let's say there's a policy to make sure that everyone is up to code for rental units, right? And to inspect, for example, like some sort of commercial property, right? Do you need a warrant to go into a restaurant to make sure that they're like complying with code in order to have those inspections?
Like a food inspector?
Right, like a food inspector. We'll assume that they want to do it at a time when it's like not open, or it's to an area that's not open to the general public or something like that, right? Something it's actually protected by the Fourth Amendment. Should you need to get a warrant for those situations? And there's special case law on those cases. But that deals with administrative inspections. It's not in the context of arrest. It's not in the context of immigration. And even there, I think that the case law is you have to get a warrant of some kind. It's just a lower threshold. It's not probable cause that a crime was committed. It's like probable cause that there's a violation or something. And there could be other consequences to not complying with inspections if you agree to them. So there's a weird case law specifically on inspections that you should not take to mean that all administrative warrants are okay.
Okay, so wait, to be clear, even in that situation, you need a warrant, but it's just a lower threshold?
I think that there's the case is called like camera or something, or cameras. I think the case law there suggests that it was undoing prior precedent, which said that there isn't even like a search. There's not a Fourth Amendment component at all. So it's and I think the conclusion there was that those kinds of breaches do constitute searches, and it's some level of a lower standard for those kinds of inspections, but it's not nothing. So it's some sort of like code enforcement shit. Yeah, this person has it. Yeah, and it's not like particularized facts and shit. So yeah, whatever it is. Now that I'm sitting here, I'm not remembering exactly the standard for it, but it's just like not applicable to what we're talking about, which are like core Fourth Amendment protections, the home, right? This is Scalia in this case called Kylo. In Kylo, what did Scalia find? That was a case where they were doing thermal imaging, right? Thermal imaging. Like, you're not technically like going into their home, right? You're not. So how can that be a search? You're just standing from somewhere you're supposed to be. You're pointing a thermal like imaging device at a place. How is that a search? Well, they're like, you're doing a trespass into the home. It's like the most protected thing. And so don't take those like inspections for code violations and stuff to be the same thing as what we're talking about here. And even there, I think that there's it's some lower threshold, but it's not no scrutiny whatsoever.
Yeah, I think that's important to me. Yeah. Just as a component for conversation, because that shows that even something that most people consider to be not a big deal, right, is still has a threshold. Not that there's like it's the same threshold, but that there's any at all shows that like there is clear intent that they take even food inspections super seriously.
Yeah. At some point, I'll send you my outline from criminal procedure because I think it will be helpful. Like these questions need to be analyzed, unfortunately, almost like a script, right? The first question is it even a search or seizure? That's the first question, right? Like, is shooting someone, that's why we have this objective reasonability test for shootings at all, right? Is because, first of all, shooting someone with a gun constitutes a seizure under the Fourth Amendment. That's why we analyze it under the Constitution. Yes. Yeah. So the reason why we analyze these shootings in the context of the Fourth Amendment is because we first determine that shooting someone with a gun is a seizure. That's the first question, is like, is it even a search? Is it even a seizure? And what the court has put out in the context of searches is there's this test called the Katz test. That has to do with a reasonable expectation of privacy. It's more elastic. It's, maybe you have a reasonable expectation of privacy. Can you just bug any phone booth that you want without a warrant? No, right? Because you have a reasonable expectation of privacy in a phone booth. But the court has said, even though we have this kind of more malleable Katz test, the constitutionally enumerated areas, houses, papers, persons, and effects, that those are like always protected. And any trespass into the home by a law enforcement officer constitutes a search. That is a search. And there's some question about like when you're on the curtilage of the property, when you're like, can you look into a window? Is there a license to like walk up to the door? But even things like bringing your dog up to sniff at the edge of a home, I believe that was found to be a search. Like having the dog sniff into your home from a position even where he's allowed to be, like constituted a search. I believe that that's true and accurate. So all that is to say, you need to start the question of like, is this even a seizure? Is it even a search? And those will help you. Those cases will help you. And then the question of, is it reasonable? And presumptively, a search or seizure is unreasonable if it's not supported by a warrant and probable cause, unless you fit into one of the exceptions. And the exceptions are usually, they do a lot of work. Hot pursuit, what's it called? Not hot pursuit. Exigent circumstances, something in plain view. There's a vehicle exception. There's certain exceptions related to when you're in an airport. So that's the kind of the tool of analysis. Is it a search? Is it a seizure? Is it supported by warrant and probable cause, or sometimes reasonable suspicion when it comes to certain stops? And if it's not, is there an exception? That's the way you analyze it.
Okay. All of that felt like very solid to me with the understanding that I was running with. So that's pretty good. That it felt that way, except for like we were talking about a little bit the inspection thing. I honestly wasn't expecting that they would require any
case. I think it's called cameras or something.
I think I'm looking it up right now, but I'm not sure.
Starts with a C. I forget what the case is.
Camberos,
something like that.
Camberos,
administrative inspection Warrant SCOTUS. Camera versus
says that
Municipal
they were-
Court, 1967. That's the big case.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And
Unconstitutional sniffer.
no, true, truly. Let me.
My Discord.
The Fourth Amendment provides that the right of the persons to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable search and seizure shall not be violated, and no warrant shall issue but upon probable cause, blah, blah, blah. The basic purpose of this amendment, as recognized in countless court, is to safeguard the privacy and security of individuals against arbitrary invasions by government officials. The Fourth Amendment thus gives concrete expression on a right of the people, which is basic to a free society. Though there has been general agreement as to the fundamental purpose of the Fourth Amendment, translation of the abstract prohibition against unreasonable searches and seizures into workable guidelines is a difficult task. Nevertheless, one governing principle justified by history and current experience has consistently been followed, except in certain carefully defined cases. A search of private property without proper consent is unreasonable unless it has been authorized by a valid search warrant. And the case is, it is upsetting, this decision called Frank, where it said the majority found that municipal fire, health, and housing inspections touch at the periphery of the Fourth and 14th Amendments. And this is what the court says. We may agree that a routine inspection of the physical condition of private property is less hostile intrusion than the typical policeman's search for the fruits and instrumentalities of crime. For this reason alone, Frank differed from the great bulk of Fourth Amendment cases which have been considered by this court. But we cannot agree that the Fourth Amendment interests at stake in these inspection cases are merely, quote, peripheral. It is surely anomalous to say that the individual and his private property are fully protected by the Fourth Amendment only when the individual is suspected of criminal behavior. For instance, even the most law-abiding citizen has a very tangible interest in limiting the circumstances under which the sanctity of his home may be broken by official authority, for the possibility of criminal entry under the guise of official sanction is a serious threat to personal and family security. And even accepting Frank's rather remarkable premise, inspections of the kind we are considering do in fact jeopardize self-protection interests of the property owner. Like most regulatory laws, fire, health, and housing codes are enforced by the criminal process. In some cities, discovery of a violation leads to a criminal complaint. And so they're basically trying to say that Frank is not based, and that you do have Fourth Amendment interest when it comes to these inspections.
That's great. Wait, do you have the link to that? Can you link me that?
Yeah, sure.
Also, and this is, thank you. This is my final kind of question that I have for you. What do you think? Because you were saying a lot of base shit about the bootlicking stuff, so I'm pretty sure we're very, very 1-to-1 on how we feel about ICE. Okay, so what do you think should be the consequences on the Trump administration, especially as a result, particularly as a result of ICE? What do you think should be the concessions that Democrats push for, to get?
Those are different questions. One is what I think the
fair.
consequences should be, and what should be the negotiation tactics of Democrats. And it's different based on when we're analyzing it. Like now when we're out of power versus assuming we have a president and a majority that's able to do stuff. So I'll first give the answer on what I think. Go for it.
Serious. So I would be referring to right now in the context of the partial shutdown and the whole stuff that's happening right now. What do you think we should do now? And then you're right, they're two separate questions. So answer how you may.
But right now, I don't really think I have a problem with Democrats' general positioning on negotiations, which is the following: take the masks off, number one, put in body cameras, which Noam is claiming that she's going to do, and then some Democrats are pushing to change funding, and even Collins, I think, signed on to that amendment, as well as Murkowski, to adjust some of the funding from some of these bills from ICE to other places. So those I think are very fruitful and reasonable places to negotiate. I don't have a problem with that. Mm-hmm. I think additionally, and certain Democrats have recognized this, that we ought to do these kind of signaling votes or demonstrative positions. And the one thing I would ask for that, and this is I got into it with Hutch a little bit, is when we do those kinds of signaling, let it actually be base things. So don't just signal, hey, we want to ban the deportation of citizens, which is already banned, right? Put some teeth into it. Be like, we want to make it a crime to illegally deport someone under color of law. We want that to be criminalized. We want there to be a civil cause of action for any U.S. citizen who is unlawfully deported by ICE. or impose some kind of like strict liability. It shall be a civil violation, statutory damages if any U.S. citizen is deported, even if it was a reasonable deportation, something like that, to really make it like, you know how in the cases of statutory grape, there's no like ignorance excuse, like if you did it, you're liable, right? I would want that, like, propose something with fucking balls and teeth if you're going to do the signaling stuff. So in general, I'm okay with it being the current negotiation strategy of funding, of masks, and of cameras and that kind of stuff. I also want murder investigations. I think that would be a place to do it, and full independent investigations of what actually took place. And whatever you're doing for signaling, have it be based. And obviously, if we ever have a workable majority, I do want to abolish ICE. I do want to reduce some of their authorities. I want to overturn the Lake and Riley Act, and I want to fundamentally just like fuck with their different authorities. And the reason I want to do that is we can talk about later or now, whatever you want. But it's not just because I want to change the name. It's more important than that.
Okay, so I feel like I agree with everything that you just said, but I also feel like there is a thing that we could get away with, and at this point I feel like we should just get away with as much as we can, which is I feel like we could push for like a firing of one of these people, maybe Nome, especially. It seems like people are coming out left, right, and center for Nome.
Yeah, I think that's a great position to take. Yeah. I think that's a great position to take.
Yeah, because I want to signal at least something. Like, I want people, when they watch TV and they see a separate Secretary of Homeland Security, to be like, oh, remember, that last one got fired. They had to fire her, and the Dems forced them to get fired. That's what I want them to when they watch TV.
It's a really good insight here because there's a lot of number one, they impeached Mayorkas, and so there's something there about pushing for a firing. I think you and I would both agree. We don't think it's going to change fundamentally their policy. Like, they're just going to put in another fucking loser. But here's what's great about it: pushing for a firing of someone who's already unpopular, like Kristi Noem. You're kind of baiting them into, they're damned if they do, damned if they don't. They either fire them, and whatever they do, it's going to look like it's because of the pressure, right? Or let's say it's because of the pressure of impeachment, whatever you want to say. Or they keep a very unpopular person who's the face of lies, deceit. And so you kind of push them into a very bad political position, because any firing, anytime that she leaves, it's going to be interpreted as a victory for the left. But that doesn't happen as much if Democrats don't vocally support getting rid of her. And so I actually think what you suggested is very smart.
Yeah. So but in general, I mean, I agree with everything that you said. I just wanted to make sure we were on the same place, the same like footing with stuff like this. I imagine that we're pretty identical on a lot of our opinions, just based on your temperament in the last conversation that we had. It feels like you probably have a similar amount of rage for ICE's actions as I do, which listen, I appreciate
100%. I think that it's not even on the grounds of I don't want any internal immigration enforcement. That's not my position.
Yeah.
Well, the problem is one where people try to separate personnel and agency, and you can't, right? An agency is made up of personnel, and so much of an agency's abilities, so much of an agency's culture is tied to innumerable personnel decisions and built up institutional knowledge. That's part of the reason why what Trump is doing with like Consumer Financial Protection Bureau or Department of Education is so harmful, right? Because they're destroying like very useful institutional knowledge and very useful like bureaucratic efficiency. But it's an agency is personnel is policy, and so part of the reason why I think it's useful to push abolishment is because I think it's inseparable to think about the agency and its personnel, and destroying an agency, getting rid of it, will give you legal protections because you won't be stuck with so many kind of like legal questions about particular firings. You're able to put more wrenches if you do it in a kind of like, let's review all the people. Let's make sure that everyone is doing a good job. Let's go through everyone. No, like when that happens, you open the door for, you're doing this because you're racist. You're doing it because you're discriminating on free speech. No, let's just take a higher level from a legislative perspective.
The agency has not had as its mandate the protection of American civil liberties, and to better effectuate the policy, to be more efficient, and to not have to worry so much time in court about defending lawsuits of like wrongful deprivation of employment, etc. Get rid of the whole fucking thing. Build up a new agency with its first mandate, protection of American civil liberties, and then secondarily, the enforcement of American immigration law internally. And I think that would be, in addition to that, the reform needs to be tailored to criminalizing certain deprivations of rights from a federal perspective and opening the door for certain sort of federal legislation when rights are deprived. But yeah, those are all part of why I think it's important to do the abolishment and not just change the name, not just mild reform. I think that any kind of Democratic president, ICE is rotten. They're not going to listen to them, and they're going to continue to do these deprivations. They're not trained well, and we need to start fresh.
Yeah, so I feel that way, but I also want to add that I also feel like it's a good point of like, maybe this wouldn't be the case like when it comes time, but I feel like there would be a good point of like good faith for people to be like, hey, look, we recognize we fucked up. We're going to go back to the drawing board. We're going to make something functional for you. We're not abandoning internal enforcement of immigration law. We're not abandoning this idea, but clearly there was issues here. Clearly there was problems. We're going to get this shit right. We're going to, work on something. I think that's really, really important to signal to people, but maybe the sentiment is going to change, but I feel like there is a desire amongst the American people for something like that. I think there is a desire.
I think the polling shows it. I mean, he's slipping tremendously on immigration. ICE itself, people are seeing what's happening, and like they're not even training them well for their own purposes. If you were smart, and Barnes talks about this too, and this is the conservative I quoted at the end there. He is not against mass deportation, right? He's not against mass deportation at all, but it's not even strategically smart for them to do it this way, because having this many cases does have a political cost. And the people that they're choosing to do this kind of internal operations aren't trained to do it. It's like, it's one of the reasons why we're concerned about the military deployments in cases involving, the protests in LA, et cetera, is because we don't think that the specific training of some of these different either military people or the border patrol is for crowd control, is for civilian enforcement of laws internally that are broader than just, specific ICE raids, right? ICE might be really good at raids that are, that could be the case, but patrolling streets, walking up and, dealing with traffic and dealing with organized groups of protesters, I don't think that they're good at that. And so even from the perspective of the MAGA person, it's been a disaster. And I think that has opened up a lot of opportunities for Democrats to take advantage of. Like, obviously, we would prefer they not do this. We would prefer they not deprive people of civil liberties, but we're not going to not take advantage of it because they're making a mistake.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, well, that's a lot of my questions. I appreciate you coming on and answering all of those. Do you have might sound a little weird. Do you have your link to your, you primarily stream on YouTube, right?
YouTube and Twitch. So it's Pisco on Twitch. I have the real Pisco account on Twitch, and I have Pisco Liddy on YouTube and on everything else.
Okay. Do you have the link right available that you can just send to me so I can drop it inside of this stuff?
Sure. Is this a link to YouTube?
Whichever one you want, but both. It's up to you. I just want to drop it because I like talking to you and I like your opinions. I think you're pretty based.
Thank you. Yeah. Likewise. And I guess we'll talk to each other tomorrow as well in our debate about Don Lemon.
Yeah, Don Lemon. That's another one that I feel like you're gonna, because it has to do with legality, no?
Yeah, they got
whether.
Yeah, they got two lawyers on the other side too. In my opinion, they're kind of lolcows. I don't really rate Lactoid and Benzie attorney that highly, but it will get into the minutia of the situation. I think that one thing that would be smart for you to do potentially is to, and I think you'll do a good job at this. Honestly, I don't think that or whatever. I think the angle of the First Amendment potential chilling effect, separate and apart from the legal violation, if this were the standard, the same kind of argument about Second Amendment would apply to the First Amendment. Like, there's a lot of socially useful reporting that would be chilled potentially, right, if this were in fact criminal. So that would be a good, I think, policy argument, separate and apart from the legal stuff. But I can send you legal stuff too if you want to take a look at it.
Oh, if you want to send it to me, it
Sure.
couldn't hurt anything. Yeah, because like the actual legal argument, like I said, I'm not great at the legal, but yeah, the chilling is that's whenever I talk about the Don Lemon situation, that's the situation I like walk into. And I feel like that's a lot of what people can really dig their teeth into as well. Like the more average people can be like, yeah, no, this would set a bad precedent.
Unfortunately, there's a very thin line and a nuance line that I think you can walk, that no one wants to argue for journalist immunity, right? And no one should be arguing for journalist criminal immunity. And so eventually some of the policy argument gets ground down into like the law itself, whether or not we think the law is too broad or its application in this instance is apt. But there's a way to walk it so that you're not advocating for journalist immunity, which you shouldn't. And notwithstanding that, take a look at the purpose behind the law. And then also there's a hypocrisy argument here too, which is this administration doesn't actually care to prosecute Don Lemon as X, Y, or Z because they pardoned everyone, including the bad faith, I think, journalists who that were locked up under Jan 6 or at least charged in that case. So there's arguments that you can walk. What you got to be careful of, I think, in the policy argument is not getting into the realm of journalist immunity, which I think is not good. but again, it's more about if this conduct reaches the level of sanctionable under the FACE Act or under the AKK Act, do we think that it would chill legitimate speech and investigative reporting? And I think it reminds me a little bit of the material support provision with foreign terrorist organizations. And this is something I defended Hassan on. I know, the triggering. But he had that interview with the Houthis, right? With the Houthi. Oh, no, sorry. I just spread fake news. Alleged Houthi person, right? And at the time he did that interview, the Houthis were not actually designated as a foreign terrorist organization. But I'm concerned sometimes of the material support case law. Because if it were the case that material support for a terrorist organization included the kinds of interviews, even if they're sympathetic, of like Houthis or like Osama, that might chill very useful communication and understanding from a people. Like one of the problems, I think, in a lot of our foreign policy, certainly when it comes to Iran, for example, is failure to understand the other side. Not that they're legitimate or whatever, but like not having enough context to understand what's motivating another group of people can be harmful for your society and cause you to make bad decisions. And so just like that material support provision that makes it a crime, where it arguably could get into like journalistic interviews, is that material support, etc. I think any application of the FACE Act that targets Don Lemon here would chill socially useful and legitimate speech.
Okay. All right. And so you said the FACE Act and the KKK Act are going to be the most likely, or that's what's being used.
It's been
here,
charged, yeah. So there's three different statutes that are listed in the indictment if you pick it out. The first is 18 U.S.C. 241, which I think is the, let me just double check this, 18 U.S.C. 241. That's the conspiracy against rights. So that's the KKK Act. So if you look up that statute, conspiracy against rights, that's one of the statutes that Trump was charged with. That's KKK Act. There's the FACE Act, which is, I think 248. Yeah, 248, 18 U.S.C. 248. That's threats, force, or physical obstruction for a set of purposes. Okay, so it's not regulating speech directly. It's regulating threats, force, or physical obstruction related to certain purposes. And then there's the accomplice liability statute, which I think is 18 U.S.C. 2, which you don't really need to get into. But they're all kind of like, it all turns on the FACE Act, because the conspiracy count is a conspiracy with respect to the FACE Act. That's the right that's being deprived, is the right to be free from a FACE Act violation. And the accomplice liability, to the extent that there's any, turns on the accomplice with respect to the FACE Act. So the most important thing to look at is the FACE Act violation, because that's what everything else is kind of like key to. The additional part about the conspiracy is you need to show an agreement, and it has greater penalties, and you're able to get people who didn't really even do anything necessarily, but just agreed to do something and helped it. That's why the conspiracy is significant, but it all is kind of turning on the underlying FACE Act violations. Okay.
All right. Cool. I appreciate this. I'm going to look through this that way I don't make a total fool of myself.
Yeah.
All right. All right. Yeah. I guess that's all I had for you right now. Do you have any final thoughts?
No, that's I'm all good, and I appreciate you, bro.
I appreciate you too. See you tomorrow. I
All right,
guess, homie.
later. See you tomorrow, homie.
All right, much love. Bye.
Peace out. What up, guys? All right, last thing, and then I have to. Vivian, what's your fucking Twitter? X Vivian Wolf. I got triggered. From me. So my tweet was Jesus fucking Christ. That was me seeing an angle of the murder of Alex Preddy. You said, I see no way to return a sense of justice now. Fascism here, and Americans are being murdered in the street by fascist paramilitary. I don't agree with the first line. I think that there is a way to return to a sense of justice. I agree with the second part. And then the third sentence is, you all laughed at us when we were terrified of this happening. I hope you'll listen when I say this is only the beginning. So I think a reasonable person hearing you say that would get from your message that I'm included as part of the you. You all laughed. You all, right? You all, I think for me that is a second person, right? You all and plural, and it would contain at a minimum me. And you say, I hope you will listen. You is again referring to me, the person that you're responding to, as at least part of the group. And the implication there being that I laughed when we, meaning I think, I'm assuming it's not British people, I'm assuming you're saying like far lefties, communist types, when we said we were terrified of this happening. And I take issue with that for multiple reasons. A, I never laughed at fascism, potentiality, and abuses of civil rights. In fact, it was the very main thing that I was concerned about. And B, to the extent that there was these lefty types, they were all against fucking Kamala, at least the very far lefty ones who were visible online. That's why Hutch is so pissed off. And we were the ones screaming, fascism, you need to vote. You need to. So obviously I'm not going to take, at a bare minimum, even putting that last part aside, even if I'm wrong about that, including me as a reasonable person would. Listen, again, you might want to have amended what you said, but you said, quote, you all laughed at us when we said we were terrified of this happening. I think a reasonable person interprets that your response to me at Pisco Lydia is including me as part of the you all. Okay? And then I say, what the fuck are you saying I laughed? This was our main pitch against Trump. Fascist POS with no guardrails. And you say, and I quote, there's saying it and there's meaning it. I heard a lot of liberals call Trump a fascist when that was the DNC's line for all of 5 minutes during the election cycle. So you're including me because I'm a liberal, right? They're saying it and there's meaning it. I said, I laughed. And you're saying, they're saying it and there's meaning it. A reasonable person reading that thinks that you're suggesting that my concern about fascism is fleeting, that my concern about fascism is directed by the DNC's line, that that's what is driving my concern, as opposed to a genuine concern. It's, of course, not an unreasonable interpretation of that whatsoever. None of them acted like it. None of the liberals acted like this was a true threat. None of the liberals who, to a person, was calling out the fascist threat and was, to a person, angry about the potentiality of his election and now are incensed. You're saying none of them acted like that. What a gross exaggeration. What a depraved thing to say about the main group that has been calling out the fascist authoritarian right. Disgusting. This is where you split the thread and I said, you specifically, I don't know, dude. Stop. Was my before you say, you don't know, dude, you don't know, dude, you don't know, dude. What you said there, that was a reasonable read of what you said. Those initial tweets, right? You all laughed at us. Is it unreasonable for me to assume that I'm a part of that? Yes or no? It's so when I reacted and said, well, she's responding to me, she's saying, you all, I hope you'll listen. Is it unreasonable for me to assume that
I'm being grouped together. Yes or no? That's the question. Is it unreasonable? Before your tweet saying you specifically. Before that. I'm not talking about that. I'm saying before that. No, it isn't unreasonable, and I admitted in the Twitter thread, and I apologize for it here in the chat. So far, I will apologize for using language that made you feel I was attacking you specifically. Language that made me feel that way, or language that any reasonable person would understand to be that way. And again, when I said, "Huh? What the fuck are you saying?" I laughed. That was our main pitch against Trump. You didn't say, "Oh, I didn't mean you." That wasn't your initial response. "Oh, I didn't mean you." But even if I were to accept that, and say, well, it wasn't specific to you, it was about liberals in general. Where's the substantiation for that? That liberals in general didn't really give a shit about fascism. That liberals in general. That's not true. It was these enlightened centrist types. It was Republicans. They didn't give a shit about fascism. And to the extent that the lefties downplayed the threat of Trump, which a lot of them did, or said don't vote for Kamala, or said something like Kamala wouldn't be different, that's on them too. And so I don't have, even if, put me out of it, the claim that, and you said, I sat in a debate with Destiny and Vosh as Destiny called us petty and laughed as we said Trump was fascist. You just call everyone fascist was the frame for a long time. Destiny changed his mind on that, and he was open about that. And so, yeah, he was wrong then, and he changed his mind before the election. And also, what? Now all liberals need to answer for fucking Destiny? Even if it were the case that he didn't change his mind on it, which he did, and he was fighting on that as well, more so than I will say. I will say this without any shame. I know that we've had our differences, Destiny and I. He fought against the fascist threat more so than plenty of lefties I know. There's a reason when I did this collaboration, the first person that I thought of was Destiny. Because unlike other people that we can talk about, there was no false equivalent. And he was on the side. Certain people who didn't see the threat, and I'm telling you right now, it wasn't liberals. It wasn't resistance liberals. It was other people. And then another tweet of yours. I said, none of us laughed. We're just not violent and delusional terrorists. Will you take back that we laughed, yes or no? We will continue to advocate peaceful and democratic solutions. And so when you say none of them acted like it, an inference from that is, well, we should have done something other than what we did, right? You said none of them acted like it. The inference from that is, well, we should have done something about it. I'm not saying it includes you. In what respect did liberals not act like it? Because you didn't do anything about it? Which is part of your... Don't try to deny that, Vivian Wolf. That's part of your whole shtick, right? Is to do this kind of oh, these people on the street, this kind of shit. And don't tell me that's not what you're doing. Bed posting. None of them act like it, implying that if they wanted to act like it, they'd be doing other stuff other than just voting and organizing legally and peacefully. That's why I said we're not violent and delusional terrorists, in that we didn't take it upon ourselves to do something else, which I think is clearly what you're implying. You're clearly not doing enough because people have been put in torture camps, people have been murdered. Whatever you're doing, it's not enough, clearly. In virtue of what? In virtue of what? Right? This is what's so fucking. If the tactic you propose would lead to a worse result, such as Fed posting and doing Fed posting things, you actually have to make case that what we're doing, is there's a clearly better option. It would be like saying, all right, well, there's a meteor heading for Earth. This is an example. It's a hypothetical. It's a ridiculous hypothetical to prove the point, so I'll get triggered. There's a meteor coming to Earth. Well, clearly you guys are doing something wrong if it hits you. Well, maybe there are no options that are immediately apparent that would resolve the issue. In the context of electoralism, I think that there are some people who have bad actions, but it's not on the grounds of liberalism or failure to properly scope the threat. It's like Joe Biden not dropping out. It's like failure to have a primary type stuff. It's not on the grounds of failure to recognize the threat, which is your implication. That obviously, if we cared about this more, we would be doing other stuff. And don't tell me you're not doing that. And don't do this kind of bullshit thing of like, clearly, because of bad result, there was something obvious you could have done. All right, well, I apologize for using language that includes you and laughing. When you will you apologize for using language that could reasonably be interpreted as calling me a violent, delusional terrorist? Let me think. I think that I don't have enough evidence to claim that you're a violent and terrorist. I don't think that my language, reasonably construed, which is in response to you saying, but none of them acted like this. None of us laughed. We're just not violent and delusional terrorists. That is a response, not claiming that you are that thing, claiming that to act like it would be to be a violent and terrorist. So I don't know, folks. Do you think that language reasonably implies that Vivian is a violent and delusional terrorist? This is the quote. They're saying it and there's meaning it. I heard a lot of liberals call Trump a fascist when that was the DNC's line for all of 5 minutes during the election cycle. None of them acted like it. They're still not acting like it, which is why innocent civilians are now dying. Quote, none of us laughed. We're just not violent and delusional terrorists. Will you take back that we laughed? Yes or no? We will continue to advocate for peaceful and democratic solutions to our problems. Does that response by me to Vivian imply that Vivian is a delusional and violent terrorist? Okay, I will apologize out of good faith. I should have put in a caveat that I didn't mean that you yourself were, but I do think that you're advocating for street justice, aren't you? Aren't you advocating for frontier justice? And I agree, by the way, that some Dems aren't doing enough, and I put I get a lot of shit for it. I don't understand why anyway. Okay. The Twitter thread. Have you fucking checked out these ice? What's oh, look at what you said. Hang on, quote. What's the democratic solution to fascist paramilitaries murdering people in the street with government protection? That's you implying, I think clearly, that it's absurd to think that there is one. Quote, what's the democratic solution to fascist paramilitaries murdering people in the street with government protection? Am I to assume that when you said that, you weren't implying that it was ridiculous to think that there is one? Haven't you had controversies like this before? As well? My prescription is to exhaust our remedies in our system of government. And we haven't even started to exhaust our remedies. Full system of government, or in the democratic system of government that we have. Exhaustion of remedies includes mass peaceful protest. I have plenty of those, but I'm not going to advocate for violence until we have mass fucking days of no working, till we have actually reached an election cycle and we've exhausted the remedy of voting. Okay? We're not even close to exhaustion. And I believe that we will win. And that's what I want to leave you guys with. Don't let the black pilling individuals, whether from the left or the liberals, put you into fear enough to do something stupid. Stand back and stand by. Peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard. Because there's many more of us than there are of them. The minute we do stupid things while the momentum is shifting, while this cantankerous old fuck is melting in office, and when accountability and punishment are within our grasp, when you do something stupid, you make it lower likelihood that we reach the result that we desperately want, which is to have the Patriots back in control and the MAGA elite barbarians out of the White House. And I will continue to fight for that, exhausting our peaceful, patriotic methods. And together, I'll be there with you. And I know you guys will do your part. And on that, fuck ICE. Love you guys very much. See you tomorrow.